I'm going to now guide you through a series of images. And your job is to become aware of the sensations, the feelings, and the thoughts that are going inside of you as I lead you through this exercise. So find yourself a comfortable place to sit, a chair, or some cushions, whichever is most relaxing, most comfortable for you. And notice how the chair or the pillow supports your body. And just feel how much you can settle into the chair or into the pillow. And notice your breathing and your overall sensation in your body, feelings, or how your mind is going. Now imagine that today is your birthday. Even though this should be a special day for you, you are sitting around at home feeling lonely. You don't want to be alone, so you decide to go to the movies. You start getting ready. Then you have a dreadful sinking feeling as you reach for your wallet and realize it's missing. Take time to notice the following. What emotions, sensations, and thoughts are you having at this moment in your body and in your mind? Take some time to notice. When and if you feel dread, where in your body do you feel it? What does it feel like? Common places for sensation could be in the solar plexus, the chest, and the throat. Do you feel a tightening or a sinking sensation? Perhaps a queasiness? Do you notice any temperature changes in your hands? Did they feel sweaty, hot, or cold? Is there any place you feel unsteady or wobbly? And notice how these sensations change with time as you attend to them. Does the intensity increase or does it decrease? Does the tightening loosen? Does the temperature in your hands change? As you settle, the thought comes to you that, oh, maybe I put my wallet down in the other room. So imagine that you go in and look there, and you check out other places where you might have put it. You can't find it, and you begin to get a little frantic. Now again, focus your attention inward and notice your bodily sensations, your feelings and thoughts. Now you slow down a bit and your thoughts get a little bit more clear. And you start methodically to hunt for your wallet. Is it in the drawer? When I came in, maybe I put it here on the table, but then I went to the bathroom. Okay, perhaps it could be in the bathroom. However, as you're looking around, you're interrupted by the ring of the telephone. You pick up the receiver, and it's a friend of yours who tells you that you left the wallet at her house. You take a big sigh of relief. Feel that. And then notice how you smile at your previous state of frantic mind. Your friend tells you that she's leaving shortly, but she'll wait if you come right now. You walk briskly to her house. Feel that in your legs, feel that in your body as you're walking briskly to her house. You knock on the door, and there's no answer. You knock a second time. And still, there's no answer. You think that you must have missed her, and you begin to feel a little bit irritated. I mean, she said she'd wait, and you came over as soon as you could. Where do you feel the sensation of irritability? What does it feel like? Take your time and notice the range of sensations just as you did before. How do you experience the irritability? Where do you experience it? What does it feel like? From the back of the house, you hear your friend's muffled voice. She's telling you to come in. You open the door, and it's really dark. You slowly find your way in the dark. Notice how it feels to fumble down the hall, how your body feels as you're moving through the darkness, trying to get to the back of the house. You call again to your friend, but you're interrupted by a chorus of voices yelling, "Surprise!" Of course. What are you feeling now in your body and mind as you realize it's a surprise birthday party for you? We did this exercise for a few reasons. The first is that it was a way for you to begin to become aware of sensations in your body that occurred during different states of feeling. Secondly, it starts to get you acquainted with the different kinds of sensations and feelings that occur in different situations of conflict, of expectancy, of frustration, and of surprise. In some ways, the experience of surprise is not all that different from the experience of trauma. That is to say, in both cases, our nervous systems are activated. In the case of a good surprise, something gets stored in the body, something that makes you feel better about who you are and how you feel about yourself. In trauma, the sensations get stuck in one place, just like the polar bear did when he was downed by the biologist in the airplane. Now, through contact with body sensations, we find that we're able to move out of fixity back into flow, out of stuckness into a fluid experience of ourselves again. And that is what really ultimately frees us from the binds of trauma. Now let's look more deeply into the causes of trauma. The causes of trauma can be divided into two main categories. Events that are almost always traumatic no matter who they happen to, or common ordinary events that under certain circumstances may be traumatic. The first category includes the obvious causes of trauma, such as war, severe childhood, emotional, physical, or sexual abuse, experiencing or witnessing violence, such as rape, and catastrophic injuries and illness. The second category includes seemingly ordinary events that are traumatizing more often than we might expect. Now, when we talk about some of these, I want you also to begin to notice what happens in your body, like tingling, muscle tightening or loosening, feelings of dread, constriction, increases or decreases in your heart rate, temperature changes, etc., just like you did in the previous exercise. Now, when I mention these, you may have fleeting images of different colors or shapes. They may appear in your field of vision. You may have thoughts or emotions, or you may have very little response at all. Or you may notice that your level of feeling itself decreases as I go over some of these responses. Whatever happens, I want you to try as much as you can to notice it in an objective way, in a compassionate way, in a somewhat observing, not detached, but an observing way. And again, make mental note. You may want to write them down, and then we'll move on. Minor automobile accidents, even sometimes at 10 miles an hour, and especially those that result in whiplash, can result in the body staying frozen, as it were, in that moment of impact. And a lot of times people have symptoms with back, neck, headaches, developed in a period of time, anywhere from weeks to months or even a year after an automobile accident. So you may want to note whether you've had an experience like that. And again, if it's upsetting, take the time, as we did in the exercise, to let the sensations move through. Remember, the beginning of healing trauma is right now, as we move out of stuckness and into flow. Medical and dental procedures, particularly invasive ones, are another more ordinary source of possible traumatization. This is particularly so when they're performed on children who are restrained or anesthetized. The use of ether greatly increases the chance of trauma. But children who are put under anesthesia while they're frightened are very likely, in my experience, to develop traumatic symptoms afterwards. In a later session, we will look at what kinds of things can be done to help prevent this from happening when children do have to undergo necessary medical procedures or even emergency procedures. For adults, many medical procedures, even if we rationally know that they're necessary and helpful, can be experienced as an attack. For example, sometimes a woman may experience a pelvic examination, if it's rough and insensitive, almost as she might experience an invasion like a rape. And remember, when you're cut open, your nervous system, even if you're put out by anesthesia, in some ways your nervous system is still responding as though you were ripped open by some kind of a predatory animal, that your life is being threatened. And anesthesias are a kind of poison, and we also experience that as a kind of a death. Even under anesthesia, the body remembers. Sigmund Freud said, "The mind has forgotten, but the body has not." Thankfully. But it's only thankfully when we're able to move out of these fearful stuck states. Falls and other so-called minor injuries, especially when children or elderly people are involved. For example, a child falling off a bicycle, or the older person who falls and develops extreme reactions afterwards, withdraws, stops talking to people, stays alone in their room. It's very common. And it's not due to the breaking of the bone as much as it's due to the trauma that happens, that they don't get the support to move through. Another category of more ordinary occurrences are natural disasters. Obviously, in different parts of the country, different natural disasters are more common. Earthquakes, hurricanes, tornadoes, fires, floods, volcanic eruptions, all of these can be traumatizing, and very often traumatizing entire communities. Illnesses, especially where there's high fever, can also be traumatic. For a child, being left alone can be experienced as a profound abandonment. Remember, young children and infants depend for their very survival on the parents, the caretakers being there to protect them. And instinctively, children know that they can't fend for themselves. And so if children are left without explanation or with strangers, they may develop fearful reactions to being left alone or separation in relationships later on in their lives. Exposure to extreme heat or cold, especially in children and babies, also can, in some cases, have the residue of trauma. Perhaps you felt a little nervous just listening to the list of different things that can be traumatic. Perhaps there was one or two specifically that got you nervous. If so, what you are experiencing is a normal response to hearing about things that may have been distressing to you in the past. And it's important to understand that nervousness or anxiousness, or almost any response you might have, has to do with the arousal or the activation of the energy you experience during an overwhelming event. When we're threatened, our bodies instinctively generate a lot of energy to help defend ourselves against threat. This is the energy we work with in the healing of trauma. So even though right now we're just discussing the possible sources of trauma, we need to be aware of our reactions that are happening in our bodies. And remember, trauma is primarily a physiological, a bodily reaction, and not a psychological one. The important thing is to be able to sit with the sensations and just to let the sensations move through, rather than getting fixed in your mind on the trauma. Because trauma fixates. It fixates the mind, it fixates the body. But when we tend to our physiology, to our sensations, rather than to our thoughts, our psychology, we find that we automatically begin to move through just as the animals do in the wild. To summarize, trauma happens when the energy that we mobilize to defend and protect ourselves doesn't get used up, doesn't get to complete. So if we wanted to run and couldn't run, if we wanted to fight and couldn't fight, that energy gets stuck inside of us. As a result of this, many chemicals like adrenaline and cortisol get stuck boosting up that energy and keeping at that high level. It's as though our survival energies are all dressed up with no place to go. This activation can stay on for years until the body is able to complete the responses that it began or that it wanted to do at that time. And it doesn't, again, really matter what caused the trauma. What's most important is the completion of that response so that our nervous system is free to go back into a relaxed, alert equilibrium. Let's look at the effect that this undischarged energy has upon us. First of all, we're on the alert all the time. And when we're on the alert all the time, hyper alert, it's as though we're expecting danger. And that's what we see, that's what we perceive. This activation may keep us from sleeping. It may wake us up in the middle of the night with nightmares or just with a feeling of discomfort or dread. The other way that this may affect us is that we may begin to avoid situations that remind us of the event or events that caused the trauma. For example, if you fell off a ladder as a child, you may not like to climb on ladders. You may have fear of heights. But what you're avoiding really is that internal experience of the energy building to defend itself. But because we believe that we are unable to make an effective response, we stop that energy. We hold it in check. The undischarged energy is what gives rise to the symptoms of trauma. However, this energy which was there to prepare us to defend ourselves, the survival energy, is waiting to be used up. Energy that didn't have a chance to complete its task at the time of a fall or an accident or an attack is still waiting. And the good news is that with appropriate guidance, this energy can be accessed and discharged at any time. The key factor, the key tool that allows us to use up, to complete that energy that got stuck at the time of the trauma, is to be able to feel it in our bodies and to let it move through and to complete in our bodies. To let the activation complete. What goes up can come down. And we do that through awareness of the sensations in our bodies. Let's work now a little bit more with the felt sensation of activation. I ask you again to find a comfortable place to sit. Take a little time just to feel once more the support of the chair or the pillow and how your breathing is. And then I ask you to close your eyes and to imagine that you've taken a wonderful hike up in the mountains. And you notice what seems to be the edge down into a canyon. And you walk to that edge, but you are startled to see how deep the canyon is and how far away the trees are. It looks like it may be 1,000 feet below. How does it feel when you first step to the edge of that precipice and you look down and see how far, how deep the canyon is? Do you feel your breathing stop? Do you feel your diaphragm suck up? The organs in your belly, what happens to them? Some of you may experience a rush of energy. It might be experienced as a flash of heat or as an increased heart rate. Do you feel constriction in your chest or throat? Or do you feel a sense of exhilaration and pleasure in looking down? In any case, just allow a little time now for whatever the sensations are to settle down as you move back from the edge of the precipice and sit against a rock warmed by the sun. And again, notice how these sensations change over time. Do they increase? Do they decrease? Do they change into another sensation entirely? Often people experience this like a kaleidoscope. The sensations are always changing. As you sit in this compassionate neutrality, just observing it, you may even want to say, and I have this feeling of tightness in my belly. And now I feel it tightening more. I feel my throat tightening. And now it's starting to let go. I feel a little warmth and tingling in my hands. Now I feel a wave of coolness. I feel a little bit frightened. And it starts to warm again. And I feel a breath coming in. And I feel where I'm sitting on the ground. And I feel the rock on my back. And I open my eyes and I look into the beauty of the canyon from here. So the idea is to just follow the sensations without trying to change them. Some of you may have experienced an exhilaration in this exercise. Others may have experienced a fearfulness, a contracting, a holding on. And in either case, that moves through to a feeling of more openness and excitement. Traumatized people generally do not like any kind of arousal, or they seek arousal in an addictive, compulsive, repetitive way. However, most people who aren't too traumatized enjoy the natural high that we get from arousal. Many people seek experiences like skydiving, paragliding, skiing, bungee jumping, because of the euphoric feeling that comes with the extreme states of arousal. As human beings, we long to be challenged by life, and we need the arousal that energizes us to meet and overcome these challenges. There's a deep satisfaction that comes when we complete an arousal cycle. And this is the satisfaction that traumatized people don't have. And the exercises, as we go along, will help you in steps to recover that sense of the arousal cycle and the sense of pleasure and joy that can give us. The more we are able to experience arousal in a pleasurable way, the less we're traumatized. We're moving from fixity into flow, from flow to awakening. The key for trauma survivors is to allow ourselves to become reacquainted with that simple, natural law, that simple, natural function. What goes up does come down. When we can trust the arousal cycle and are able to flow with it, the healing of trauma is beginning. I want now to talk to you about some of the specific symptoms that occur in trauma. Doctors estimate that they can find nothing physically wrong with at least 75% of the patients that come to see them. A large number of these people will have symptoms that are on the list we're about to discuss. Now remember, whatever symptoms you have, they are a normal response, a normal bodily response to the energies that are bound in trauma. And it's through our symptoms that we'll begin to unlock those energies and complete the arousal cycle. Due to the uniqueness of each individual's experience, it would be a huge task to compile a complete list of every possible trauma symptom. However, there are symptoms that are considered major signs of trauma. Generally, some traumatic symptoms are more likely to appear sooner than others. In the booklet that accompanies this learning series, we will list some of these symptoms in greater detail. Obviously, not all the symptoms are caused exclusively by trauma, nor has anyone who exhibits one or more of these symptoms necessarily been traumatized. The flu, for example, can cause abdominal discomfort that's similar to some trauma symptoms. Of course, there's a difference. Symptoms produced by the flu generally go away in a few days. Those produced by trauma do not. And when we're talking about trauma and talking about the symptoms, you may experience these symptoms directly, and that gives you some indication that they may be related to events that have happened. The first symptoms to develop after an overwhelming event are 1. Hyperarousal. The most common signs of arousal are, on the physical level, an increase in heart rate, difficulty breathing, rapid, shallow, panting kind of breathing, cold sweats, tingling, muscular tension. On the mental level, there's usually an increase in thoughts, like the mind is racing, worrying. You can't get something out of your mind. Now, if we allow ourselves to acknowledge these thoughts and sensations, in other words, to let them have their natural flow, they'll peak and then begin to diminish and resolve. As this process occurs, we may experience things like trembling, shaking, vibration, waves of coolness and warmth, fullness of breath, slowing of the heart rate, kind of a moist, pleasant sweating, relaxation of the muscles, and an overall feeling of relief, comfort, and safety. Remember, our feelings of comfort and safety come from our experience of our body's ability to regulate our own energy. Another broad class of symptoms comes under the category of constriction. When we respond to a life-threatening situation, hyperarousal is accompanied by constriction in our bodies. In other words, when we're aroused, when there's danger, our bodies tense up to prepare us to fight or to flee or some other action that might save our lives. So our muscles are tensed up, prepared to take this defensive action. But what happens if it doesn't complete? Again, our muscles stay constricted and tight. So the tight shoulders, the tight neck, the tight back, the constriction in breathing due to tightness in muscles are all possible symptoms of unresolved trauma. They may have other reasons as well. The third category is a category which we alluded to earlier, dissociation. Woody Allen said it this way: "I'm not afraid of dying, I just don't want to be there when it happens." When our life is threatened and we face possible death and annihilation, something profound happens inside of ourselves that cuts us off from the terror, the fear, the pain. In trauma, dissociation is a favored means of enabling a person to endure experiences that are, at the moment, beyond endurance. Now, dissociation is about any disconnection. Connection between mind and body, between feelings and thought, between sensations and actions, between different sensations in our body. And as we become aware of these disconnections, just like the arousal goes up and down, we begin to reconnect the parts that were disconnected. Another category of reactions that occur are feelings of helplessness, immobility, or freezing. If hyperarousal is the nervous system's accelerator, the sense of immobility and freezing and overwhelming helplessness is its brake. The helplessness that is experienced at such times is not the ordinary sense of helplessness that can affect anybody from time to time, like a frustration, but it's the sense of being completely immobilized and helpless. It's not a belief or a trick of the imagination. It's very real. It's almost as though the body can't move. It's paralyzed, it's helpless, and we're vulnerable to attack. So this is a list of the main categories of reactions to trauma. The symptoms that occur under each of these categories can be extremely wide-ranging and diverse. Those symptoms will be listed in some detail in the workbook. The symptoms of trauma can be stable. The person can have the same kind of symptoms over a long period of time. Other symptoms are unstable. They'll come and go. Or some symptoms may remain hidden for a long time, even decades, and they may come up unexpectedly. Usually symptoms don't occur individually, but occur in groups. They often grow increasingly complex over time, becoming less and less connected with the original trauma experience. For example, migraines, spastic colon, chronic neck and back problems, some kinds of asthma, or even epilepsy. Extreme PMS can also be an effect of trauma that's been held for a long period of time. There are many, many, many. This is just to mention a few. It's important to understand that any or all of these symptoms can appear no matter what event caused the trauma. And these symptoms can and will disappear as the trauma is healed, but they may switch first from one symptom to another. Again, I think it's important to note your symptoms and to note how they may change over time. We talked about paying attention to the sensations and feelings and letting them move through to heal the trauma. The symptoms are one step away from the sensations. So if we focus on some of the symptoms, then the symptoms take us back to the sensations. So in a way, you could say symptoms are our reminders to focus back in the body where we need to be. As you accept the symptoms and realize that they're simply bound energy, wanting to complete, wanting to move through to resolution, and that behind these symptoms are the sensations that will allow you to do that, then you begin the deeper work in healing trauma.
This concludes session 1. Our program continues with session 2. Sounds True presents Healing Trauma with author and teacher Peter Levin.
Trauma is the most avoided, ignored, belittled, denied, misunderstood, and untreated cause of human suffering. When I use the word trauma, I'm talking here about the often debilitating symptoms many people suffer in the aftermath of overwhelming experiences. Trauma is like a shock. It's like a shock to the psyche. It's a shock to the body, it's a shock to the nervous system, it's a shock to the spirit, to the soul. It's a shock that just cuts right through us and often cuts us in pieces. The field of psychiatric medicine has chosen to view most of the long-term effects of trauma as an incurable disease, only marginally controllable by drugs. I do not agree. Having worked with trauma for over 3 decades, I have come to a very different conclusion. And the conclusion that I've come to is that human beings are born with the innate capacity, the inborn capacity to overcome trauma. I believe that trauma is not only curable, but that the healing process can be a catalyst for profound awakening, a portal, a door, an opening to emotional and real spiritual transformation. Though it is a fact of life, and it is, trauma does not have to be a life sentence. I have little doubt that as individuals, friends, partners, families, communities, and even nations, that we have the capacity to learn how to heal and to prevent much of the damage done by trauma. And in doing so, we will be able to significantly increase our ability to achieve both our individual and our collective dreams. In this series, we will learn what trauma is, where it can come from, its sources. We will learn about its symptoms. We will also learn that trauma is primarily biological and not psychological. And by understanding this, by understanding the biology of trauma, we will see how that knowledge helps to heal and transform trauma. I will show you examples of how people have transformed their trauma. I will also give you exercises to help you begin to heal and transform your traumatic reactions. I will also show you ways that you can help prevent trauma from developing after an overwhelming event for yourself and for other people. We will then look at implications of this knowledge and this experience for health and society. And it is my hope that by the end of this series, you'll have gained tools and made progress in your own healing. Let me begin by telling you a little about how I began my career in working with trauma. In the 1960s, I came to Berkeley, California, in the radical environment of 1964 to begin my doctoral work. While studying the effects of accumulated stress on the nervous system, I noticed that most organisms seemed to have an innate capacity to rebound from stressful events. And now, at that time, I had no knowledge of, quote, psychological trauma, and was experimenting with different stress reduction techniques that employed the, at the time, new idea of mind-body connection. Then, in 1969, a singular event occurred that changed the direction of my work. A psychiatrist who was familiar with my stress research asked me to see a patient of his who was suffering from various psychosomatic symptoms, including severe panic attacks. They were so severe that the woman was barely able to leave her house unless she was accompanied by her husband. The psychiatrist thought that this patient would benefit from learning how to relax her body. Made sense. It sounded logical. At first, the woman, let's call her Nancy, began to relax. Suddenly, without warning, she went into a panic. Terrified and with no notion of what to do, I saw in my mind's eye the fleeting image of a tiger poised for attack. It appeared dreamlike. I had no idea where the picture had come from. It just seemed to come out of the wall. "There's a tiger coming after you, Nancy," I blurted out without thinking. "Run! Run for your life." To my utter amazement, Nancy's body began to shake and tremble. The color of her cheeks flushed as she sweated profusely. After several minutes, she took a few spontaneous, deep breaths and started to calm down. After this session, she was free of her debilitating symptoms and was able to go on with her life. I went on to obtain a doctorate in medical biophysics, but I continued to be fascinated by the mind-body interactions, such as the one that I had witnessed with Nancy. Around that time, I spent a year working as a stress consultant for NASA on preparing astronauts for the first space shuttle flight. And I was able to observe people who were generally very adept, very skillful at handling stressful situations. As my interest broadened, I later also pursued a doctorate in psychology and was then introduced to trauma from a psychological and psychiatric perspective. From this point of view, trauma had been deemed incurable. Now, I was surprised by this assumption because I suspected that trauma had been at the root of Nancy's panic attacks, in particularly a ether tonsillectomy where she was tied down and terrified at the age of 4. And yet she had been dramatically improved after just one session. So why, I wondered, was trauma thought to be incurable? As I worked with an increasing number of people, I noticed that a common thread appeared in all of my traumatized clients. They seemed disconnected from their bodies and had very little awareness of what they were feeling, physically or emotionally. Many of them would say that they felt as though parts of themselves were gone or missing. Now, the psychological term for this state is dissociation. And in my later work with and study of indigenous peoples, I learned that the tribal medicine person or shaman treats traumatized individuals by helping them coax their spirits back into their bodies. The shaman guides this experience, sometimes called soul retrieval, in the presence of the community, because the connection of friends and family is an integral part of the healing process. Some years ago, I was privileged to teach at the Hopi Reservation in Second Mesa, Arizona. And in teaching my work, I take people through direct experiences, but the Hopi counselors seem very resistant to working on their own trauma. However, it took me a little while, but I learned that they don't see the individual outside of the family and the society. So when I was able to talk about people in the community who needed this particular kind of help, then they were free and generous in volunteering their own experiences and learning these methods because they didn't consider themselves a single, separated being. They were part of this greater fabric. And I realized over time that they had one of the most important clues in healing trauma, one that we really lack in our modern individualistic, autonomy-driven society. In this series, we will begin to learn, both as individuals and as members of a larger community, how to bring back the pieces of our souls that have been torn off by trauma, or in the psychological terms, to reassociate the disassociated and fragmented experience of ourselves that we're left with in the wake of trauma. My previous study of the brain, stress, and animal behavior began to merge with the psychological and shamanic understanding of trauma. From my animal research, I had learned that animals in the wild, though routinely threatened, are virtually immune to trauma. They're very rarely traumatized. And while studying footage of wild prey animals being chased by predators, I noticed that most animals have a similar physiological process for returning to normal after a narrow escape from death. This process was uncannily reminiscent of the shaking, trembling, and spontaneous breathing that I had watched Nancy and then thousands of other clients since that time move through in healing their traumatic experiences. I have also observed this in many shamanic healing rituals performed throughout different parts of the world. You can watch this process from beginning to end by just getting the National Geographic video called Polar Bear Alert. It's available at video stores. And in this video, you see a frightened bear chased down by an airplane, shot with a tranquilizer dart, then surrounded by the wildlife biologist, and then tagged. As the massive animal comes out of its state of shock, it's what it is, because trauma is really about shock, it begins to tremble lightly, and then the trembling intensifies steadily, then peaking into a nearly convulsive shaking and trembling. The limbs flail, seemingly at random, and then after the shaking stops, the animal takes 3 deep breaths which spread throughout its entire body. The biologist, the narrator of the film, comments that the behavior of the bear is necessary because it blows off the stress accumulated during the capture. And when you view this in slow motion, it becomes clear that the seemingly random leg gyrations are actually precisely coordinated running movements. It is as though the animal completes its escape by actively finishing the running movements that were interrupted at the moment it was tranquilized. The bear shakes off this frozen energy as it surrenders in a spontaneous, full-bodied breath. In my later neurophysiological research, I continued to find, often in obscure journals, very specific neurophysiological mechanisms that accounted for these phenomenon that I saw in the animal world and with human beings that help bring them back to equilibrium after overwhelming stressful events. Most recently, I came across some research concerning a phenomenon called kindling. There's a part of the brain called the amygdala, and that's the part of the emotional brain that's associated with states of fear and even terror. The first time it's stimulated, nothing much happens. But then if it gets stimulated 2 or 3 times, it could be a week or even a month later, all of a sudden the nervous system changes and it becomes kindled. That is to say, once stimulated, the nervous system has been turned on and locked on fear, anxiety, terror. And it's research like this that led medical researchers to believe that trauma is incurable. However, very recently I came across another piece of research, and when I saw this research, I was ecstatic. Basically, they showed that after this area gets turned on, a certain kind of stimulation directed at that same area can actually turn it off. This is called quenching. And it means that the nervous system can return to a normal, relaxed state. And this supported what I had already learned from my animal observations and my experience with traumatized people, that trauma is, in fact, reversible. As I continued my research and my work, the evidence mounted. I grew increasingly convinced that the healing of trauma, whether it's called reassociation or soul retrieval, is primarily a biological process, a bodily process, and not a psychological one. I also surmise that successful healing methods all help people establish a connection to their bodies. Those methods that do not enable people to connect to their bodies have limited, if any, success. When psychiatry talks about trauma, often that branch of psychiatry is called biological psychiatry. But it's not biological in the sense that I'm talking about it. It more has to do with pharmacology, with the study of the effect of drugs on the brain and on the nervous system and on behavior. When I say biology, I am talking about human physiology and how our physiology is designed over millennia to protect us against traumatization, because in the wild, if an animal's been traumatized, it's going to be lunch for some other animal pretty quick. And in human terms, that means, because we are also animals, that we possess the same innate mechanisms, but somehow we've overridden them or forgotten about them or somehow lost our access to them. We lose access to this because we've lost awareness of our bodies. And remember, in trauma, dissociation is about loss of connection to body, loss of connection to instinct. And so if we don't have a way to get back to our instincts, which are what we need to heal us, then we wind up continuing the dissociation and the trauma. People often ask me to define trauma. After 30 years of research, this is still a difficult question to answer. What I do know is that people are traumatized when our ability to respond to a threat is in some way overwhelmed. This ability to respond effectively can be affected in obvious ways as well as ways that are more subtle and not so obvious. For example, a traumatized war veteran who jumps every time a car backfires is responding in an obvious way. When a person who suffered torture and confinement breaks out in a cold sweat while riding in a crowded elevator, that's also obvious. However, many, if not most of us, who have been overwhelmed by a series of less dramatic events have responses that are not so obvious and clear. For example, we may find ourselves being anxious or avoidant of certain kind of situations. Some people feel confined and anxious when they're in a close relationship. Now, I'm not saying that's due to trauma. There are many other factors. But trauma definitely contributes to that. And trauma plays out very often in the field of relationship. We may have symptoms in our body, a neck that periodically is tense and painful, or a back, or we may have things like irritable bowel, spastic colon when we're under stress, migraine headaches. We don't make such a direct connection. It's not as obvious, but the connection can be there. Times when we're unable to sleep, of course, can be due to routine stresses in our life, but they can also be due to the stress activating a traumatic response in a similar way that the car backfiring activates the Vietnam veteran. When it comes to trauma, no two people are exactly alike. What is harmful, overwhelming for one person may be exhilarating to another. There are many, many factors involved in this wide range of response to threat or to challenge. They include an individual's history of trauma, certain family dynamics, and even genetic makeup. And it's vital that we understand this difference between us. It will help keep us from judging each other. When we are traumatized, we need support, not judgment. One of the important things that I've learned about trauma is that people, especially children, can be overwhelmed by what we usually think of as common everyday events. Until fairly recently, our understanding of trauma was limited more or less to shell-shocked soldiers who are devastated by war or victims of severe abuse or violence and catastrophic accidents and injuries. And this narrow view could not be further from the truth. The fact is that over time, a series of so-called minor mishaps can have damaging effects similar to the person as by a single major catastrophic event such as war or natural disasters. By minor events, I mean things like automobile accidents, even fender benders that result in whiplash, routine medical procedures, loss of loved ones. Even falling off a bicycle can be overwhelming to a child and to an adult under certain circumstances. We'll discuss those later. For now, I will just say that almost all of us have experienced trauma, either directly or indirectly. One of the more subtle, pervasive effects of trauma is about loss of connection. Connection to ourselves, to our families, to the world around us. This loss of connection is often hard to recognize because it doesn't happen all at once. It happens slowly over time. And we adapt to these subtle changes sometimes without really even noticing them, except that we start to think about ourselves as being a person who doesn't like to be with people or doesn't really like to be tied down in a close relationship, etc. Or that we're not interested in sexuality or feel as sexual as we used to feel. These are the hidden effects of trauma, ones most of us keep to ourselves. We may sense that we do not feel quite right inside without ever becoming fully aware of what is taking place. That is the gradual undermining of our self-confidence, self-esteem, feelings of well-being, and connection to life. The result of this gradual constriction is a loss of our freedom and of our vitality and of the potential to fulfill our dreams. So this is what trauma is about. Let me just say a little bit more about the learning series. First of all, it's not a form of or a substitute for psychotherapy. It's an educational process, educare, to draw out. It's an educational process in somatic or body awareness for the purpose of helping you in your healing process of transforming trauma. As you listen to these sessions, be aware of any emotional reaction swelling up inside of you, and particularly how your body is experiencing these emotions in the form of sensations, images, and thoughts. Remember, the healing of trauma comes primarily from the level of sensation. Now, there may be emotions, but when you feel them through the sensations, it helps make them less intense, more manageable. And if your emotions feel too intense, rage, terror, overwhelming helplessness, grief, so forth, please consider that you may need to enlist the help of a competent professional. Unfortunately, not so many psychotherapists use body-oriented methods. There are other therapeutic approaches that do involve the body, and you may be able to find therapists who are more aligned to this. But the best thing is to talk to friends, who have had good experience with therapists, and you may find a therapist who is open to looking at some of this material and be able to use this information to help them help you. And in the workbook, you will find resources if you need professional therapeutic help. So just as the shaman helps his patient call back the soul to their body, we'll start with a simple exercise in this direction. In general, the exercises that I suggest are best done in the presence of at least another person. And the reason for this is that human beings, because of our biology, do not feel completely safe when alone. Envision yourself as the early primates on the Serengeti plain. There is danger everywhere. You don't have time to reflect internally unless there's somebody there to protect you. And that's one of the reasons why most prey animals travel in groupings. Human beings do not feel safe, do not feel completely safe when we're alone. And if we don't have somebody else around to keep an eye out for us, it's much more difficult to go inside. And a lot of this work is about going inside. So whenever possible, it's best to do it with a partner. Generally, only do these body awareness exercises when you're in a safe place. As I said, often with a friend or family member, and don't attempt them while driving or doing anything else that requires your attention. Clearly, some of the exercises you want to do by yourself at any time you have free to do it. And the first one that I'm going to tell you about is that kind of exercise. This first exercise, which I call coming back into the body, can be done in a couple of different ways. The first is in the shower. If you have a pulsing shower head, what you do is put it on warm, comfortable temperature and then pulsing at a way so that you can feel the pulsing, but it's not in any way uncomfortable. And then hold up each part of your body to the pulsing shower head. For example, hold your hands up to the pulsing shower stream and say these words: "This is my hand. This is the palm of my hand. This is my body." And then turn the hand around so you feel the water slapping at the back of your hand. This is the back of my hand. This is my hand. This is part of my body. Then your forearms. This is my forearm. This is my body. And do that for your arms, shoulders, chest, head, face, back, legs, feet, every part of your body. The idea of this exercise, which should take about 15 or 20 minutes, is to awaken the body, to begin the process of letting the dissociated parts, or the parts of the spirit that are disconnected and fragmented, to let them know where home is. Another way in which you can do this exercise, especially if you don't have this kind of a shower, or if you just want to do it at different times during the day, is to gently pat each part of your body with your hand, wrist being loose. So, this is the front of my hand. This is my body. This is the front of my hand. This is the hand of my body. And on with the rest of your body. And there may be parts of the body you may not want to tap right away. If you feel uncomfortable at the moment, just let it go, and maybe in a later time you'll feel desire to do that. After doing this, you may notice not very much at all. You may notice that your body feels more alive, tingly. You may notice that your focus feels more sharp, that you feel less foggy or spaced out. You may notice that you feel more emotional. And the key is to do this exercise in small amounts over time so that whatever experience occurs, even if it's uncomfortable at first, gradually gets to be more comfortable and more accepted. Remember, trauma is very powerful, and we've left our body to protect us from overwhelming feelings, emotion, and pain, and it must be in a gentle, slow, honoring way that we call ourselves back to our bodies. Before we continue, I would like to suggest a few things to you that may help you get the most out of this learning series. First, as you listen, give yourself time to absorb the material. Let it just kind of move through you. Feel it in your body. And when you do any of the exercises, take them slowly and easily. Remember, trauma is the result of the most powerful drives the human body can produce. It demands respect. You may not hurt yourselves by moving through the material quickly or superficially, but you won't get the same benefit that you would if you take the time to digest the information slowly and to take time to go through the exercises. If at any time either the subject being discussed or the exercises seem disturbing, stop and just let things settle. Sit with your experience and see what unfolds. Write them down. Write down the feelings, thoughts, associations, pictures. As you listen, keep a portion of your attention on your responses to the information you're receiving. Because it's body sensations rather than intense emotion that is the key to healing trauma. Of course, be aware of any emotional reaction that swells up inside of you and how your body is experiencing these emotions in the form of sensations and thoughts. If your emotions feel too intense, maybe rage, terror, helplessness, grief, you may need to enlist again the competent professional help. This can be very important. Please seriously consider seeking the assistance of a professionally trained therapist. You deserve to get the help you need in healing your traumas. In summary, what we've learned up to this point is that traumas can occur from single overwhelming events or by a series of less dramatic occurrences. We've also learned that we possess instinctual resources, along with all other animals, that help us move through the immobilizing effects of trauma and come back into life and vitality. Trauma can be healed. Let's go on and learn more about that process. I'm going to now guide you through a series of images, and your job is to become aware of the sensations, the feelings, and the thoughts that are going inside of you as I lead you through this exercise. So find yourself a comfortable place to sit, a chair, or some cushions, whichever is most relaxing, most comfortable for you. And notice how the chair or the pillow supports your body. And just feel how much you can settle into the chair or into the pillow. And notice your breathing and your overall sensation in your body, feelings or how your mind is going. Now imagine that today is your birthday. Even though this should be a special day for you, you are sitting around at home feeling lonely. You don't want to be alone, so you decide to go to the movies. You start getting ready. Then you have a dreadful sinking feeling as you reach for your wallet and realize it's missing. Take time to notice the following. What emotions, sensations, and thoughts are you having at this moment in your body, and in your mind. Take some time to notice. When and if you feel dread, where in your body do you feel it? What does it feel like? Common places for sensation could be in the solar plexus, the chest, and the throat. Do you feel a tightening or a sinking sensation? Perhaps a queasiness? Do you notice any temperature changes in your hands? Did they feel sweaty, hot, or cold? Is there any place you feel unsteady or wobbly? And notice how these sensations change with time as you attend to them. Does the intensity increase or does it decrease? Does the tightening loosen? Does the temperature in your hands change? As you settle, the thought comes to you that, oh, maybe I put my wallet down in the other room. So imagine that you go in and look there, and you check out other places where you might have put it. You can't find it, and you begin to get a little frantic. Now again, focus your attention inward and notice your bodily sensations, your feelings and thoughts. Now you slow down a bit and your thoughts get a little bit more clear. And you start methodically to hunt for your wallet. Is it in the drawer? When I came in, maybe I put it here on the table, but then I went to the bathroom. Okay, perhaps it could be the bathroom. However, as you're looking around, you're interrupted by the ring of the telephone. You pick up the receiver, and it's a friend of yours who tells you that you left the wallet at her house. You take a big sigh of relief. Feel that. And then notice how you smile at your previous state of frantic mind. Your friend tells you that she's leaving shortly, but she'll wait if you come right now. You walk briskly to her house. Feel that in your legs, feel that in your body as you're walking briskly to her house. You knock on the door, and there's no answer. You knock a second time. And still, there's no answer. You think that you must have missed her, and you begin to feel a little bit irritated. I mean, she said she'd wait, and you came over as soon as you could. Where do you feel the sensation of irritability? What does it feel like? Take your time and notice the range of sensations just as you did before. How do you experience the irritability? Where do you experience it? What does it feel like? From the back of the house, you hear your friend's muffled voice. She's telling you to come in. You open the door, and it's really dark. You slowly find your way in the dark. Notice how it feels to fumble down the hall, how your body feels as you're moving through the darkness, trying to get to the back of the house. You call again to your friend, but you're interrupted by a chorus of voices yelling, "Surprise!" Of course. What are you feeling now in your body and mind as you realize it's a surprise birthday party for you? We did this exercise for a few reasons. The first is that it was a way for you to begin to become aware of sensations in your body that occurred during different states of feeling. Secondly, it starts to get you acquainted with the different kinds of sensations and feelings that occur in different situations of conflict, of expectancy, of frustration, and of surprise. In some ways, the experience of surprise is not all that different from the experience of trauma. That is to say, in both cases, our nervous systems are activated. In the case of a good surprise, something gets stored in the body, something that makes you feel better about who you are and how you feel about yourself. In trauma, the sensations get stuck in one place, just like the polar bear did when he was downed by the biologist in the airplane. Now, through contact with body sensations, we find that we're able to move out of fixity back into flow, out of stuckness into a fluid experience of ourselves again. And that is what really ultimately frees us from the binds of trauma. Now let's look more deeply into the causes of trauma. The causes of trauma can be divided into two main categories. Events that are almost always traumatic no matter who they happen to, or common, ordinary events that under certain circumstances may be traumatic. The first category includes the obvious causes of trauma, such as war, severe childhood, emotional, physical, or sexual abuse, experiencing or witnessing violence, such as rape, and catastrophic injuries and illness. The second category includes seemingly ordinary events that are traumatizing more often than we might expect. Now, when we talk about some of these, I want you also to begin to notice what happens in your body, like tingling, muscle tightening or loosening, feelings of dread, constriction, increases or decreases in your heart rate, temperature changes, etc., just like you did in the previous exercise. Now, when I mention these, you may have fleeting images of different colors or shapes. They may appear in your field of vision. You may have thoughts or emotions, or you may have very little response at all. Or you may notice that your level of feeling itself decreases as I go over some of these responses. Whatever happens, I want you to try as much as you can to notice it in an objective way, in a compassionate way, in a somewhat observing, not detached, but an observing way. And again, make mental notes. You may want to write them down, and then we'll move on. Minor automobile accidents, even sometimes at 10 miles an hour, and especially those that result in whiplash, can result in the body staying frozen, as it were, in that moment of impact. And a lot of times people have symptoms with back, neck, headaches, developed in a period of time, anywhere from weeks to months or even a year after an automobile accident. So you may want to note whether you've had an experience like that. And again, if it's upsetting, take the time, as we did in the exercise, to let the sensations move through. Remember, the beginning of healing trauma is right now as we move out of stuckness and into flow. Medical and dental procedures, particularly invasive ones, are another more ordinary source of possible traumatization. This is particularly so when they're performed on children who are restrained or anesthetized. The use of ether greatly increases the chance of trauma. But children who are put under anesthesia while they're frightened are very likely, in my experience, to develop traumatic symptoms afterwards. In a later session, we will look at what kinds of things can be done to help prevent this from happening when children do have to undergo necessary medical procedures or even emergency procedures. For adults, many medical procedures, even if we rationally know that they're necessary and helpful, can be experienced as an attack. For example, sometimes a woman may experience a pelvic examination, if it's rough and insensitive, almost as she might experience an invasion like a rape. And remember, when you're cut open, your nervous system, even if you're put out by anesthesia, in some ways your nervous system is still responding as though you were ripped open by some kind of a predatory animal, that your life is being threatened. And anesthesias are a kind of poison, and we also experience that as a kind of a death. Even under anesthesia, the body remembers. Sigmund Freud said, "The mind has forgotten, but the body has not." Thankfully. But it's only thankfully when we're able to move out of these fearful stuck states. Falls and other so-called minor injuries, especially when children or elderly people are involved. For example, a child falling off a bicycle, or the older person who falls and develops extreme reactions afterwards, withdraws, stops talking to people, stays alone in their room. It's very common. And it's not due to the breaking of the bone as much as it's due to the trauma that happens, that they don't get the support to move through. Another category of more ordinary occurrences are natural disasters. Obviously, in different parts of the country, different natural disasters are more common. Earthquakes, hurricanes, tornadoes, fires, floods, volcanic eruptions, all of these can be traumatizing, and very often traumatizing entire communities. Illnesses, especially where there's high fever, can also be traumatic. For a child, being left alone can be experienced as a profound abandonment. Remember, young children and infants depend for their very survival on the parents, the caretakers being there to protect them. And instinctively, children know that they can't fend for themselves. And so if children are left without explanation or with strangers, they may develop fearful reactions to being left alone or separation in relationships later on in their lives. Exposure to extreme heat or cold, especially in children and babies, also can, in some cases, have the residue of trauma. Perhaps you felt a little nervous just listening to the list of different things that can be traumatic. Perhaps there was one or two specifically that got you nervous. If so, what you are experiencing is a normal response to hearing about things that may have been distressing to you in the past. And it's important to understand that nervousness or anxiousness, or almost any response you might have, has to do with the arousal or the activation of the energy you experience during an overwhelming event. When we're threatened, our bodies instinctively generate a lot of energy to help defend ourselves against threat. This is the energy we work with in the healing of trauma. So even though right now we're just discussing the possible sources of trauma, we need to be aware of our reactions that are happening in our bodies. And remember, trauma is primarily a physiological, a bodily reaction, and not a psychological one. The important thing is to be able to sit with the sensations and just to let the sensations move through, rather than getting fixed in your mind on the trauma. Because trauma fixates. It fixates the mind, it fixates the body. But when we tend to our physiology, to our sensations, rather than to our thoughts, our psychology, we find that we automatically begin to move through just as the animals do in the wild. To summarize, trauma happens when the energy that we mobilize to defend and protect ourselves doesn't get used up, doesn't get to complete. So if we wanted to run and couldn't run, if we wanted to fight and couldn't fight, that energy gets stuck inside of us. As a result of this, many chemicals like adrenaline and cortisol get stuck boosting up that energy and keeping at that high level. It's as though our survival energies are all dressed up with no place to go. This activation can stay on for years until the body is able to complete the responses that it began or that it wanted to do at that time. And it doesn't, again, really matter what caused the trauma. What's most important is the completion of that response so that our nervous system is free to go back into a relaxed, alert equilibrium. Let's look at the effect that this undischarged energy has upon us. First of all, we're on the alert all the time. And when we're on the alert all the time, hyper alert, it's as though we're expecting danger. And that's what we see, that's what we perceive. This activation may keep us from sleeping. It may wake us up in the middle of the night with nightmares or just with a feeling of discomfort or dread. The other way that this may affect us is that we may begin to avoid situations that remind us of the event or events that caused the trauma. For example, if you fell off a ladder as a child, you may not like to climb on ladders. You may have fear of heights. But what you're avoiding really is that internal experience of the energy building to defend itself. But because we believe that we are unable to make an effective response, we stop that energy. We hold it in check. The undischarged energy is what gives rise to the symptoms of trauma. However, this energy which was there to prepare us to defend ourselves, the survival energy, is waiting to be used up. Energy that didn't have a chance to complete its task at the time of a fall or an accident or an attack is still waiting. And the good news is that with appropriate guidance, this energy can be accessed and discharged at any time. The key factor, the key tool that allows us to use up, to complete that energy that got stuck at the time of the trauma, is to be able to feel it in our bodies and to let it move through and to complete in our bodies. To let the activation complete. What goes up can come down. And we do that through awareness of the sensations in our bodies. Let's work now a little bit more with the felt sensation of activation. I ask you again to find a comfortable place to sit. Take a little time just to feel once more the support of the chair or the pillow and how your breathing is. And then I ask you to close your eyes and to imagine that you've taken a wonderful hike up in the mountains. And you notice what seems to be the edge down into a canyon. And you walk to that edge, but you are startled to see how deep the canyon is and how far away the trees are. It looks like it may be 1,000 feet below. How does it feel when you first step to the edge of that precipice and you look down and see how far, how deep the canyon is? Do you feel your breathing stop? Do you feel your diaphragm suck up? The organs in your belly, what happens to them? Some of you may experience a rush of energy. It might be experienced as a flash of heat or as an increased heart rate. Do you feel constriction in your chest or throat? Or do you feel a sense of exhilaration and pleasure in looking down? In any case, just allow a little time now for whatever the sensations are to settle down as you move back from the edge of the precipice and sit against a rock warmed by the sun. And again, notice how these sensations change over time. Do they increase? Do they decrease? Do they change into another sensation entirely? Often people experience this like a kaleidoscope. The sensations are always changing. As you sit in this compassionate neutrality, just observing it, you may even want to say, and I have this feeling of tightness in my belly. And now I feel it tightening more. I feel my throat tightening. And now it's starting to let go. I feel a little warmth and tingling in my hands. Now I feel a wave of coolness. I feel a little bit frightened. And it starts to warm again. And I feel a breath coming in. And I feel where I'm sitting on the ground. And I feel the rock on my back. And I open my eyes. And I look into the beauty of the canyon from here. So the idea is to just follow the sensations without trying to change them. Some of you may have experienced an exhilaration in this exercise. Others may have experienced a fearfulness, a contracting, a holding on. And in either case, that moves through to a feeling of more openness and excitement. Traumatized people generally do not like any kind of arousal, or they seek arousal in an addictive, compulsive, repetitive way. However, most people who aren't too traumatized enjoy the natural high that we get from arousal. Many people seek experiences like skydiving, paragliding, skiing, bungee jumping, because of the euphoric feeling that comes with the extreme states of arousal. As human beings, we long to be challenged by life, and we need the arousal that energizes us to meet and overcome these challenges. There's a deep satisfaction that comes when we complete an arousal cycle. And this is the satisfaction that traumatized people don't have. And the exercises, as we go along, will help you in steps to recover that sense of the arousal cycle and the sense of pleasure and joy that that can give us. The more we are able to experience arousal in a pleasurable way, the less we're traumatized. We're moving from fixity into flow, from flow to awakening. The key for trauma survivors is to allow ourselves to become reacquainted with that simple, natural law, that simple, natural function. What goes up does come down. When we can trust the arousal cycle and are able to flow with it, the healing of trauma is beginning. I want now to talk to you about some of the specific symptoms that occur in trauma. Doctors estimate that they can find nothing physically wrong with at least 75% of the patients that come to see them. A large number of these people will have symptoms that are on the list we're about to discuss. Now remember, whatever symptoms you have, they are a normal response, a normal bodily response to the energies that are bound in trauma. And it's through our symptoms that we'll begin to unlock those energies and complete the arousal cycle. Due to the uniqueness of each individual's experience, it would be a huge task to compile a complete list of every possible trauma symptom. However, there are symptoms that are considered major signs of trauma. Generally, some traumatic symptoms are more likely to appear sooner than others. In the booklet that accompanies this learning series, we will list some of these symptoms in greater detail. Obviously, not all the symptoms are caused exclusively by trauma, nor has anyone who exhibits one or more of these symptoms necessarily been traumatized. The flu, for example, can cause abdominal discomfort that's similar to some trauma symptoms. Of course, there's a difference. Symptoms produced by the flu generally go away in a few days. Those produced by trauma do not. And when we're talking about trauma and talking about the symptoms, you may experience these symptoms directly, and that gives you some indication that they may be related to events that have happened. The first symptoms to develop after an overwhelming event are 1, hyperarousal. The most common signs of arousal are, on the physical level, an increase in heart rate, difficulty breathing, rapid, shallow, panting kind of breathing, cold sweats, tingling, muscular tension. On the mental level, there's usually an increase in thoughts, like the mind is racing, worrying. You can't get something out of your mind. Now, if we allow ourselves to acknowledge these thoughts and sensations, in other words, to let them have their natural flow, they'll peak and then begin to diminish and resolve. As this process occurs, we may experience things like trembling, shaking, vibration, waves of coolness and warmth, fullness of breath, slowing of the heart rate, kind of a moist, pleasant sweating, relaxation of the muscles, and an overall feeling of relief, comfort, and safety. Remember, our feelings of comfort and safety come from our experience of our body's ability to regulate our own energy. Another broad class of symptoms comes under the category of constriction. When we respond to a life-threatening situation, hyperarousal is accompanied by constriction in our bodies. In other words, when we're aroused, when there's danger, our bodies tense up to prepare us to fight or to flee or some other action that might save our lives. So our muscles are tensed up, prepared to take this defensive action. But what happens if it doesn't complete? Again, our muscles stay constricted and tight. So the tight shoulders, the tight neck, the tight back, the constriction in breathing due to tightness in muscles are all possible symptoms of unresolved trauma. They may have other reasons as well. The third category is a category which we alluded to earlier, dissociation. Woody Allen said it this way: "I'm not afraid of dying, I just don't want to be there when it happens." When our life is threatened and we face possible death and annihilation, something profound happens inside of ourselves that cuts us off from the terror, the fear, the pain. In trauma, dissociation is a favored means of enabling a person to endure experiences that are, at the moment, beyond endurance. Now, dissociation is about any disconnection, connection between mind and body, between feelings and thought, between sensations and actions, between different sensations in our body. And as we become aware of these disconnections, just like the arousal goes up and down, we begin to reconnect the parts that were disconnected. Another category of reactions that occur are feelings of helplessness, immobility, or freezing. If hyperarousal is the nervous system's accelerator, The sense of immobility and freezing and overwhelming helplessness is its break. The helplessness that is experienced at such times is not the ordinary sense of helplessness that can affect anybody from time to time, like a frustration, but it's the sense of being completely immobilized and helpless. It's not a belief or a trick of the imagination. It's very real. It's almost as though the body can't move. It's paralyzed, it's helpless, and we're vulnerable to attack. So this is a list of the main categories of reactions to trauma. The symptoms that occur under each of these categories can be extremely wide-ranging and diverse. Those symptoms will be listed in some detail in the workbook. The symptoms of trauma can be stable. The person can have the same kind of symptoms over a long period of time. Other symptoms are unstable. They'll come and go. Or some symptoms may remain hidden for a long time, even decades, and they may come up unexpectedly. Usually symptoms don't occur individually, but occur in groups. They often grow increasingly complex over time, becoming less and less connected with the original trauma experience. For example, migraines, spastic colon, chronic neck and back problems, some kinds of asthma, or even epilepsy. Extreme PMS can also be an effect of trauma that's been held for a long period of time. There are many, many, many. This is just to mention a few. It's important to understand that any or all of these symptoms can appear no matter what event caused the trauma. And these symptoms can and will disappear as the trauma is healed, but they may switch first from one symptom to another. Again, I think it's important to note your symptoms and to note how they may change over time. We talked about paying attention to the sensations and feelings and letting them move through to heal the trauma. The symptoms are one step away from the sensations. So if we focus on some of the symptoms, then the symptoms take us back to the sensations. So in a way, you could say symptoms are our reminders to focus back in the body where we need to be. As you accept the symptoms and realize that they're simply bound energy, wanting to complete, wanting to move through to resolution, and that behind these symptoms are the sensations that will allow you to do that, then you begin the deeper work in healing trauma.
This concludes Session 1. Our program continues with Session 2. Sounds True presents Healing Trauma, Session 2 with Peter Levin.
Biology is the key to healing trauma. And that's why we're going to take some time now to really look at biology and how it's affected in trauma. In trying to understand the symptoms that paralyzed people, that caused so much suffering and dysfunction, I found the answer not in the volumes of the psychological literature, but by observing animals in the wild, in studying biology. I want to first review with you the arousal cycle that we talked about in the last session. The arousal cycle is really quite simple. We go into tension, alertness, preparedness for action, and for mobilizing that action. And then we return through the discharge phase to relaxation and a return to equilibrium. You experienced that in the exercise where you went to the edge of the cliff and looked down. At first, you felt your muscles tense. You felt constriction. You felt your heart rate increase. But when you moved back, sat by the rock, and just stayed with your body sensations for a little while, you noticed that that energy, that arousal began to discharge, and you experienced a relaxation and the return to equilibrium. That was an arousal cycle. And we experience arousal cycles every time we are threatened. That is to say, every time we perceive that we're threatened. Trauma results from the disruption of the completion of this cycle. In other words, if we're overwhelmed and we're not able to complete this cycle, then we begin to move towards trauma. I'll say more about that, but this basic idea I want you just to hold in mind for a moment. Trauma results from the disruption in the completion of this cycle. In other words, you get charged up and you can't discharge. In the last session, we talked about dissociation. And that's more of the psychological term that's used for leaving the body when we're feeling overwhelmed, or from parts of the body being disconnected, or emotions being disconnected from thoughts, feelings from other feelings, and so forth. But let's now ask the question of what happens physically in the body when we dissociate, when we're overwhelmed. And the answer to this question, coupled with the arousal cycle, is the key in understanding trauma and in learning to heal from the effects of trauma. Human beings and all animals have three basic responses to threat. Most of us know or are more familiar with the fight or flight response. When there's a source of danger, our muscles prepare us to defend ourselves through fighting, through counterattacking, or through fleeing, through running, for getting away as fast, as far away as you can. Those are two of the basic responses. The third one, the one that's central in the forming of trauma, is a reaction that's less well known. This is called by biologists the immobility response, or the immobility reaction. Now, I'm going to ask you to accompany me to the plains of the Serengeti, where we'll see all three responses in action. If you're in a comfortable place right now, just sit down and turn your attention inward as I tell you this story, and notice what kinds of things are happening in your body as I'm describing this scenario. A herd of impala are grazing leisurely in a meadow. A cheetah circling around, undetected by the grazing impala, prepares itself to make the attack. Its muscles tense. It slinks behind the rocks, and then in a moment leaps forward, propelling itself from 0 to 65 miles an hour in a few very short seconds. Moving together like one organism, the impala rush to escape. One young impala, separated somewhat from the herd, becomes the target for the charging cheetah. It gains its footing and runs to escape as fast as it can. But the cheetah is gaining. I want you just to notice what you're experiencing and to just allow this experience to move ahead in time to complete the arousal cycle, as we talked about a few moments ago. Just notice what happens to your muscle tension, your breathing, your heart rate. And if it's too much, just come out or just continue with my description. Now, the impala is exhibiting the flight response. All of its energy is mobilized, but there is no way that this impala is going to escape. The cheetah is gaining on it. And just as it makes the lunge, its jaw setting, its neck extending outwards, before it actually makes the kill, the impala falls to the ground as though it were dead. Now, the cheetah didn't catch it. It made no physical contact. But somehow, the biology of the impala knew that this was going to happen. It sensed that it was trapped and that fleeing was no longer a viable option. So rather than continuing to flee and getting eaten up, it falls to the ground. And in falling to the ground, it's possible that the cheetah may not actually kill it. It may drag it under some bushes and then go to fetch its cubs to take them back and to teach them how to eat the impala. In this unguarded moment, it's possible that the impala can actually come out of this shock reaction, what biologists call the immobility response, and escape and return to the herd. And if the impala is killed, this same immobility reaction imparts a immunity from pain and from the terror of its being torn apart. It's nature's way of sparing us the terror and pain in our own death. When you see this happen, you have the feeling that it's almost like the impala has surrendered its body to the cheetah and that its spirit just leaves the body, that they separate at that moment. It's really quite remarkable. And of course, if you talk to traumatized people and work with traumatized people, they immediately identify with this feeling. It's as though my spirit left the body. The problem when we've been traumatized is that we've lost the way to come back into the body. In other words, instead of recovering the way the impala does, of coming out of the shock reaction, shaking and trembling in a way similar to the polar bear that we talked about as well, and then escaping, we stay stuck in this immobility. We stay frozen in shock. But why is it that as humans, we don't complete this response like the impala does? The polar bear does the same. All the animals can do something like that. But the human being has difficulty. And the reasons for this, of course, are going to be absolutely essential to understanding why people get traumatized and what people can do to get untraumatized. And it has to do with completing this cycle of going out of the immobility response and returning the dissociated parts back together. So really, in principle, it's very, very simple. Now, the symptoms that traumatized people can have can be extremely complex and debilitating. But the mechanism that's responsible for all of these symptoms is quite simple. And it's very simple when we understand it in terms of our biologies. Now, when the impala was trying to escape from the cheetah, it was using its biological fleeing response, its escape response. And at the moment where it knew, where its biology knew, not its mind, where its biology knew that escape was not likely, then it employed the immobility response. quite often, animals that exhibit the immobility response are often less likely to be killed and have a higher chance of escaping than the animals that are trying to use the fleeing response. For example, the opossum is not a very fast animal, and when it's attacked, often rather than trying to escape by running, it goes right into the shock state, often called playing opossum, but it's not playing opossum, it's this deep biological state of immobility shock. Now, other animals, of course, will opt to fight. A large cat, when it's threatened, is more likely to attack. Its sharp claws and its fangs and powerful jaws are a very formidable weapon. And when it exhibits this, most animals will back off and leave it alone. So, how does this apply to the human situation? Okay, in some situations, we're better off to fight. In other situations, we're better off to flee. And in many situations, we're better off to fold, to go into immobility. This has nothing to do with value judgment. It simply has to do with the likelihood of surviving, which is the best option at that particular time to survive for the self and to survive for the species. Very often, people who have been traumatized, that is to say, have been in the immobility response, blame themselves for that. They say, if only I had tried to fight back, if only I had tried to run, then, well, wait a minute, then what? Look, you survived. And probably the reason you survived is because you exhibited the appropriate response at that situation. And so people who have been traumatized, rather than blaming themselves and feeling shame that they didn't respond in a different way, have to understand that it's because of our biologies that we respond in this way. And because we have survived, we were right. We did do the right thing. The question now is, okay, now we have to learn about our biologies and using this information to help ourselves move through the immobility response to complete it, just the way we completed the arousal cycle, and to come back into life and into embodiment. And this we do through the body sense, through the sensations that we're starting to learn about in the exercises. So to learn how to come out of this immobility response, we don't need a lot of psychology. What we need is information and support to complete these cycles to come back into life. So, returning now to the biology, what is happening inside the body of the impala in the immobility reaction? Recall, just at the moment before it collapsed to the ground, its entire nervous system, its body, its brain, everything was supercharged for this attempted escape at 65 miles an hour. And then in this fraction of a second, it's like it stopped, dead stop. Now, if we could peer into its nervous system inside the brain, we would see that its nervous system was still supercharged, that it was buzzing at the 65 mile an hour rate. However, it's not moving. This really isn't much different than a car with the brake and the accelerator both on full. It's not moving, but its engine is still revved up, and if you let the brake off, it would shoot out at 65 miles an hour. Now back to the impala. The point is, both things are happening at the same time. In other words, the animal is prepared for maximal exertion, but it's actually inhibited in a very dramatic way from making any movement at all, because if it were to move, it would be killed. Now, in the nervous system, there are two systems that act in a reciprocal way normally. And the system that revs us up for survival activation is called the ergotrophic system, and that involves sympathetic nerves such as the ones that make the heart rate go up. The other system, the system that normally is used for relaxation, is called the trophotropic system. And the parasympathetic nerve, for example, is one that slows the heart down and that gives us a feeling of moist, lovely relaxation. It is this pendulum movement between these two functions, these two branches of the involuntary nervous system, that gives rise to the arousal cycles that we just talked about. And that when we're activated by the ergotrophic system, the trophotropic system brings us back down to balance and equilibrium. However, in the immobility reaction, both of these branches of the nervous system, like the brake and accelerator of the car, are acting against each other, are holding each other in check, are binding, if you like, this incredible survival energy in a highly compressed state. Like a spring that's pushed as far together as you can and just held that way. That's what happens to our energy, to our aliveness in trauma. And the trick now, the skill that we need to learn, is to gradually come in and allow that energy to become accessed a little bit at a time. A process I call titration, so that we can restore our energy, we can restore our equilibrium, and we can bring the dissociated parts, the parts of our spirit that have been fragmented from our body, back into our body, reunited, reassociated. This would be equivalent to finally letting up the brake of the car slowly, a little bit at a time, so that it doesn't go wildly out of control. And that's what we'll begin to do with some of the exercises. So how does the animal, how does the impala or the opossum get out of the immobility response and return to equilibrium? Well, it does it very simply. The way is by gradually releasing this compressed energy. And it does this through the shaking and trembling that I described with the polar bear, and that we see with all animals throughout the animal kingdom, at least all the ones that I've observed in one form or another. Now, the question is, why don't humans do that? What's gone wrong with us that we don't have this natural ability to come out of the immobility, to release that energy, and to reassociate into our bodies? Well, in studying the brains of animals and humans in my graduate work, it became very clear to me that our instinctual and our emotional brains are very similar to those of all the other mammals. There's very, very little difference. But the rational brain, the neocortex on the human being, is quite different, dramatically different than other mammals. And that's given us the ability to surf the internet and other things. But it's also caused some problems. And the problem is that the rational brain interferes with our natural, innate animal ability to complete these cycles and to return to normal. So how does that interfere with it? Well, as I mentioned earlier, immobility is often judged as a sign of a weakness. In other words, we collapse, we didn't fight, so we shame ourselves and judge ourselves and actually maintain our shock state in that way. But there are more primary reasons. The first is that when animals come out of the immobility response, the energy is released in the shaking and trembling. That highly compressed energy is released by the discharge of the muscle shaking, trembling, and the deep spontaneous breaths. However, humans are often frightened by something that is completely involuntary. The deep shaking and trembling is so alien to post-industrial technical people like ourselves that we block it. We say something's wrong. I'm going out of control. I'm going crazy. It scares us. The thing that would save us scares us. We stop it and then wind up creating infinitely more fear and anxiety. But if we have the guidance and the support to move through this, then we complete it and we don't have that built-in fear. We just complete. The second primary reason that humans have trouble coming out of immobility is that when animals come out of immobility, if they're still in the presence of the predator animal, their reaction is either to flee as fast and as wildly in any direction and try to get away, or the animal counterattacks, usually the larger predator. Now, sometimes actually the animal is so ferocious that it will scare the predator away. It will kind of stun it for a moment and will be able to escape then. But it comes out with this feeling of violence. And so associated with that biology of coming out of the immobility response is this possibility of violence. And we're afraid of that violence. We're afraid that we may hurt somebody else, somebody close to us, or afraid of hurting ourselves. So because of the fear of this rage counterattack, we shut ourselves down. And the key now with the human is once more in very small amounts to allow that energy to come through so that we don't have to be so frightened both of our sensations and of our emotions that we have to shut them down and then stop the process, stop the shock from completing. In all of these cases, we're afraid, and that's why we need support. And that's why in working with some of these deeper exercises in particular, it's really important to do it with another person. Animals support each other all the time, and you rarely see animals, particularly prey animals, alone. And certainly the human being, when we came down from the trees on the Serengeti, if one person was doing something like learning how to make a fire, the other person was looking and scanning to see if there was any other danger. So if we take the time to go inside to experience these dangerous, that is to say, feelings associated with threat and danger, just having that other person around because of the biology gives us that deep, deep support that's really beyond psychology. It's a biological support that says it's safe to go inside now. It's safe to feel these feelings. It's safe to shake and to tremble or to sob. It's safe now. You can move through. You can complete. Another reason why humans are fearful of this completion is that the immobility response feels like death. I mean, that's what it is in a way. The animal goes into a death-like state. So when we do experience that death, it's, if you like, a symbolic death. It's a feeling, oh, it feels like I'm dead. And a lot of times people speak about it in that almost dispassionate way, because when the fear isn't there, we just experience it. It's not an actual dying, but it is a feeling that's like dying. And remarkably, when we do experience this, very often there's a deep sense of rebirth. And that's another part of that reassociation of the spirit to the body, is this feeling of being reborn, of coming not just through the trauma and escaping, but being reborn in a deeper way, of having a deeper sense of self, a deeper appreciation of life, not just because we escape, but because there's a death and rebirth. So there are four main reasons why we tend to get stuck and don't complete the immobility reactions and don't completely come out of shock after a traumatic experience. And they all have to do with our rational brain getting in the way of our own innate restorative mechanisms. The first is that we may feel a tremendous amount of shame that we didn't fight or escape, and we judge it. The second is that the energy, when it starts to discharge, expresses in the form of involuntary shaking and trembling and feelings that are not ones of being in control. So we fear being out of control and stop it. The third is that the instinct of counterattack, which is experienced as rage often, frightens us because we're afraid that we may hurt somebody or ourselves, and again, we cut it off. The fourth one is that immobility feels like death because its physiology is very similar, and so we try to cut it off because we're terrified of the death, and again, we stop the process. And so all of these things are based on fear. So what happens when the energy that we use to try to escape, to fight and to flee, is not discharged? What happens when we stay fixed in that trauma shock physiology? Remember, this energy is a tremendously powerful energy. It's the survival energy that propels the impala and the cheetah in a life or death struggle. Because remember, even if the cheetah doesn't get to eat, it's going to die too. So what happens if this energy remains stuck? It stays in the body and it stays in the brain, and it sets the stage for the creation of symptoms. And we talked previously about some of these symptoms like hyperarousal, constriction, and dissociation, where there's been an immobility response that doesn't complete. The dissociation can become extreme. The sense of immobilization and helplessness become very predominant. And the organism tries to find different ways to deal with that energy. And one of the ways that human beings deal with that energy, with that continued shock trauma state, is through what's often called traumatic reenactment. Now, probably most of us are familiar with that idea from the Freudian perspective that we are always looking to try to find people that are like our parents, say, so that we can in some way work through things that happened to us in our childhood. But with trauma, it's infinitely more powerful and more complex. Let's look at it this way. We have all of this energy of survival that's locked inside through the immobility shock reaction. And we're carrying that energy with us. And so we experience threat as though it's everywhere. In other words, first there was threat, then we were unable to escape. We got stuck in the immobility response, the shock trauma reaction. But now we're just stuck in the shock trauma reaction, and there's not necessarily any danger anymore. But because our physiology believes that there still is danger, we are continually searching for a source of danger. In the extreme case, this is paranoia. But in the less extreme case, we just feel never safe. We feel threatened all the time. And even with people like our spouses, sometimes we feel almost that they're our enemies. But the reason is not because they're our enemies necessarily, but because our physiology is still locked into the pervasive experience of threat and danger and the inability to respond effectively to it. Now, when we reenact a trauma, what we do is we tend to repeat the trauma over and over again, very often putting ourselves in dangerous situations in an attempt somehow to recreate that original situation in a way that we may be able to complete it. In other words, we are looking for completion. But the completion has to come internally. It has to come in this biological process. You see, even though it appears to involve our psychology, and it does, primarily still it's biological. It has to do with our trauma physiologies. Unfortunately, in the acting out, we often create further trauma. We get ourselves into situations where we injure ourselves again, or where we may even be victims of violence. And even if we're not victims of violence, we are creating a violence to ourselves through this undischarged energy. Now, in the animals, I'll give you an example where this reenactment is used in the way it's intended. In a wonderful nature piece, 3 young cheetah cubs are run down by a lion, and they escape up a tree. And the lion waits around for a while and finally gives up and goes away. And you see the cheetah cubs come down the tree, and each one takes a turn chasing the 2 other cubs, which then escape. And it's almost as though each one is taking turn to play the lion, and the other ones are practicing what other escapes they might have made, even though they did escape and weren't traumatized, to decrease the likelihood that they might get caught in a later attack. So I think even reenactment, which gives rise to some of the most horrendous and dangerous symptoms of trauma, itself actually has a biological root, a healthy root. And if we can learn, rather than reenact it in a dangerous situation, to deal with those energies and complete the cycle and then come out of the shock, then we lose the compulsion to repeat it in dangerous or non-productive ways. At this point, I'd like to do another exercise with you so that we embody some of these animal reactions and resource ourselves further in the healing of the traumatic residue, which now we recognize not as something that happened to us, but as the incompletion in our physiology and our biology. I call this exercise being the animal. Take some time, and you can sit in a chair or a pillow, or you may even want to be on the floor on all fours so that you get a more direct experience of being an animal. All right. Imagine that you're a predatory animal, such as a wolf or a wild cat, and you can pick any animal that you like. You're resting at the edge of a broad expanse of a meadow. Allow yourself to sink into your animal nature. Use all your senses. Feel the warm breeze touch your skin. And feel the coolness of the earth below your paws and your belly if you're resting and laying. Notice the smells of blossoms and grasses being carried in the wind. Listen to the birds calling each other from the trees. Perhaps your pups are rolling around playfully wrestling next to you. As you take in your surroundings on this spring day, notice how you are feeling right now in your body. Perhaps you feel pleasure in this natural state. Now, you notice that the pups are getting restless from hunger. Your ears, eyes, and nose perk up to trace the origin of a novel scent drifting in from upwind. Instinctively, your body becomes aroused. Notice how you feel as your ears and eyes scan for the source of that new scent. Is this a scent that you've smelled before? Do you have a sense that this may be the meal that's needed for your cubs? Notice the postural changes as your body readies for action. Feel your muscles. What muscles tense? What muscles loosen? How does your body move? Does it sway or rock as you prepare for that moment? And at that moment, you spot the rabbit darting across the meadow. Instantly, your body is ready to leap. Feel the readiness in your body. Feel how your muscles intensely contract now. Your heart, your breathing. Notice everything that's going on in your body and in your mind too. And the chase begins. Feel your legs as they spring into action. How does that feel in your body? What are you noticing right now? What do you sense in your legs and arms? What do you notice about your breathing as you begin to chase down the kill for your pups? Later, as you're resting and seeing your cubs eating, taking in the nourishment from your kill, feel your breath and notice other sensations in your body. Heart rate, constrictions, looseness, relaxation. Notice any sensations that may be new to you, such as tingling, vibrations, trembling, heat, or coolness. And notice what happens as you follow these sensations for a while, just sitting quietly in a kind of a meditation. And just take as much time as you need to complete this. In this exercise, you took the role of the predator animal. And remember, we have that part in all of us as well. And to feel the predator sensations and instincts is a very powerful resource that gives us more of a field, a ground, that allows us to complete our incomplete responses we had as prey. In other words, in this exercise, you got to experience the survival energies from the point of view of the predator, but really the energies are no different than that of the prey. And this sense of power is one other resource that helps us embody our full instinctual capabilities to move through trauma. So you can do that exercise as many times as you want, but you can also look for those sensations in your daily life and notice in different kind of situations when similar sensations appear and how you feel. You may be aware of times when you feel more aggressive, more predatory, because a lot of times when people are traumatized, they've shut down all of their aggressive impulses, and in doing that, put themselves further in the trauma trap. So the more you can experience times that you feel aggressive, whether it's in play or whether it's in a conflicting situation, the more you start moving towards freedom. Another aspect of this exercise is that because the human animal is both predator and prey, somewhere in the middle line, we're often confused as to which response to make in a given situation. So as we learn to experience the range of these reactions, it gives us further empowerment towards the freedom we're seeking in moving through trauma. I want to tell you some more about the immobility response. And first, let me give you an example from the animal kingdom. Let's just say there's a pigeon. And if you sneak up slowly behind the pigeon and put your hands around it from the back, it will go into an immobility reaction. As a matter of fact, you can turn it upside down and it'll just lay there absolutely motionless with its feet straight up in the air. And then after a period of time, some minutes, maybe 15 or 20 minutes, it flips over and flies or hops away. However, if when you're coming up to catch the bird, it gets frightened and starts to run and fly away, and it's flying around in the room, and you run after it trying to grab it, and each time it tries to fly away, you lunge and grab it and catch it for a little bit, then it escapes and you barely catch it and it escapes. It's starting to get pretty wound up and frightened. And when you finally do catch it and hold it in your hands, just as you did the first time, it stays frozen, but it stays frozen for a longer period of time. And when it comes out of the immobility response, it comes out in a frantic state. It could fly away. It may try to scurry away in a non-directed, disorganized way, or if you're in range, it may come and try to peck at you with its beak. Now, each time the animal is caught and put back into the immobility reaction by holding it, by restraining it, it stays in that reaction a longer period of time. And when it comes out, it's more likely to be frantic or violent. But in the first instance, when we went up quietly and grasped the animal and confined it, very little of that happened, and the immobility reaction was very brief. So what is going on here? Biologically, immobility is time-limited. An animal goes into the immobility response, and it comes out, and it goes back into its life. However, if there's a lot of fear and struggle, then the immobility reaction becomes intensified. A word that's used in this field is potentiated. Immobility can be potentiated by fear, and then it's called fear-potentiated immobility. And when you have fear-potentiated immobility, the animal stays in longer and has more potential for violence and disorganization in coming out. And this is because fear-potentiated immobility is stronger, much stronger than regular immobility. And of course, fear-potentiated immobility happens at least as equally in humans. It's the biological reason why we get stuck in the trauma and don't come out of it. But when we're able to just experience the immobility as it is, that is to say, through sensation, we feel the immobility, we're not frightened, we don't fear it, we simply allow it to come to us, then that's when we come out of immobility the easiest. And this is very, very important in the specific dynamics of how we heal and transform trauma. Because we see that as we're able to clear away the fear and through our body sensations just experience the immobility as it is in its naked form, then we move through it. But it's the fear and the continued arousal that puts us back into the immobility. And this is one of the reasons that therapies that do a lot of work with catharsis very often actually reinforce the traumatization in their clients. In the previous exercise, you took the role as the predator, as the animal that was the aggressor. And in doing that, hopefully you felt some more resources. That ability to rely on our instinctual resources diminishes the fear and allows us to come out of the immobility more readily, more easily. Now I'm going to invite you to do an exercise where we experience ourselves as the prey, but also with resources that will empower us and give us more of a sense of competency in our bodies. I call this exercise the accidental tourist, and we get to experience ourselves in an unexpected way. Again, sit down in a comfortable place, chair, pillow, or even lying on a mattress, although generally it's better to sit. And here's the scenario. Telephone rings. You pick it up, and voice announces that you've won an all-expense-paid trip with a group of your friends that you pick to go on a safari in Africa. And of course, you assume that they're going to ask you for your credit card number and that you have to pay some money. But it turns out this is totally legitimate, and you have the tickets and tickets for 6 friends. So, 2 weeks later, you land, and you're taken on the most incredible trip of your life. The guides take you in jeeps to encampment in the outback, a campment that's on a high mesa, overlooking an extending plain, and you arrive there just about sunset. And the colors on that Serengeti plain are unbelievable. Every soft hue of purple, orange, yellow, green, red, just dripping from the sky onto the plains. And in excitement, you ask them if it's okay just to walk around a little bit, just to explore. And they're making a fire, preparing for the meal. And so you walk just a little ways, but the smells are so exquisite. The views, the different kinds of plants are calling to you, beckoning to you, that you just continue to walk and walk and walk. And you are just thrilled and excited by the colors, the smells, the different plants. So how do you experience that in your body? Go inside again and just notice what those sensations are like as you're in this incredible, wondrous new environment. But now you realize that it's starting to get dark, and there is a sense of discomfort as the sounds of the birds suddenly drop and things become very silent. So again, go inside, notice your heart rate, your breathing, notice the temperature in your fingers, your face, notice muscles, if they're tight or loose, and so on. You do see, as you look around and orient, up on the rise, the smoke from the fire, and you think it's time to get back to the camp. And you are also pretty hungry. Feel the hunger, feel the enjoyment, feel the trepidation or the little bit of nervousness that may be there because it's starting to get dark. And also feel the feeling when you hear the loud snap and you turn around 180 degrees and you look to where that sound came from. And you see the bushes rustle. And at that moment, as the bushes break open and you see a baboon moving towards you, you are both startled and frozen for a moment. So I want you to feel that sense of startle and frozenness in your body. Just take a moment to feel it. And even though you're frightened and feel that fear, feel that startle in your body, you're also aware of the incredible beauty of this animal and its human likeness. And even though this seems like some kind of a cute human-like animal, you do notice its fangs, and there is a snarl to its fang, and you do sense that it's aggressive and that you're in its territory. And as you get this awareness of being in its territory, what do you begin to experience now? And again, just allow those sensations to move ahead in time. Allow the arousal cycle to move to some completion. But you also feel mobilized because you know that it's really probably not so safe to be here. And as you have that awareness, I want you to notice how your body turns away from the baboon and towards the place where the people that you're with are camped. And feel your legs and your body as you start to run away from the baboon and up the embankment. And feel your body running. And feel the warm presence of the early evening air and the smells and the slight scent of the fire as you run up the hill. Frightened, but also exhilarated. And then, as you get to the top of the rise, onto the plateau where the encampment is, you see your friends laughing and enjoying each other, and you sit down, still a little bit out of breath, but hungry for the meal. And again, take the time to really fully sense this in your body, and just let it spread and let it be. And in sitting around the fire and listening to the joyful stories that people are telling each other, some of you may be experiencing a feeling of relaxation and connection with the other people. Others may still be feeling a little bit frozen. And this is, of course, an individual difference, because remember, each person has their own timing to thaw their trauma. So if you're still feeling immobilized, I just suggest that you sit by the fire and just feel the warming glow of the fire as a physical sensation. Just feel the fire warming into your body and dissolving some of the immobility reaction that may have been left from the exercise. In all of these exercises, truly there's no right way and there's no wrong way. Each time you do it, you're learning something more. And with support from friends and other people and a therapist, if that's useful, each time you're making a step, learning more and moving more through these freezing reactions. The reasons we did this exercise was for you to get, again, more of the feeling of resources, but this time as the prey animal. So that even though you're threatened, you got to have the experience that you could escape, that you had the abilities, and you also had the support of your friends to welcome you back and to be there with them so that things settled down. Just as the impala, which escapes from the cheetah and returns to its herd, you return to your tribe and feel the settling and the safety in being together and the knowledge that you had the ability to escape from the threat. And this exercise, too, is an exercise that can be repeated, and each time you may learn more things, you may have a more full experience, and you may feel more resourced in your animal instincts to deal with trauma. You also may notice situations in your life where you feel threatened by another person or another situation. Of course, that is not really a dangerous situation, but the same kinds of reactions are evoked in your body. And to know that in these situations, you can take the time that you need to let yourself move through the arousal cycle so that you don't feel like you're being unduly attacked or in danger where really danger doesn't exist. And of course, in a situation where danger does exist or may genuinely exist, that you know that your body is more instinctively in tune to this and will have more ability to resource and help you to be safe in a potentially dangerous situation. We've seen how frightening and debilitating the symptoms of trauma can be. And in going over some of the theory and in doing some of these exercises, we also are finding out that all of these symptoms are related to an immobility response. And we're also finding out through knowledge and experience that we have the resources to move through this immobility response, that we have the ability to move out of the trauma reaction. So rather than being gripped by trauma, being held in frozen fear, as we learn gradually to surrender into the immobility response itself, our natural biology takes over and guides us through healing and transformation. And in the next lesson, we'll be talking much more about this process of transformation for the individual. And then in a later section, we'll be talking about the possibility of transformation in family, societies, and even nations. As we've discussed before, traumatized people fear arousal. And you can see now, in terms of the biology, why they fear that arousal. Because the arousal leads them into further immobility, and that is to say, re-traumatization. So every time a person who has been traumatized and still is traumatized experiences excitement of any kind, it could be winning a lottery, going to a baseball game, being sexually aroused, the arousal, instead of moving through in the charge, discharge, relaxation, pleasure, gets stuck in the immobility response. So the arousal which normally is the thing that gives us excitement, that gives us feeling of being alive, that we seek, becomes now the enemy. And the reason it becomes the enemy is because, as we saw with the example of the pigeon that we were chasing, the arousal associated with fear prolongs the immobilization and makes us feel more immobile, more helpless, more in the grips of this death-like experience. And it also causes further dissociation because part of the immobility response is in the leaving the body, the getting away from being torn up by the predator. So we keep reinforcing, even by things that should be pleasurable and that should give us an enjoyment and enrichment in our lives, more trauma. And you can see very easily what a vicious cycle that can lead to, because the things that bring pleasure and enjoyment now even increase the trauma, which further limit the enjoyment and the excitement, which further reinforces the trauma, and so forth. So in these exercises, as you learn to experience the biological arousal in charge, in preparedness, in readiness, in discharge, in relaxation, in restoration of equilibrium, every time you do that, you are feeling more competency and less fear associated with the arousal. And you know what that means? That without even knowing it, you're becoming less traumatized. Yeah, that's right. You don't have to go back and dig up the traumatic material, but really what we need to do is to experience our ability to move through and to not get caught in the shock reaction. And as we're able to do this, then we're able to look at certain traumatic material that we may need to in a way that doesn't throw us back into the immobility reaction, into the shock. As you're beginning to work with your energy through these exercises and the charge-discharging cycle, you are beginning to see the energy not as your enemy, but more as your ally, the ally that's helping you move through the trauma. This tells us what we need to know about our biologies that helps us move through the trauma back into who we are, back into ourselves. Now, as we become more and more familiar of moving through, then the healing moves along. The key in all of this is learning how to complete the cycles and how to move through the immobility and out of the immobility. Now, the question is, how do you do this? And the next lessons will be dealing with the kinds of tools, exercises that you'll need to help begin this next step in the journey. But remember, you've already begun to do this. In the previous exercises, you have learned to move through arousal, to move into discharge, and into relaxation. You've also begun to learn to move through the immobility reaction itself, the core of trauma. And in doing this, you have already begun to move through trauma.
This concludes Session 2. Our program continues with Session 3. Sounds True presents Healing Trauma, Session 3 with Peter Levin.
When we're traumatized, one of the greatest things that we lose is our ability to really be present and spontaneous. And in healing trauma, we transform our frozenness in the immobility response and move and flow with that energy that's been bound in our symptoms. This process is called transformation. Now, we have symptoms, but really trauma isn't about just getting rid of those symptoms. It's about accessing the energy, the frozen energy that's locked within those symptoms, and bringing that energy back into our own being. Having access to that energy and those feelings is what gives us the ability to have a full life. Trauma is more than getting rid of symptoms. I see trauma not as a pathology, but as an opportunity. Because when we meet the challenge and really access the energy, this is a mythical journey. This is a hero and a heroine's journey. It's a possibility that's open to all of us. So how do we do this? How do we begin this journey? That's a mythical and a biological one. Now, I think it's fairly clear at this point that a tremendous amount of energy, the impala sprinting at 65 miles an hour, the person being so activated that they can lift a car off of a trapped child, this energy in trauma is locked in the biological immobility response. So what we have to learn to do to transform trauma is to complete the immobility response. And the way we complete the immobility response is by uncoupling the fear that's become associated with it, that's become locked into it. You know, it's almost like this. If you imagine your fist closed as tight as it can be, and then you open it quickly, and you look at your hand, and you wonder, where did the fist go? Huh? Try that. Close your hand tight, look at it, and then open it, and ask yourself the question, where did the fist go? And moving through immobility is really like that. When we uncouple the fear, it opens. Now, when it opens, there's energy. And the task in transforming trauma is to learn to live with that energy, to allow it to awaken within us, and to use that energy in the forward movement of our lives, to experience joy, vitality, spontaneity, and enjoyment of life and relationship. So, in transforming trauma, we find two great allies. One is our biologies, rather than our biographies, and the other is mythology. You know, whenever the human being needs to know something important, the two main sources to go to, I think, is nature and mythology. Because there's not much that we need to know that's not said in nature and through myth. Now, myth, like dreams, have many, many layers and many meanings. But I'm going to tell you about a myth, for me, that has been illuminating in understanding trauma and in transforming it. And that's the myth of Medusa. For those of you who don't know this myth, I'll briefly describe it. Medusa, as you may know, had a little party trick. Anybody who looked at her turned to stone. They were frozen. Medusa's hair was made up of these wild curling and uncurling snakes. So when you looked at her, you were scared. And the snake is something that most people are afraid of automatically. But it's also the symbol of the deepest energy. But anyhow, when we look at her directly, head on, face on, we are frozen. And that tells us that in transforming trauma, we don't want to go head on into our traumas. Okay, but then what do we do How do we deal with our traumas? Well, let's go over the myth. Perseus, a great warrior, set out to slay Medusa. And to do this, because he knew that she was a tough cookie, he went to seek counsel from Athena. And of course, Athena is the goddess of wisdom. And Athena warned him never to look directly at her, whatever he did. But what did this mean for him? How is he going to execute this? How is he going to slay her without looking at her? Well, to shorten the story, he had a shield on his arm, the shield that protects the warrior from being hit by the sword. And it was shiny, and he realized that he might be able to see her reflection in the shield. And he was able to do that. And in then seeing her image in the shield, he was able to take his sword and cut off her head. Now, in Greek myth, when somebody is lying dead on the ground, that's not the end of the story. That's usually just about scene 1, act 1. It starts getting more interesting after that. And two creatures arise out of the wound, out of the blood of Medusa, out of where her head has been cut off from the rest of her body. And these two mythical beings are Pegasus, the winged horse, and Creosaur, the warrior with the golden sword. So what does this mean? What's the symbology of this? The horse, we know from dreams, is the image of embodying instinct, and the wings are of transformation and even transcendence, to be able to fly freely, to escape the bondage of our limitation. Together, they mean transformation and freedom through the instinct, through the body. That's how I see the myth. And Creosaur, the golden sword, is to have this clarity, to be able to cut through things. The golden sword is truth. And this is what we need to be able to uncouple the fear from the immobility and to move through with our energy. Now, there's another piece of this myth, and of course there are many versions, as there are with any myth. And in one version, Perseus collects the blood in 2 vials. One vial is death. Anybody who touches that blood dies. But the blood in the other vial, taken from the same wound, has the ability to resurrect, to bring a dead person back to life. That is the journey that we begin to take, where before trauma has killed us, has frozen us, the same trauma can bring us back to life, and through our body instincts can take us to soaring new levels of exhilaration and mastery. The key in this myth is that you don't go directly to Medusa. You don't confront Medusa head on. And that's what we have to learn about our own traumas. Because trauma sucks us in. And if we get drawn in too quickly, then we're facing Medusa. Then we freeze. And we don't want that. We don't want to re-traumatize ourselves. And this process takes a great amount of wisdom, Athena, and knowledge, Creosaur with the golden sword, and the ability to be in the instinctual body, Pegasus representing the body and instinct. So in transforming trauma, we bring together instinct and knowledge, instinct and wisdom. And in doing that, we unite the most important functions in our being, the feeling function, the instinctual function, and the mental function. And that process itself is transformative in an evolutionary way. Now, with this in mind, let's look a little bit more in detail at the symptoms of trauma. But before I discuss them with you, I want to emphasize that it's important that we really look at the symptoms as what they really are. They're not a disease. They're really ways that our energy is bound, and they're messages that inform us of where to go to begin the process. And I know that many of us have symptoms that are very disturbing, and I know that it's not so easy just to reframe it in this way. But try to hold this idea at least in the back of your mind. So we're hunting Medusa by following her footsteps right now. And the footsteps are the symptoms. And we want to know that we're going to follow her at a distance in a way that we're safe, that we're not directly confronting the trauma. So let's go on together. The symptoms that we talked about before, hyperarousal, which may take the form of increased heart rate, difficulty breathing or increased breathing, cold sweats, muscular tension. Mentally, there may be an increase in thoughts, worrying, the mind racing. We experience the overall feeling of constriction. That is to say, we're ready to fight, but we've got nothing to fight, and we experience ourselves as threatened and often angry. And then dissociation. Things are too intense in the body, and our natural protective mechanisms trip the circuit breaker, and we're able to disconnect from this experience of terror and of pain. Now, underlying all of these symptoms over time is an experience of anxiety, and often anxiety and depression. There are also other symptoms. For example, the startle response may be exaggerated. You may be oversensitive to light or sound, needing to wear sunglasses or to stay out of crowded areas where there's noise. There are many, 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 many different kinds of symptoms that can occur. Physical symptoms can become more somaticized, so the energy gets bound in the spastic colon, in the stiff neck, in the chronic back pains, and on and on and on. But ultimately, all of these are related to, in some way, being stuck in the immobility response and or also being stuck in the fight or flight reactions. So what we need to do is complete them. I know I've said this before, and I say it again. Now, it's easier to complete the arousal cycle when the residue of the trauma is more of the fight or flight variety, because the energy is more accessible. And the energy bound in the immobility reaction is at a deeper level. You know, it's like we have the waves, the currents, and underneath that, the tides. The deep, deep energy is underneath that ocean, and we have to gradually allow it to bubble up. Now, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to give you an example of somebody beginning to work through their symptoms and illustrate to you all these different principles that we've talked about in terms of our biology and mythology. And hopefully that will give you a better idea of embarking on your own journey. I'm going to tell you somebody else's journey, but I do believe that will give you some ideas of where to begin. The following description of a young man's odyssey illustrates some of the basic principles in renegotiating trauma. So this is the story of Marius's healing. Marius is a slight, intelligent, muscular, shy and boyish-looking young Eskimo man in his mid-20s. He was born and raised in a remote village in Greenland and now lives in Copenhagen, Denmark, where he's studying psychology. And when I asked him if it would be all right to write about his story in my book and whether he would want me to change his name, he said, "No, oh no, please, and please put in my last name so that if any of the people from my village read the book, they'll know it was me." And so this is the story of Marius Christiansson, if I pronounce it correctly. As a participant in a class in Copenhagen, Marius talked about his tendency toward anxiety and panic and pains that he would get in his back and leg. As we talked a little bit, I could see that he was getting somewhat activated. And I asked him if he experienced some of the anxiety now, and he said, yes, I feel some of the same feelings with you. So I said, okay, let's start with working this way. What I'm going to ask you to do is focus your attention inside your body and see if you can notice where that feeling of anxiety is centralized. When he felt that further, when he stayed and observed that for a while with the sword of creosote, he described it as a weakness in his legs and something like a stabbing pain on his right leg. As he continued to focus with this, he started also to experience some very small waves of nausea. And I noticed that his head and face had more blood and warmth. And he recognized that feeling of warmth and sweatiness as well. He looked up and then said, you know, I think this has something to do with what happened to me a long time ago when I was about 8 years old. He was taking a walk on his own, alone in the mountains. And after he had gotten up about half a mile, he was attacked by a pack of 3 wild dogs and bitten very badly on his right leg. What he remembers about that is feeling the bite and then waking up in the arms of a neighbor, and he has the image of his leg bleeding and of his father coming to the door being angry and annoyed with him. As he talks about this, he talks about how bitter and angry and hurt he feels by his father's rejection. The other thing he remembers is that he had a new pair of pants that his mother had made him, and that these new pants were ripped and they were covered with blood. And when he says this, he's visibly upset. He starts to contract and starts to shake a little bit. I asked him to tell me a little bit more about the pants themselves. Well, they were a surprise from his mother. She had given to him that morning, and they were made of polar bear fur, especially for him, and especially for this walkabout. As he talks about that, his experience switches dramatically from pain and discomfort to pleasure and pride, and you see his chest raise as he talks about the pants. And in the excitement, Marius holds his arms in front of himself as though feeling the soft fur and basking in the warmth of his new pants. And so this maybe was an entrance that we could kind of sneak around Medusa and not confront her directly and not bring him into the trauma directly. These are the same kind of pants that the men of the village, the hunters, wear, he tells me. He's getting more excited and describes them with vivid, clear detail. He imagines feeling the pants with his hands. Now, Marius, I ask, can you feel your legs inside the pants? Yes, he answers. I can feel the legs. They feel very strong, like the men when they're hunting. So something just happened. Marius took the way around confronting the trauma. The image of the hunters just popped up. With every traumatized person that I've worked with, these images, these resources come up. They're part of our biology. Jung called them archetypes. They're there to help. In Marius's case, the image and the feeling of the pants and the association of the pants with the warriors touched to an archetype in his biology, not just because he was an indigenous person. This happens to every person that I've ever worked with in trauma. These resources, these abilities, the reflection in Perseus' shield, the sword of creosaur, they just come up. They come up from our biology. As he continues to experience these body sensations, I suggest for him just to feel the feelings and to just let his mind drift. And in drifting, images and body sensations unfold, and he has the image of seeing an expanse of rocks. I ask him again to feel his pants and then to look at the rocks in his image. My legs want to jump. They feel light, not tight like they usually do. They feel more like springs, light and strong, he says. He then reports seeing an image of a long stick that's lying by the rocks and imagines picking it up. What is it, I ask? A spear, he says. He goes on. I'm following a large polar bear. I'm with the men of the villages, and I will make the kill. And I see very small movements in his thigh and his trunk muscles as he's imagining jumping from rock to rock and following the trail. Again, he says, I see him now. I stop and I aim my spear. Yes, I say, feel that in your whole body. Feel your feet on the rocks, the strength in your legs, and the arching of your back and arms. Feel all that power. So what's happening here is this play in dream time helps to stimulate his instinctual aggressive behaviors, which were thwarted when he was overwhelmed by the attacking dogs. And so we see the wisdom of his body mobilizing now those muscles in an active way, which I suspect were frozen at the time of the attack. His body stills in a moment. I see him now. I stop and I aim my spear. Yes, I say, feel that in your whole body. Feel your feet on the rocks, the strength in your legs, and the arching of your back and arms. Feel all that power. Do you remember the exercise we did where I had you imagine that you were a predatory animal? Well, in a way, that's what Marius is doing. These images are helping to prime the pump of the aggressive responses that will eventually become very important resources in neutralizing the immobility, freeze, collapse that occurred at the time of the attack. I see the spear flying, he says. And again, I can see small postural adjustments in his body. And he's also beginning to tremble now. But it's a much softer tremble. It's light, and it's in his legs and his arms. And I encourage him, as I would encourage you, to just feel the sensations. Just allow them to be there. And he reports then waves of excitement and pleasure. I did it. I hit him with my spear. What are the men doing, I ask. They cut open the belly, and they take out the insides, and then cut the fur off to make pants and coats like mine. Then they'll carry the meat down to the village. It will feed many people. Good, Marius. How does it feel inside? Feel your pants. Feel them with your hands. What I'm doing with Marius is helping build resources over time so that his legs feel that they can escape. With Nancy, who I described at the very beginning of the series, that happened all at once. But the problem with that is if it failed, she could have been thrown right back into Medusa. With Marius, we're doing it in a piece-by-piece, stepwise way. So let's continue. As Marius continues to feel the sensation, tears form in his eyes. Can you do this, I ask. I don't know. I'm scared, he says. I feel a little frozen. Feel your legs. Feel your pants, I ask. He shouts dramatically in an Eskimo dialect. in an increasing pitch. It's not really a scream, but it's just a powerful, shimmering, projected sound. Yes, I cut the belly open. There's lots of blood. I take out the insides. Now I cut the skin. I rip it off. There is glistening and shimmering. It is beautiful fur, thick and soft. It will be very warm. Again, Marius's body shakes with tremors of excitement, strength, and conquest. Just to clarify, he never killed a polar bear, but his identification with the men stimulated his unconscious to bring up that image so that it would be ready when he actually encountered the wild dogs that had previously overwhelmed him. So you see that what he's doing is he is now building the resources to be the predator and to attack and to make the kill rather than being killed himself. The goal of this work isn't to become a killer, but it is to tap into the full range of our instincts. And some of those instincts are instincts to kill because we need to defend ourselves by killing and to eat by killing. Those instincts are still there even if we buy all our stuff at the supermarket. So the idea here, the idea from Marius's biological unconscious, is to mobilize the fight response and the energy that's in that response. And that, you can see, is going to be what helps start pulling him out of immobility so that he doesn't get stuck in the fear-immobility cycle. How do you feel, Marius, I ask. I'm a little scared. I didn't know if I ever felt this much strong feeling. I think it's okay. Really, I feel mostly very powerful and filled with energy. I think I can trust this. I don't know, it's strong. Feel your legs again, I say to Marius. Feel your feet. Touch the pants with your hands. We wait a moment. Then he says, yes, I feel calmer now, not so much of a rush. It's more like a strength, a softer vibration. So Marius has gone through that activation, deactivation cycle. He's experienced the rush of energy, and he's experienced the discharge of that energy into relaxation and to balanced equilibrium. By touching the pants, it brought back these resources that he experienced a little bit earlier. The pants have become a symbol of power. It reminds him instinctually about his strength. Now, I suggest that he imagine starting to walk down back towards the village, which is where he was attacked by the dogs. And in doing that, I'm directing the newly resourced young man towards that traumatic moment. A few minutes pass, then Marius's trunk flexes and he holds still. His heart rate jumps and his face reddens. His voice is much tighter. I see the dogs. They're coming at me. Feel your legs, Marius. Touch the pants. Feel your legs and look. Again, reconnecting him to the power. As he does that, his head starts slowly and spontaneously moving towards the right. I see the dogs, he says. They're coming at me. They're coming from that side, pointing to the right. Feel your legs, Marius. Touch the pants, I demand sharply. Feel your legs and look. Now I'm turning away. I see the dogs. I see a pole, an electricity pole. I'm turning towards it. I didn't remember this. Marius pales. I'm getting weak, he says. Again I command, feel the pants, Marius. Feel the pants with your hands. His color returns. I'm running, he says. I can feel my legs. They're strong like on the rocks. Again, his color drains and he yells out, "Ah! My leg, it burns like fire. I can't move. I'm trying, but I can't move. I can't move. It's numb. My leg is numb. I can't feel it. So what has happened is the dog has bitten him, and he's gone into immobility and dissociation. We've talked about that before. I say to Marius, it's okay. Just feel that. It's okay to feel that you can't move. Just feel that for a moment, and now, Marius, turn to the dog, look at it. This is the critical point. I notice a roll of paper towels half used, and I hand them to Marius. He grabs the roll and strangles it, as the other group members and myself look on with utter amazement at his strength as he twists and almost tears it in two. Now the other dog, look right at it, look into its eyes. He lets out screams of rage and triumph. I have him settle with his bodily sensations for a few minutes so he can integrate this intensity. I then ask him again to look. What do you see? I see them. They're all bloody and dead. They're bloody and dead like the polar bear when I killed it with the men. Now, obviously, he didn't kill the dogs in the original situation. He was attacked. He was bitten. He was the one that was helpless. But something in his deep unconscious, his instinctual unconscious, brought up this new image where he had triumphed. And you can see how that image is related to what happened when he imagined chasing down the bear and eviscerating it and seeing its blood. You see how they start to connect together. His head and eyes begin again slowly turning to the left. What do you see? I see the pole. There are bolts in it. Okay, feel your legs, feel your pants. I'm about to ask him if he feels like he wants to run, because that would be in the other part of the response. In other words, he now got the fighting response, the aggressive predatory response. But there's also the escape response, because he would have wanted and tried to escape at the time, right before he got frozen. But before I do this, he exclaims to me, I'm running. I'm running. I feel my legs. They feel strong like springs. Again, like when he was running on the rocks. Rhythmic undulations are now visible through his whole body. His entire body is trembling and vibrating. I'm climbing. I see them below. They're dead, and I'm up here. I'm safe. He starts to sob softly, and we just wait a few minutes. Now again, he never escaped. He never did, in the real situation, climb that pole. But that pole appeared now as part of the healing process that his resource legs could run, could escape, and climb up, just like you escaped from the baboon climbing up the hill back to the encampment in the earlier exercise. These images, these feelings, these patterns of response are part of his biology. They're part of the responses that his body, mind, wanted to do to try to save himself when he was being attacked. But at the time he couldn't. He was overwhelmed. And they are now reinstating themselves, as it were. But this is not something that comes from the logical mind. It's not psychological. As you see, it really is biological. These images come from the deep body unconscious. So I ask Marius what he's feeling now. And he says, it's funny, it feels like I'm being carried. I feel like I'm being carried by big arms. The man has me in his arms. His hands are around mine. I feel safe. Marius reports a series of images of fences and houses in the village and continues to sob softly. He's knocking at the door of my family's house, Marius tells me. The door opens. My father. He's very upset. He runs to get a towel. My leg is bleeding bad. My pants are torn. He's very upset. He's not mad at me. I see. He's very worried. It hurts. The soap hurts. Ow. Marius sobs now in full, gentle waves. It hurts, but I'm crying because he's not angry at me. I can see he was upset and scared. I feel the vibration and tingling all over. It's even, it's soft, it's warm. I know he loves me. My father loves me. Marius continues to tremble softly. His body breaks out now in moist, warm beads of sweat. And I ask him, how does it feel in your body now that your father loves you? There's silence. He looks at me, winks. I feel warm, very warm and peaceful. I don't need to cry now. I'm okay. He was just scared. It's not that he doesn't love me. Now, this brings up a very important thing that happens in trauma. When we're stuck in the trauma, in the immobility response, everything else, all of our perceptions and feelings also get stuck in that way. The father was upset, of course. The child is brought in injured. But he perceives that upsetness as the father being angry at him. One of the things about trauma is when a person's traumatized, they tend to blame it on themselves. And they tend to perceive everything else as people blaming them as well. So the image of his father got fixed as angry and rejecting. But when he moved through the trauma, when the immobility response thawed, when he went from the frozen to the thaw and the flow, and the opening and the gentle sobbing, he knew that his father loved him. You see, his whole perception changed. And it's not anything that I told him or could have told him. If I had said, Marius, I don't think your father may really have been angry at you. He may have been upset. If I had said that at the beginning, he might have said, well, I guess that's possible. But it wouldn't really have changed his perception because, again, it's not a psychological thing. It's part of the pervasive effect of the immobility reaction upon our perceptions and our being. The story about Marius is central because I use it to illustrate a lot of the different points through the rest of the series. And so I ask you to really pay attention and take your time and review parts of it that may not be so clear. I imagine that just hearing the story is going to bring up feelings. So I want to just take a few moments to let those sensations and feelings settle with you. And also, I wonder what kinds of sensations and feelings that you might have experienced where you felt both the helplessness and the power, and how the two forces seem to go back and forth between each other. So just noticing in your body right now what parts feel the most strength and the most resourced, where you feel the most aliveness. And then maybe also notice the parts of your body where you may feel more tightness, constriction, anxiety, helplessness, weakness. And just notice what happens as you shift your attention back between those two areas in your body. Just notice what begins to happen as you take a moment or two just to do that. Was what happened with Marius just a fantasy? Or was it something different than that? I mean, you could say that this thing happened to him that was so overwhelming that he made up a fantasy to avoid really feeling what happened. But what did happen is that Marius had a new experience, and this experience was at least as real, more real, than the event that actually happened. So you see, there were elements, images, feelings, sensations related to the trauma, but there were also new elements that combined in different ways that helped him heal the trauma. If I had asked Marius after the session what had really happened, I think he would have said, I don't really know. I just know that all of this is part of my experience. It's part of who I am. It's something that happened and something I can move to the past. When a trauma is really resolved, it just kind of floats back. It recedes. Yeah, we know it happened, but we're not caught up on the details. And in the sense that his body reactions were so strong and powerful and positive, that is what becomes more real. It's a funny thing. It's a thing that has always perplexed me. But now I accept it really quite fully, that you can never know what really happened in any kind of a traumatic situation, because it's all a melding of actual images and feelings along with this entire complex of healing sensations and healing images, which are the counterbalancing force. This is not like active imagination, because I didn't give him any things to imagine. These imaginations came out of the body, if you like. And that's the critical factor, that the images and the body sensations were welded together. Many times when people are traumatized, they try to recover the memory of what happened to them. And it becomes often almost a compulsion to get every detail. But here you see something very different. You see the healing process in action. And this process of being able to move between the feelings related to the trauma and these counter feelings that are provided by the body unconscious, by our instinctual homeostasis, that balancing back and forth is what I call renegotiation. This is a very important thing to learn, because it's what keeps us either getting reactivated into the trauma, being drawn and sucked into the black hole again and again and again, or just splitting off into fantasy and not dealing with the trauma. This is the third way. This is a way that the individual gets to transform the trauma, not remembering it, not forgetting it or denying it, but being in this new relationship to the polarities through the body experience. So renegotiation is a little bit like clenching the fist and allowing the fist to open, and clenching it and allowing it to open, and then to feel that rhythm between the closed part and the open part. Let's go back to the illustration of Marius. Now, at the beginning, the only image or memory, if you want to call it that, of the event Marius had was of the bloody pants and the torn flesh and his father's rejection. That's what kind of consolidated the trauma. Yet there was also the beginning, the seed of a positive nucleus, and that was around his feelings for the pants and how the pants were connected with the strength of the hunters in the village. So right at the beginning, we could see these two polarities: the closed fist, the bloody legs, the rejection by the father, and the hand opening, the feelings, the power of the fur, the way it felt, and the power in his legs. The pants then became like a thread that held together the successful renegotiation of the event through the whole sequence. Every time he clenches up, every time he starts to freeze, the pants and the power in his legs start to open him back up. And he continues with this rhythm, back and forth, closing, opening, closing, opening. Now, the image of the ripped and the bloodied pants was arousing to Marius in a negative way. You noticed, as we went on, the arousal that Marius experienced increased each time. And a successful renegotiation of trauma occurs when the resources of the person, the adaptive resources of the person, increases along with that arousal. And eventually, Marius comes to the arousal that was like the arousal when he was attacked, the arousal that, as it were, threw him into the immobility response. But at the same time, these other balancing feelings and sensations were building so that when he came to the immobility response, he was able to move through it without the fear. In other words, he uncoupled the immobility response from the fear, and that's what the process of renegotiation allows us to do. Now, this, again, like Nancy, was a very dramatic event. In this one session, Marius really worked through this trauma. Many of us have traumas that are repetitive, and even though it happened in a single session with Marius, it's no less valuable to have this process occur over time and to happen in small steps. And some of this will work itself in the person's dream life and will happen during the day with unexpected shifts of sensations and feelings. And the thing that we want to do is to develop a way of being aware of this throughout our day so that the renegotiation process works on automatic pilot. So even when we're not trying to do anything, and really whenever we're trying, it probably ain't going to happen anyhow, we're learning how to not interfere with it because it's innate. It's not something that we need to do. It just simply is something that we allow to do. In some ways, it's like when you're cut. There's nothing you really do except to clean it. Or if you break the bone, you support it. Then the healing takes over. Because the healing is a natural process that occurs on its own. And renegotiation is just that process that helps us heal and transform trauma. Renegotiation and transformation is an integrated brain experience. In other words, it involves all the parts of our brain, left brain and the right brain, but even more significantly, the thinking brain, the feeling emotional brain, and the instinctual brain. It's the way that intellect, emotion, and instincts work together. And that's a very rare thing to see a person who really has those balanced. But in renegotiation, we're taking a step towards that evolutionary possibility. Now, the thing about our instincts is when we're tapped to them, we have this feeling of connection. We know that we belong. And this feeling, even though it's deeply instinctive and not so-called higher brain function, is really what takes us to our natural spirituality. Often our instincts and emotions and thoughts are split off from each other. And in renegotiating a traumatic experience, that process brings them together into a connection. The rational brain thinks, theorizes, believes, and separates. The emotional brain feels and gives us a certain intensity, a coloration of our experience. The instinctive brain senses, knows, and connects. True transformation is bringing all of these functions together, connecting intellect, emotions, and instincts so that they work together in a unit. And this is the transformation of trauma. And this also is our evolutionary possibility. Now, in the transformative experience, the rational brain observes without judgment. Remember, usually when our rational brains are observing, it's usually with judgment. But here it's with krios or sword. It's really just observing what's happening with clarity, with truth. And it gives meaning also to what's taking place. But it doesn't create what's taking place. It's only with the cooperation with our emotional and instinctual brains that we get the full meaning of the experience. So in healing trauma, we really bring these all together. And in bringing them together, we come to wholeness, because wholeness is the integration of those three functions. So let me just leave you with the thought. René Descartes said, "I think, therefore I am." In other words, that was it. Thought was the only thing that was important. Contrary to this, D.H. Lawrence said, "My belief is in the blood and the flesh as being wiser than the intellect. The body unconscious is where the life bubbles up in us. It is how we know that we are alive, alive to the depths of our souls, and in touch somewhere with the vivid reaches of the cosmos. It's through the body experience, it's through connection with our, not literal blood and flesh, but the feelings of our body, that has a greater wisdom than the intellect alone. We need the intellect. And it's in the body where that life bubbles up. And so in the body, we feel both the most primitive instincts and the deepest connections of spirituality. And in the next session, we'll explore together the things that we can do to continue our own transformation process.
This concludes Session 3. Our program continues with Session 4. Sounds True presents Healing Trauma, Session 4 with Peter Levin.
The theory about the biology of trauma that we've developed up to this point, and then some of the examples, such as the story of Marius, give us an idea of how we may begin to heal our own traumas. In this session, we'll begin to apply some of those principles and some of those ideas in what I call somatic experiencing. Now, people are overwhelmed and traumatized because things have happened too fast for them to process and to respond and to integrate. So, in order to renegotiate trauma, rather than relive it or push it away, we have to learn to slow things down. And the felt sense of body awareness is the vehicle which we use to contact and to very gradually mobilize and complete the powerful forces that were bound in the traumatic symptoms. Now, it's important to realize that sometimes healing trauma happens over time. There may be dramatic and poignant moments, but very often the recovery of trauma occurs gradually over more mundane stretches of time on the road to recovery. Looking back at Marius, the key to resolving his trauma was in acknowledging and regaining his heritage as a competent and as a resourceful human being. This was accomplished through slowing down the experience so that Marius could contact the resources that he had lost during the original experience. Remember that when he was attacked by the dog and bitten, he was overwhelmed. Things just happened so fast. And things were so compressed that he had very little memory of anything else. And when any of us are traumatized, there is this combination of the energy that's compressed and the beliefs about ourselves that we've formed from that experience. And as we open to those energies through our bodily felt sense, we then have the opportunity to correct, as it were, those traumatically inspired concepts of ourselves. And the important point in doing this is that we have to be able to slow things down, to slow our experience down. And if at any time you feel overwhelmed or that things are just moving too fast, stop for a while, take a break, maybe even take a walk, and then go back to the exercise once you feel comfortable again. In summary, as it was for Marius, for each of us, the mastery of trauma is a heroic journey, a journey that has times of creative brilliance, profound learning and insight, and just periods of hard, tedious work. It's a process of finding for ourselves a safe and a gentle way to come out of immobility. That's at the center of what we'll be doing. Now, let's get to the heart of the process of renegotiating trauma, which I call somatic experiencing. And I'm going to introduce the 12 basic concepts of somatic experiencing. In each case, I'll give you a description and then also show how Marius used that step in his healing, and then with examples and exercises help you to learn to use them for your own healing. Concept number 1 I call condensing and riveting. Remember, when Marius first begins to tell his story, he becomes riveted, he just becomes drawn, almost bonded to the image of his bloody, torn pants and to the perception of his father's rejection and disappointment. At the moment when Marius was traumatized by the dogs, the single fixed image of the bloody pants, the pain, the injury, and the father's rejection holds together the meaning of the entire incident. It's almost like everything else disappears. The excitement about going out on his own, on his walkabout, the jumping on the rocks, the feeling of power, of manhood that he identifies with the hunters of the village, all of that has been obliterated. And the whole experience is condensed to this kind of single image feeling. And that's true of all trauma. Doesn't matter what causes it. There's a condensation, and our entire beliefs then about ourselves are formed out of that condensation, as well as continuing to reinforce it. This condensation becomes like a fixation, as though a nail were driven through our experience, and it just holds it there. And so everything in life then is fixed to this experience. And this is what I call riveting. So as we begin to access the energies gradually, it becomes possible to loosen up this riveting and to stretch out the condensation. What happens is the shock experience becomes coupled and enmeshed with the way that we now judge ourselves. So this enmeshment of the shock reaction and of how we then perceive ourselves becomes condensed and stuck or riveted in a way that is continually self-reinforcing. So every time that we have any kind of stress or activation, our body freezes and our mind feeds us this catastrophic belief. Let me give you a simple example. You're sitting at a stop sign. It's a pleasant day, you're enjoying your drive, you're anticipating arriving where you are set out to go. Then, without notice, you're banged into, and your body freezes in this reaction of bracing and trying to protect yourself from being thrown apart. If this doesn't get to complete through the shaking and trembling, through the physiological reactions we've talked about before, after a period of time, certain feelings and beliefs start to become more and more fixated. For example, you may start to think that it's not so safe to drive, or it may be a little bit more disguised, where you say, I'm not really interested in going. I mean, it's a good movie, but I could watch television instead. So the belief is that if you get into the car the next day, you'll get hit. But this kind of thing from the condensation and the riveting also generalizes. So you're in a situation where you're looking forward to doing something like a project or meeting with somebody. And then you tell yourself something like, I don't think this will really be successful. I don't think I really want to bother putting my energy into it. When in fact, what you really believe is that if you get excited and go towards something that you want to have happen, boom, you'll be hit from behind and paralyzed again. So from a very simple event, a whole complex of different possible associations and fears can start to develop, which then are manifest in avoidance responses. Oh, I don't really want to do that anyhow. When a person is riveted to a traumatic event, it's like being frozen in time. It's as though time has stopped at that moment. And when, through the felt sense in the body, we start to move ahead again in time, allowing the energies to release, to dissipate, we move out of that riveting, out of the fixation, and back to the feeling of flow. And in doing that, that's where we have the opportunity to really look at some of the beliefs that were riveted and allow them to change. I want you to begin to become aware in these different examples and exercises as you begin to thaw the compressed energy from whatever traumas have happened to you, the different beliefs and feelings that are associated with the condensation and riveting of energy. So this is concept number 1. Concept 2 is about the feeling of defeat. Now, if you're playing a chess game or sports with a competitor and you lose, I mean, we all know the experience of being defeated. It doesn't feel good. But the defeat that I'm talking about that's associated with trauma is, to use the sporting analogy, is in another ballpark. It's a profound feeling of being utterly defeated, bitterly hurt, and depending on the severity of the trauma, never being able to come out of that defeat. And again, that's also about being frozen in time, because in a sense, we were defeated. In the case of Marius, he felt profoundly defeated, and this defeat was so pervasive that every time he would meet a man that he admired, he felt completely blocked, defeated. Now, he was defeated, in a sense, by the dogs when he was overwhelmed. And that sense of defeat is, again, a physiological shock reaction that was frozen in time. And when he was able to resource and move forward in time through his body experience, that sense of defeat began to dissolve. And all of us, in our traumas, have taken on that residual feeling of defeat. And some people feel it also or perceive it as unworthiness or worthlessness. Some people respond to feeling defeated by acting in the world in a very overly aggressive way, not in a healthfully aggressive way. So in other words, they try to overcompensate. But it is that feeling of defeat, of overwhelming helplessness. And again, remember, this is biological. It's because we're stuck. It's not because that's who we are. That feeling of defeat, because it seems so pervasive, can also interfere with using the examples and the exercises to move through. In other words, you try to do it once, you don't feel you're getting anything out of it, and you feel defeated, not just for that moment, but like, oh my God, I'm never going to be able to do that. Remember, this is a byproduct of the biology of trauma. So when you experience this, try to be gentle to yourself. Just take a little time and actually try to feel the sensations that underlie the defeat. You may feel your shoulders slumped. You may feel certain tensions in your back. Whatever. Feel how defeat feels for you and allow it to move ahead in time. So how do we move out of this condensation, riveting, and defeat. This leads us to concept number 3, tracking. And tracking is about attunement to our inner landscape. And the way we do this is through body awareness, and we've practiced this now in several exercises in the earlier sessions. But we're going to now look at it much more specifically. In tracking an animal, the hunter has to follow and track the animal from the initial prints in the snow or even in the dirt. And there's a quote from a book called The Tracker by Tom Brown where he describes this experience in a sentence or two. The first track is the end of a string. At the far end, a being is moving, a mystery, dropping a hint about itself every so many feet, telling you more about itself until you can almost see it, even before you come to it. So when the native tracker begins to follow the animal, he or she is learning right from the beginning more and more about that animal. So at the beginning, the tracker first discovers the footsteps and then begins to follow them. The tracker can tell if the animal has been injured or even when it's eaten. The tracker notices the snow may be slightly shallowed underneath a bush and intuits that the animal has slept there. And then when the tracker comes to the top of a hill and there's no longer snow, it's almost as though he or she might be drawn to the direction of the animal because their joining has become so close. And it's this kind of joining, not to an external animal, but to the animal instinct within us, that's the central tool that we use in beginning to renegotiate the condensation, riveting, and defeat. Another way of saying this is that we have to become so familiar with our own inner landscape that we join with it, and that it becomes a mystery, dropping a hint every so many exercises, so that we get taken more and more towards our goal, which is the healing of trauma. But we do it through following this mystery, and the mystery is our internal landscape. And that internal landscape is composed of body sensations. It's composed of different images that may come into our mind's eye while we're doing different exercises, different feelings and emotions, as well as thoughts, beliefs that we may have about what's going on. And the key is to become self-aware, to be able to step back just enough so that we're not dissociated, we're not a part of them, but we're observing them almost as though we were observing them through a clear crystal goblet. The nature of this landscape is always changing. It's like a stream. At sometimes it's very turbulent, at sometimes it's moving so still that you can barely sense that there's any movement at all. But there is. So even if you're experiencing frozenness or numbness or the sense that nothing will ever change, it is already changing, simply in contacting it. And this is, I think, one of the most important principles that any human being can learn about themselves, is that their sensations and feelings will change. A study was done with adolescents who attempted suicide, and what was found was that all of these kids tried to kill themselves when they felt stuck with some deeply disturbing emotion. They just didn't have the life experience to know that it would move along in time and they could move through it. They just felt stuck. And in trauma, of course, riveting is about being stuck. So in being able to learn that gift of compassionate patience and of relative objectivity, you keep tracking like the native tracker, learning more and more about yourself with each excursion into that inner landscape. Now I'm going to take you on a tracking exercise. When Marius was riveted to the image of the bloody pants and his father, nothing in his body felt good. All he felt were sensations and symptoms of anxiety, tension, and distress, defeat. However, when he became attuned to the image of the pants and the feeling of the pants, a whole set of other sensations and feelings started to develop inside his body. Sensations that were positive, that were somewhat even pleasurable, that were empowering, strengthening sensations, grounding sensations. So what I'm going to ask you to do now is find a comfortable place to sit, your favorite chair, a corner of the room with pillows, laying down on a mattress, whatever feels most comfortable to you. And if you're concerned about being overwhelmed, it's best not to be laying down. And when possible, do it with a partner so you have that guidance, that other animal there that's looking out for you and allowing you the safety to go into your internal experience. So just notice what you're feeling in your body right now. You may be feeling uncomfortable. You may be feeling tightness in your muscles, in your neck, in your back, shoulders. You may feel shortness of breath, etc. But there are some other parts of the body that may feel less uncomfortable or even comfortable. It may be your foot, your hands, your chest, heart area, belly, etc. It can be anywhere in your body. So what I want you to do is first begin by shifting your attention to the sensations that are more positive. Remember, no matter how badly you're feeling, there's going to be somewhere in your body that feels less bad. So focus on that area, the area of more positive feeling. And just notice what happens simply in the act of focusing on the more positive sensation. And as you begin to notice how it shifts and changes, I ask you, with your awareness, like a flashlight with soft light, to gradually shift between the more positive feelings and the feelings that are uncomfortable or distressful. And slowly find your rhythm of shifting between those two regions of your experience, of your consciousness. And just noticing how each of them changes over time. Take all the time you need. So now that you've broadened a little bit with the more positive, less uncomfortable sensations, I ask you to shift your awareness, your consciousness, like a soft, slowly moving flashlight, to the negative experience, to the uncomfortable experience. And simply, in the same way, sit with that and just notice what happens to that sensation, to that feeling over time, and what happens next, and what do you experience now? So you are now tracking those different regions of sensation in your body. So I now ask you to track back with that flashlight to the sensations that are more pleasurable and positive. And just with equal interest, with equal mystery, sit with them and notice how they develop now over time. And ask yourself the question, what happens next? And what am I experiencing now? And now, and now. And just like a pendulum in an old-fashioned grandfather clock, just feel how you're able to pendulate, how you're able to move back and forth between those two regions of sensation and notice how that feels, the movement between the two sensations, between the comfortable and the uncomfortable. How do they change over time? And what is the actual movement itself in moving back and forth? How does that feel? Does that help you feel less stuck? In what way does that help you feel less stuck? You have now tracked to find the animal, and that animal is your instinctual ability to resolve trauma by moving between those polarities. And this principle of moving between polarities is another one of the key concepts we'll be using in the transformation of trauma, because you may already have discovered that you're now feeling something very different than you felt at the beginning of the exercise, or maybe just a little bit different. Okay? In either case, you have tracked into this very, very important principle in somatic experiencing. This movement between expansion and contraction is called pendulating. So concept number 4 is pendulating. The natural rhythm, the innate rhythm, to not get stuck in the negative feeling, but to have a rhythm of exchange, of flow between these two polarities. Together, this principle is called pendulation and polarity. In Marius, we see this pendulating throughout the whole sequence. At the very beginning, he pendulates between the pain and the anguish in his leg, the images of blood, and the feelings of empowerment and identification with the society through his pants. And then, at the point where he comes to face the dogs, he moves between the feeling of being able to run and escape, the power in his legs, and the helplessness. But he doesn't get sucked into the helpless because he's able to pendulate between those polarities by building resources throughout the sequence of the session. This principle of moving back and forth is something that you will be doing with all of the following exercises. You already began doing it in that initial exercise, the surprise party, where you went from the feeling of frustration and uncomfortableness about the lost keys, the relief of finding the keys, getting to your friend's house and being irritated because she appeared not to be in, relieved that she was in, uncomfortable in the hallway with the darkness, and then surprised and excited when your name was shouted out. Surprise! This was the first example of pendulating, but in later sessions, it won't be so much the setup scenario in the surprise party, but it will be your own organismic rhythm, the rhythm of your own nervous system to go between the ergotrophic, activating survival states and the trophotropic, relaxing, restoring, revitalizing states. And it's that shift between the nervous system polarities that allows the nervous system to return to its state of dynamic equilibrium, so that we feel excited and activated and even able to defend ourselves when appropriate, and when not, we're able to swing back into relaxation, pleasure, and expansion. Simply, our nervous system begins to get unstuck, and in that process, trauma is transformed. So in being able to move with our consciousness, to pendulate between the more positive feelings and bringing something about those feelings back to the experience of the negative feelings, we use the positive as a resource to not be swallowed up by those negative feelings. So concept number 5 in somatic experiencing and renegotiation is of resourcing. It was the resource of the pants and the body sensations associated with it, the feelings of empowerment and identification with the positive male figures, that allowed him to observe, to contact the painful part of his experience without being sucked into it, without being paralyzed by it again. So rather than plunging into his pain, he took that resource and began then to complete, as an adult, his childhood walkabout into manhood and individuation. But it started with that very simple resource of being able to move back and forth, to pendulate between the two states. Now, what if I had not given Marius that image of the pants? Would he be able to pendulate without that? Well, the answer is yes, because the nervous system, that's just the way it works, based on that principle of pendulation and oscillation. Now, that doesn't mean in every case we won't feel overwhelmed and then get stuck, at least for the while. And if you find yourself getting stuck in any of these exercises, bring back into your own awareness some experience, some image, some picture, some memory, person, place, thing, where you felt comfortable, where you felt supported and safe. Or it could be an imaginary image, a place in nature where you're sitting and perhaps with somebody who acts as the person that you would have wanted to be there at different times in your life to support you and to help resource you. We need this resource to be able to go in and do this pendulum movement. Without that, we can get sucked in to this black hole, and then in doing that, we get riveted back into the trauma. So it's the resourcing through the pendulating that allows us to move from the fixation of the trauma back into flow. And really, the deep resource is this experience of being able to move back and forth, to pendulate. Yes, we initially use the positive experience as the resource, but as we move along, we'll find that it's the movement itself between these two polarities that gives us a different sense of who we are, a sense that's not caught in trauma or in addiction to positive states, that we feel the full range of the human experience, and we feel it knowing that wherever we are, it will change. Resources can come from outside or inside. When you focused on the positive sensations, the positive feelings, those were internal resources. However, as with Marius, the initial positive sensation came from his association with the pants. And that was an outside resource. Now, outside resources can come in the form of a person that you may have known that was a very positive influence to you in your childhood or in your adulthood, an animal, a place in nature, or any place where you felt safe and protected. It could also be a person from literature or from the movies. But remember, ultimately, our nervous systems have been wired more for pleasure, expansion, and exploration, curiosity, than they are for constriction and withdrawal. In the limbic system, the emotional brain that controls our emotional behaviors, there are just more fibers and more areas that have to do with pleasure and exploration than have to do with pain and negative affects. This is just a physiological, anatomical fact. The implication of that is that basically when we're not traumatized, when we're not overly stressed, human beings move towards pleasure. They move towards expansion. They move and are motivated by love. So do resources just come if you take the time to be with the sensations in your body? Well, many times, yes, they do, but sometimes they don't. And if they don't, as we just said, you can bring them in consciously. If I ask you the question, who are the people in your life that were positive resources? Most people can at least mention one or two. But the way we know it is through the sensation that it produces in the body. So the trick in using the external resource is to take it and allow enough time, as with Marius with the fur pants, to let that imprint and evoke the connected positive feelings. So resourcing is something that we continue to do through the whole process of renegotiation. The further along we move, the greater the resources build. And it's this building of resources, as it was with Marius, that ultimately allowed him to confront the core of that particular traumatic experience. So we've learned now 5 concepts in somatic experiencing. One is condensing and riveting, how the entire trauma becomes compressed in terms of its energy and riveted in terms of perceptions and beliefs that we form about ourselves. Second principle, defeat and helplessness, that's a normal biological reaction associated with the immobility response, and because it's a biological reaction, that it will move out in time. So rather than getting riveted to the defeat, we know that we can move the defeat forward in time. Tracking, the third principle, is how we do that. And we do that by being able to observe the inner landscape of our sensations and feelings, thoughts, and images. And in tracking, we find that we're able to pendulate, to move between regions of our experience that are positive and expanding, and those that are constricting and frightening. And each time we're able to do that, we are further resourced in our journey. And the further resource then helps us move on, and resourcing is the 5th principle that we've talked about. So in continuing with the prime steps that we need in somatic experiencing, we come to the concept I call uncoupling. In uncoupling, we separate, we untangle the excitement that stimulates our nervous system in a healthy way from the trauma experience of fear and immobility. When a person's traumatized, every time their nervous system is excited, they experience the trauma reaction. So excitement goes right to trauma. In uncoupling, we start to separate out the feelings of excitement from those of trauma. The traumatized person has a deficit in being able to experience excitement, because as soon as they experience excitement, as soon as the nervous system starts to get turned on, the reaction is of immobility and fear. In other words, in the traumatized person, excitement stimulates immobility and helplessness. So the 6th step is in gradually uncoupling this through our awareness of the sensations of excitement and aliveness. As we move between these sensations and feelings, we see that they're different, and we're then able to uncouple them. When Marius was able to experience the joy of receiving the gift of the pants, he was able then to begin to differentiate between excitement and anxiety. At first, the pants were only associated with anxiety and pain. As he felt the resource of the pants, he was then able to begin to uncouple, to differentiate excitement from anxiety. You can begin to do this for yourself in the following way. When you notice that you're feeling anxious, take a moment to go inside and to notice what the sensations are that underlie the feeling of anxiety. And then begin to notice if there's a positive part about that, even if it's very small, some sense of excitement. And as you feel this positive feeling, just allow your focus to move as you did before, to pendulate in that direction, and feel the excitement. Excitement has a sense of joy, of vitality to it. And contrast it to anxiety, which has a sense of constriction, of fearfulness, of apprehension. So with the tools you've learned about pendulating, move back and forth between the sensations, the aspects of excitement, and those of anxiety. And in each situation, just do that a few times, and then notice how the feeling of anxiety changes. And in doing that, you will be uncoupling the excitement from anxiety, so that when something happens that would want to evoke a joyful, a pleasurable response, you'll be less conditioned to just jump back into the anxiety. And that's another way in which we begin to come out of the frozenness back into life. Marius, by reestablishing a connection with his legs through the pants and through identification with the hunters of the village, starts to become more grounded in his own body and with his social world. In the earlier lessons, we talked about dissociation, about leaving our body, and we had some exercises to help us become more in contact with our body. That's a form of grounding. Grounding, the seventh component of renegotiation, is a term that most of us intuitively know what it is. But then when we try to define it, it's a little bit less clear. Now, in trauma, we've dissociated. And in different ways, we've left or disconnected from our bodies. Now, the basic sensation function in trauma has been in some way impaired. And in many of the exercises you've done from the very, very beginning, you've worked on grounding through returning to the sensation function. Another important part about grounding is the literal physical grounding that we get to the earth through our legs and feet. And when we sit, how we're supported by the chair, we also get a sense of grounding from the floor of our pelvis. So while love sweeps us off our feet, trauma pulls our legs out from under us. And what we need to do is begin to find a way to regain that sense of connection, both through sensation and through the earth. And in doing that, we also recapture our sense of center. Centering can be looked at as a physical balance point in the body, but it can also be looked at as our ability to stay stable and flexible while there's turmoil around us. The intense survival energy that's left unresolved in our organisms needs to be grounded. Just like in electric wiring, you need to have a ground so that there's a return path for the electricity to connect to the earth. Otherwise, you have the danger of getting shocked. You have this electricity running around without a place to ground. So this sense of connection to the earth is a very important image. And of course, an image which conveys both grounding and centering is the tree with its roots going as deep as the branches reach to the sky. And in a strong storm, the tree may bend all the way down to the ground, but it still holds its connection and its center through the trunk and the groundedness through its roots. So that image of the tree is an image that often comes up spontaneously when people are working with trauma, but it's an image to use as a resource. So as just a brief exercise, imagine yourself as a tree, a lanky willow, a mighty oak, each being strong in its own way, neither being stronger than the other. Can be a pine tree or a deciduous tree that has beautiful colored leaves in the autumn. And pull together the image of yourself as a tree with branches extending out into the sky, with leaves fluttering in the breeze, with a trunk that holds you together and connects you through your center into the ground. Feel that center that is the trunk, how stable it is, how it sits balanced above the ground. And then the sense of your roots going deeply into the ground, as far down into the ground as your branches extend skyward. And that grounding also taking up nourishment and keeping all of the limbs and branches alive. Imagine a powerful magnet at the center of the earth, and this magnet pulls the roots down to its source. But just as much as it pulls the roots down, it lifts the trunk and the trees skyward. So the grounding that you experience in your legs and your feet and in the sensations in your body also propels you to the expansion and the reaching towards the sky. So as you have this sense together of extending upwards and outwards, and the centering and the rootedness into the ground, imagine the wind starting to pick up your leaves, rustle, first slowly and then start to shake and tremble. And feel that trembling in your body. Where do you feel that sense of shaking and tremblingness? That's right. And just allowing that to settle. Just allowing yourself to move through that cycle of activation. And then the wind increases, blowing the leaves and branches, whipping them around in different directions. And then with the high gust, the tree bends down to the earth. And in all of that, the sensations of the wind and the blowing and how that just shakes and moves you around, feeling that part, and then shifting your attention down to your trunk and your roots. The trunk still stable, having its center of gravity, and having a deep, deep connection into the earth. And slowly, at your own pace, begin to pendulate, to shift your awareness from the blowing of the leaves and the branches and the tearing and the twisting and the turning, and the feeling of centeredness and groundedness. And feel the flexibility in that shifting of awareness. When you observe animals, cats, dogs, or any wild animals, that sense of groundedness is also very much conveyed because they're instinctively secure in their world. They're not worrying about things that might happen in the future, nor regretting things that have happened in the past. They're just being fully in the present. And that also is an aspect of groundedness. So another exercise is to spend some time with one of your favorite four-footed friends and just be with them. Observe them, sense them, notice what's going on in your body as you see them walking, playing, eating. And also, when you touch them, notice how they can be an intermediary to our instinctual grounding, to our sense of an instinctive rootedness. If you don't have animals, then just visualize, imagine one of your favorite animals, noticing how it walks, how it behaves, how it modifies its behavior depending on changes in its environment. And again, notice your internal sense, your sensation quality in observing their instinctual groundedness. And as you do that, perhaps begin to notice an area in your body where you feel less grounded, less secure, less centered, and, you guessed it, pendulate between those two different regions of feeling. The instinctively grounded and the part where you feel less grounded, more flighty, less connected. Slowly, back and forth a few times until you get that sense of settling and completion. To review, in trauma, we lose the sense of grounding. We lose it in terms of the sensation connection in ourselves. We lose it in the sense of connectedness to the earth and to the ground. We lose it in terms of disconnection from other people. So in every way that we increase the grounding in one area, we draw it back in other areas. And the fully grounded person experiences themselves in a stable way, but not in a rigid way in the physical world. So Marius, when he felt his legs, drew forth the image of jumping on the rocks. And in jumping, Marius developed further the felt sense of strength and resiliency. And strength and resiliency, in some way, is the literal springiness in our legs, but it's also the resilience, metaphorically, in our nervous systems that helps us to rebound from trauma and to move through it. This is the 8th concept in the renegotiation process, resiliency. Resiliency is also similar to the image of the tree as it's being bent over by the wind. It can bend in stress, but it's going to be able to come back. Resiliency is about how much we can bend without breaking. And obviously, when we've been traumatized, something inside of us has broken. And in restoring the resiliency, we get back again that feeling, yes, that we can meet a stress and that we can be challenged in that way, but that we'll bounce back, that we'll come back from it. A simple exercise to experience resiliency in a direct physical way is to get some music that's light, bubbly, that has a quality of bounciness to it. And put it on and just take a few minutes standing on your feet, feeling how your feet connect to the ground, to the carpet of your room. And just move a little bit, sway back and forth to the music so you notice your center moving so that you have the feeling of moving out of balance with the earth and back into balance with the earth like the tree. And then when you get that sense and you hear the jumpiness in the music, just begin to do light jumping movements, small jumping movements with your feet and your legs and your arms. And notice the connection of your feet with the earth as your legs bend. Notice what happens as your legs straighten, the muscles that you can contract, and feel the power and the strength in those muscles. And then notice the sensation of actually leaving the earth, being in the air suspended for a short period of time. And then the feeling as you come back to the ground, and how when your knee is bent, you feel yourself coming down like a shock absorber or like a cat, the way it bounces back. So bounce up and down to the music and feel the springiness in your legs. This is resilience. This is a very, very important strength. And then as you feel the sense of resilience, let the power of that feeling propel you off the ground, up into the air. And then feel that weightlessness, that freedom in being in the air, and then feel the return. First your feet, then the bending of your knees, and of your whole body adjusting to returning to the earth. The image of the cat that falls off a perch and then twists its way back into its feet being pointed to the ground, and the way it just comes to rest like the shock absorber of a car. So this simply is the experience of strength through resilience. In trauma, we lose that resilience in two ways. The first is we stiffen and we brace against the trauma. So when our body is stiff, we lose resilience. A stiff tree cracks when the wind blows hard. A resilient tree moves and bends and then restores. The other way in which we lose resilience is through the collapse that happens with trauma. That's not resilient. When you collapse, there's not the sense of springing back. So as we uncouple the immobility response from fear, we'll find that that energy will want to express itself in springiness and in resilience. The ninth component in somatic experiencing is the restoration of aggression, of natural, healthy aggression. Now, natural aggressiveness is not like the kind of pushiness that you see with people who are trying to compensate because they don't really have that sense of natural aggression. Aggression is for the self, but it's not taking from other people. The person who's naturally aggressive is assertive in a positive way. They know what their wants are and their needs are, and they're not afraid to ask for them. But they don't go around stealing things from other people because they experience themselves as having a lack. Natural aggression is part of our biology. It is as central to our biology as any other instinct and any other feeling. It allows us to move ahead in life. Without healthy aggression, we don't accomplish things, we don't secure the things that we need, we don't have a sense of competency and accomplishment in life. Aggression is absolutely essential. In trauma, we lose aggression. Remember, when we're no longer able to defend ourselves either by fleeing or by fighting, we collapse into immobility. It's kind of like the default. You know, if you don't send the card back from your book club, they send you the book the next month automatically. That's what happens when you can't respond effectively with aggression. You fall back into immobility. Now again, that's not a failure. It's not a shortcoming. It's what was most adaptive at that time for the organism to do to survive. However, when we come out of immobility, those very energies will have an aggressive component to them. And it's important that we learn to channel those energies so we don't have to suppress them again and push ourselves back into the immobility and collapse. Natural aggression is the fight response coming out of the completion of the immobility. Marius, in his imagined spearing of the bear, makes the active response that assures his victory. He's no longer the victim, the vanquished child. In being able, step by step, to exchange an active, aggressive response for one of being helpless and frozen, Marius renegotiates his trauma and comes back really into his self and into his life. And in doing that, he was able to draw in this aggression as another resource so that when he finally came to confront the three wild dogs in the reworking of the trauma, his aggression balanced the collapse of the immobility which he experienced as a child. And in that way, he was able to change his nervous system response from immobility and collapse to that of aggression and empowerment. For the traumatized person, often aggression seems alien, seems impossible, seems dangerous. So what we're going to do is we're going to find some ways to begin to experience aggression in this healthy way. And we'll use Marius as an example. So, imagine that you're walking on a country road. It's a pleasant day, and you're happy to be out taking a walk and getting in some of this wonderful fresh air and sunlight. And as you walk into an area of the road where there are 2 or 3 houses, and you look, and you see a dog barking at you. The dog moves towards you in a very aggressive way, but you hold your ground. Feel your feet as you do that. Feel your legs and your center of gravity as you hold your ground. Take a breath or two. Feel your body. Feel your legs. Feel your hands, your arms, your fists, your shoulders. Feel your body as you face directly at this dog and let it know that you're there and that you belong there. And let that dog know that you have every right to be on that road at that time, right now. Feel that feeling in your body. That's healthy aggression. Feel it, know it. It's a feeling that we all have and need to have to be fully human. Once again, in trauma, our aggressive impulses have been overwhelmed. So we feel impotent in trusting that they'll be there and connecting to them. As we start to come out of trauma, by uncoupling the immobility and the fear, the aggression naturally asserts itself. At the same time, we can practice some exercises, which we will do later, that help draw out that aggression and give us resources to give us more energy, to allow more healthy aggression, and more reaching to the sky. As aggression is one active response to threat, the other is running. Now, again, some people will judge running in a pejorative way, sort of like you run away from something. But really, you're running away towards saving your own life. So running is just as important as natural aggression in changing our physiology from trauma to that of resiliency. And so point number 10 in renegotiation is the running response. Remember the exercise where we were walking from our friends on the safari to have a little stroll in the jungle before campfire dinner, and we came face to face with a baboon? Well, it would have been pretty stupid to try to be aggressive with that baboon. Had we done that, we would have almost and all assuredly got slammed. Natural aggression makes sense in certain cases where we can either intimidate the individual who wants to attack us or just stand our ground. But there are other cases where running is the only thing that makes sense. For example, if the animal is larger but slower, then running makes the most sense. You want to get out and get to safety pronto. Now, just as aggression was a natural impulse that arose when we came out of immobility, so is the impulse to run, to escape. This is the flight response in action, and it's equal to the aggression response in terms of the energy that it mobilizes. Remember, even after Marius had experienced in his body the new possibility of actually attacking and vanquishing the dog, he then experienced himself as running. Now, logically, that doesn't make sense, right? I mean, why would he run after he killed the dog? There's no need to run. However, because the running response is equal to the aggression response, the biology asks him to complete that response. And he then feels his legs and his feet running, and he feels himself to be climbing up the telephone pole to look back down at the dogs. Again, that wasn't necessary because the dogs weren't dead, if you think about it from your mind, but from the instinctive point of view, every way that that energy can be expressed in an outward way, away from immobility and collapse into action, the nervous system can enjoy that response. Sometimes the nervous system will just choose aggression. Sometimes it will just choose running and escape. Other times it will choose variations of both of them. And it can happen in a curious, unexpected way. Sometimes the aggression is experienced as standing one's ground and putting one's fist up and saying, no, you're not going to push me around. No, it's not okay to treat me in that way. Other times it feels like pushing the person away, or the event, maybe a car even. Other times, even though you're driving in the car and there's no way you could ever run and escape, your body feels like it wants to run, the legs want to run. Of course, more likely, the first thing you'll feel is your arms wanting to turn the wheel of the car to escape. But biologically, it's very likely that you'll also experience aggressive and escaping responses. I assume that you might have the question, well, doesn't just running, for exercise do the same thing? And the answer is yes and no. A lot of times you see people who run and they're actually getting tighter and tighter in their bodies. What we have to do is first experience the impulse to run. And that comes from that instinctual fight or flight response. And then to experiencing the running. And sometimes, like with Nancy, with the substitute tiger, she just experienced the running as shaking and trembling as she imagined escaping from the tiger. And sometimes it helps when you're just in the sitting position and you feel that impulse to run, to just let your legs run up and down and feel your feet bouncing off the floor. But when you do that, try to also feel the resilience and the springiness as well. The idea is not to run until you exhaust yourself or tire yourself, but to run as an expression of that impulse and as part of the process of completing the charging and discharging cycle. So running is another important biological instinct that allows us to discharge the energies that are evoked for our survival. Now, as Marius climbs the telephone pole and looks around, he finishes the renegotiation by completing the orienting response. Now, orientation, the 11th element in the renegotiation process, is really about completing the survival response and returning to equilibrium. When we're walking in the woods or anywhere in our environment, we're always orienting. We're always looking, and we're looking for sources of things that we need, sources of food, shelter, mating. And we're also orienting, keeping our eye out for the possibility that something there might be dangerous. And you can look at people orienting if you go into a restaurant. You'll see people, when they're eating, every few moments glance up into the corridor or towards the door as though they were anticipating that some source of danger might occur while they were eating. And in the wild, that's exactly how it is. When the animal stops to eat its carrion, then it could easily be the lunch for some other animal if it's not alert. So it has to stay oriented. We're always orienting towards safety, towards sources of danger, towards sources of escape, ultimately towards any sources of novelty. Orientation runs a continuous spectrum from just noticing where you are and enjoying it, to being vigilant about potential sources of threat. In trauma, we lose the flexible phase of the orientation response. So in other words, instead of just looking and taking in our environment, we are hypervigilant to the point where we're only noticing sources of threat. In fact, we're seeing sources of threat where they don't exist. We see them everywhere. We have our unresolved arousal, and so we are constantly looking for what would be the source of that perceived danger. Now, when Marius begins his walk into the woods, he's taking in all of this experience, taking in the majesty of the mountains, looking at all different kinds of rocks and natural formations, really in some way joining with nature through his orientation responses. Now, when there's a new thing in the environment, we tend to focus our attention on that source of novelty, and we exclude all of the other things that we were previously orienting towards. And if that source seems to be threatening, then we go into a higher state of vigilance, and then this vigilance leads to preparedness to fight or to flee. So at the end, when he's up on the telephone pole, he starts to look around and notices all of the other parts of his environment. And that is the time when he has the memory of the picture of being carried in the man's arms and then taken to his father's house. And then when he does see his father, he's able to orient to his father in a fresh way, not just in the hypervigilant, traumatic way. And it's in this flexible orientation that he comes to realize that his father is not angry nor rejecting of him, but, of course, expectedly concerned. The exercise I'm going to suggest for orientation is very simple, and at the same time can be quite challenging. The idea is to take some time every day, whether you're in the city or whether you're out in the country, and to begin to be conscious of your orienting responses. Another way of saying this is learning to be in the here and now. So you're saying, now I'm aware of this sound. Now I'm aware of that bush. Now I'm aware of the feeling of expansion in my arms and my legs. Now I'm aware of myself tightening, and I'm also aware of my eyes becoming more focused, and so forth. To just take 10 or 15 minutes each day to bring yourself into the here and now this way. Some of the first things you'll be noticing is how much you're not noticing. When we've lost orienting responses, when we've been tuned down in that way, we don't realize the colors, the smells, the nuances in our environment. And simply by becoming more aware of them, that will help resource the orienting responses. And it's the orienting responses that leads us to the completion. Completion is the 12th step, if you like, in the renegotiation process. Completion is the restoration of self-regulation. Ultimately, what trauma does is disrupts our capacity to self-regulate, to move within different levels of arousal and preparedness in our nervous systems. So we get locked on fight or flight or frozen collapse, hypervigilance, and in any of these fixations, we have lost capacity for range of regulation. An example of this would be a car that can only go 25 miles an hour or another car that can only go 90 miles an hour. However, to have the car be of use to us, it has to be able to operate in a smooth, continuous range of all speeds. Similarly, our nervous system, for us to experience the fullness in life, must be able to experience excitement, exhilaration, pleasure, joy, danger. In other words, we rely on the ability to respond in many different ways over a wide range of situations and conditions. In completion, we experience the full range of our responses, where at a previous time, i.e. when we were traumatized, that range became rigidified either to 25 miles an hour or to 90 miles an hour, or jumping back and forth between 25 and 90. So the completion is when our nervous system is restored to its birthright. And in that experience of completion, we experience our natural, our instinctive selves. And this experience imparts to us a really unimaginable sense of freedom. Not that we're free to do anything that we want, but that we're free to not have to worry and to constantly try to control and to control others, but that we have the sense that we will be able to do what we need to do, and that if we are aroused, that we'll come back to equilibrium. And another aspect of completion is the sorting out of the different emotions and beliefs that were constellated in the traumatic experience. Marius, at the end, when he sees that his father is not rejecting or angry, he is able to complete this process by seeing things as they are, not as he had perceived them to be. So in trauma where we were fixated and frozen, in coming out of the immobility response, in reestablishing the aggressive and the escape responses, in discharging the energies that were bound in those responses, in coming back to a fluid orientation sense, in regulating our perceptions in an accurate way rather than in a way that's representative narrowly only of the trauma, as Marius did when he saw his father as loving and concerned rather than angry and rejecting. All of these together form the completion. Completion is not a single event. Completion is always incomplete. However, we experience these cycles, sometimes in a single session, sometimes over several sessions. And that cycle has a certain taste to it, a certain feeling to it. It's sort of like a period in a sentence. Ah, I've completed that part. Now, what happens next? You are now at this point able to work with your trauma in a different way. And in particular, in the course of your life, when events happen where you feel yourself activated, angry, fearful, wanting to run, frozen, immobile, you can now use these ideas and these experiences to help make a completion at each time. And each little completion then feeds to a larger completion. So every time we experience a reaction to something, we have the opportunity to move another step forward towards completion. Now, as our program continues, we'll be doing an exercise that brings together many of these elements. And then we will talk more specifically about how you can use these tools in working through specific traumas or in preventing traumas from developing after potentially traumatic situations.
This concludes Session 4. Our program continues with Session 5. Sounds True presents Healing Trauma, Session 5 with Peter Levin.
I want to talk briefly about the idea of empowerment. empowerment is the acceptance of personal authority. It means that you can do what you want to do, that you can do it in a directed, focused way, and that you feel the confidence and the competency to do that. Empowerment derives very specifically from different body sensations and experiences, particularly from the kinds of experiences that you were able to learn about in the last session. Physically, somatically, empowerment derives from the feeling of being resourced, from the sense of grounding and centering, from the capacity to be resilient, from the ability to be aggressive, to experience healthy aggression, and also to experience movement away from danger, that is to say, the running responses. So altogether, these capacities are lost when a person is traumatized, when they're overwhelmed. And gradually, through pendulating between the positive and the negative aspects of our body experience, we are able to integrate those polarities into a sense of empowerment. So empowerment is an attitude that is embodied through these different features of our internal experiencing. And many people find that when they're working through trauma, they start to have this feeling of empowerment, which was almost alien to them before they had the trauma. So it's possible that trauma will afford an opportunity to bring us towards more empowerment in our lives. Now that we've learned some of the basic tools in renegotiating trauma, the question probably comes up, well, I have had different kind of trauma that wasn't talked about yet. But what's important to remember is that whatever the trauma is, it has a common effect on our physiology. So a trauma that's due to an automobile accident, the falling off of a bicycle, or even a molestation has things in common, that we're overwhelmed, that we're unable to process what happened, and that we remain frozen to some degree. So whatever the cause of the trauma, the main thing to learn is the way to move through how it's become stuck in the body. And that's the same with really virtually all trauma, whatever the cause. So in doing the exercises now, the idea is to resource you, to help you work with the different sensations and feelings that may arise spontaneously, or if you're in therapy, or even if you don't consciously know what the specific trauma history that you have is. If you don't have any idea what the traumas might be, and images don't happen to arise, it's still possible to get more freedom in the body and to come out more empowered. So no matter what exercise we're doing, it's providing you more resources for your healing, whatever the source of the trauma. We're now going to go through a bit of an extended exercise that brings together the information and the experiences of the last session. That is to say, the basic steps and tools in renegotiating through somatic experiencing. We will bring all of them together in the service of healing trauma. And let me again remind you, if you feel overwhelmed by any of these exercises, stop, take the time to let things settle, and then return to it at a later time. Don't push yourself. Very often people who have been traumatized will get into that cycle of pushing, trying to get out of the trap. Very often we need the time to integrate and to stretch out those experiences. So you have all the time that you need, and take that. And if you continue to feel overwhelmed, once again, I strongly suggest that you consider getting professional help. The name of this exercise is the mountain meadow. Imagine yourself watching a herd of elk in a mountain meadow. Or if you want, you may imagine yourself as part of that herd, or both. You could be a calf playing, grazing, standing or laying in the sun, or even a mother with a calf suckling. And then there's also, on the periphery of this group, some of the strong males and females, and they're on the lookout for any source of danger so that the rest of the herd can go on with whatever activities it needs for its nurturance. As you experience yourself as a calf, grazing, or just seeing this as the image, the sun playing down on the elk, their relaxed relationship with each other and with the earth. What do you experience in that sense of safety? Specifically, go inside your body and find the place or places where you feel most of that security, most of that feeling of being settled and okay to be and to play. And remember, this is part of the positive experience, what I call the positive vortex. So feel the positive things about this image. The calf playing, the females nurturing their young, the calf suckling, the strong lookouts at all corners of the herd, protecting them from any possible sources of danger. Really sense and feel how that scenario plays into your body experience. And at any time, just stop the exercise and take the full time that you need to allow the experience to settle inside of you. A twig snaps. What do you experience as you see the herd poised in alertness, looking, orienting, and then returning to normal as they sense that there's no threat? Now, orienting is a very important part in the healing of trauma in the body. And orienting is the process of knowing our position relative to both the circumstances and the environment. So this orienting response, which allows you to see the danger and to see the potential sources of escape and safety, are very important in the healing process of trauma, and particularly in completing trauma. Now, in trauma, our orientation becomes constricted. The only thing that we're interested in is the source of danger and the potential source of escape. We don't see anything else. And of course, that makes perfect sense. You don't need to know anything else. Once you scan and you see the source of escape, you move towards it. But what can happen is that our eyes and our necks and our head become fixed in certain ways, become constricted, become narrowed, almost like blinders on a horse. So I want you to just experiment with the sense of orientation and open your eyes for a moment, or you can keep them closed if you want to be in that meadow, and feel your eyes as they move around, and notice where your eyes go and how it feels to move them as you look around the room or scan over the environment where the elk are grazing. move them in a smooth, slow way. Instead of darting your eyes, you move very slowly, looking at different parts of the environment. And you also become aware then of how your head and your neck turns to assist your eyes in taking in the full panorama of the environment. And again, take your time to just let your eyes and your head and your neck move in different directions from side to side, up and down, and in all of the other possibilities of arcs and circles. And experience if there's any part where it feels stiff or the eyes start to feel strained or locked, and very slowly, very gently explore back and forth into that area where you feel the discomfort or the constriction. And again, take the time to really, really feel that, and feel also the warmth of the sun on your face as your eyes and head and neck are moving. What this has to do with trauma is that it now changes the nervous system to let you know that there's not a source of danger there all the time. You have the sense then that if there is danger, you will be able to orient towards the source of danger and then orient away, scanning quickly and efficiently to any possible routes of escape. And that this is done automatically for you, so you don't have to make long, thoughtful decisions that could interfere with your escape, which requires often an immediate response. So the most important feature here is that you're learning to retrain your nervous system to know that there's not threat there all the time. And it's amazing that when you do this exercise, very often people at the beginning feel kind of a sense of hostility from the world. But then after you do this, the feeling from the environment and from people in the environment is much more of a friendly, intimate, connected one. So trauma disconnects us from our joining with our environments in a pleasurable way, and the orientation response helps us regain that sense of pleasurable connection. And now back to the meadow, with the herd grazing, the calves playing, the mothers suckling their young, and the strong elders of the herd standing around, keeping the rest of the herd safe. Again, go to your body and experience now how it is to be here in this meadow and in yourselves. Okay, this time there's a rustling of the bushes, and all of the herd, as though they're one organism, stops. Not really freezes, but just stops. And feel your breath at this moment. Notice what you're doing with your breath and with your body. Now, as you see the shadow of a mountain lion in the bushes, immediately you feel a sense of danger. What does that feeling feel like in your body? What is that sensation like? Is your heart beating faster? Is there a tension in your neck or your head? Do you feel something in your throat, your chest, or your gut? Do you feel something in your arms and legs? Perhaps a readiness, a preparedness. Whatever you're feeling, just hang with it for a little bit. Allow it to settle. And then, in your mind's eye, allow your experience to pendulate between that feeling of danger and that feeling you remember of the calves playing, of the grazing, of the standing and lying in the warm sun. And just notice what happens as you shift your awareness between those two states. And again, if you aren't able right away to get the positive image, take your time, look again at the meadow, interrupt the danger experience for a moment, and then notice the more positive experience. And when you have that, shift back and forth between the two regions and qualities of your bodily experience. And stop to exercise if you like. Now, we're going to experiment with a couple of different scenarios for outcomes with the mountain lion and the herd of the elk. In the first scenario, when the animals sense the danger, they're drawn towards each other, facing towards the mountain lion. Particularly, the dominant male and female moves towards the mountain lion and stands between the mountain lion and the pack. Remember, the elk are very physically quite strong, and their legs are powerful, and not only can they run, but they can use their legs and their horns as very powerful and effective weapons. So as you see how they organize, how they come together in this situation, how do you feel that kind of strength in your body? What are the sensations? Where do you feel the strength and the power? Feel the power of the elk, and also feel how the younger calves feel that protection, and that they become still and wait by the side of their mothers. So as you feel this quality, the sensation of strength and protection, what, again, is that experience like in your body? Specifically, what sensations do you feel? Where do you feel them? And what happens as you stay with them for a little bit of time? In response to what the herd does, the mountain lion slinks down and slowly backs back into the bushes and retreats. How does that feel as the source of threat and danger leaves? Again, what do you experience in your body? How do you experience that kind of relief? Specifically, where and what are the sensations? Now let's try a second scenario with a different outcome. In this case, as the mountain lion moves through the bushes and out into the beginning of the field, the mountain lion slowly moves from the bushes toward the herd and holds still. At this moment, the herd also poised in still readiness, follows the lead of one of the elder elk and leaps towards a clearing of the trees. So the whole herd prepares, orients, and runs in a thunder and cloud of dust. As you see the herd of elk thundering up the hillside, again, contact that feeling in your own bodies. Feel that power, that ability to escape, to run in your leg, in your arm, in your shoulders, in your hip. How does it feel to have that power to be able to run up the hill and to know that you'll be able to escape to safety? You may want to actually have your legs and feet move up and down a little bit to feel this feeling of running, and also your arms and shoulders moving. Now, the key to this generally is to do it in a slow, more subtle way. But if you're unable to get the feeling this way, you may want to run first really briskly in place and feel your arms and your legs moving together. And then slow it down as you see the elk moving up the hill to safety, running up the slope. Feel your body, feel your arms and your legs as they power you up that slope to safety. And as this sensation begins to settle in your body, as you feel the power and the energy starting to discharge, perhaps you feel tingling, perhaps you feel temperature, coldness, or warmth, perhaps you feel some vibration or even shaking. Just allowing those sensations, whatever they are, to settle as you visualize the herd of elk now in a higher meadow, again grazing, standing or laying in the sun, nurturing their young, and again being alert to any new possibility, but feeling safe in their new meadow. The mountain lion is gone, knowing that it's not a match for the speed and the cohesiveness of the elk. If you are working with a partner, it's a good idea to tell your partner some of your experiences, to just debrief the situation, and particularly to describe some of the sensations that you had in different parts of the exercise. And if you're alone, it's good to just take some notes so that you keep them for reference, and also to be able to notice areas where you may be stuck, so that in the later use of this exercise or other exercises, there's more chance that that will free up. In the third scenario, the mountain lion comes out of the bushes and is even more threatening. He's gotten closer to the herd, and the herd, instead of running, gets in a position to defend itself. And you see the older males lower their heads and hold their antlers towards the mountain lion. In that moment, I want you to feel again in your head and your neck and your body what it's like to have that aggressive, grounded stance where you see the danger and you meet it and you let that danger know that you belong here. The mountain lion then snarls at the elk. The elk don't move except for a very slight further movement down with their head and their neck, making it very clear that they're ready to fight. Now, I want you to feel your neck as it goes forward slowly, very slowly, with the sense also of these very powerful antlers that are aimed and that are ready to fight if necessary. Again, take the time to let this feeling really come into your body, this sense of empowerment, even in the sense of threat and danger. Now, if you're also feeling fear, which is perfectly likely, I want you to try to, again, move back and forth between the sensations of fear in your body, whether it's collapse, weakness, heart beating, stomach tight, throat, whatever. And if the strength is, say, in your neck, in your arms, shoulders, legs, whatever the pattern, try to group them together and then move back and forth between the aggressive, staying to defend sensations and those of fear. And again, just take your time and feel the movement back and forth between those two kinds of sensations, between the fear and the power, ability to defend. And as the antlers of the elk go down further and get poised to thrust, the mountain lion backs off into the bushes and wanders away. As you've done this a few times, what I want you to do is see how much of that energy that's in the aggression or in the fear, because in some way you've blended them together. You've begun to transform them. And now feel what it feels like for this transformed energy to move through your body, to move down from your head and your neck into your chest, into your arms, into your pelvis, and into your legs. Feel that energy discharging. Imagine it, perhaps even like a stream that's cascading down the mountains, going down through your whole body, through your legs, into your feet, and into the ground. Feel that energy. And as you feel your energy, you may want to close your eyes and just notice what you happen to be seeing, whatever that image is. And then just go back and forth between that image and the sensations in your body. Just shift back and forth between the picture, whatever it is, and if it's a blank, then it's a blank, and the different sensations in your body as you're discharging this energy down into the ground, through your body, through your legs, down into your feet, and through into the ground. Then very slowly begin maybe to touch your fingers to each other, maybe rub them a little bit, and touch different parts of your body with your hands. Maybe tap them a little bit, like we did in one of the first exercises. And slowly come back into your room. Look around a little bit. Take in your environment, the colors, the shapes, the textures. And when you're ready, I invite you to close your eyes again and go on with the next part of this exercise. You don't have to do these exercises all at once. You can do them in different days, and of course you can go back and redo any of the exercises that might be valuable for you in your healing. You may want to allow time in between exercises and also between the different scenarios of this exercise. In this next scenario, we will experience the immobility death response. I want you to check first to see if you feel resourced enough to do this exercise at this time. And again, if at any time the exercise or any exercise becomes too intense, stop, take your time, and return to it at another time. In this scenario, again, we have the elk grazing in the meadow, the young running around, and the larger, more mature elk standing around the herd. This time, the mountain lion lunges forward, and the herd take off again up the hill. But one of the more sickly elk lags behind and becomes the target for the charging mountain lion. In a flash, the mountain lion leaps and grabs that elk in its powerful jaws around its neck and wrestles it down to the ground. Now just feel your body, feel your neck, feel your back, and now just let go of the image and allow that sensation to be there. Allow it to be there. And also, if you can, when it settles a little bit, become aware if anywhere in your body there's the part that feels less constricted, less tense, less frightened, and then again move back and forth very slowly and easily between those two sensations. Just let the image go for now and focus on your body sensations, the shifting back and forth between the tension, the constriction, and the part where there's some releasing and opening. Just take as much time again as you need. Take all the time that you need. The mountain lion grasps the neck of the elk, twists it and pulls it to the ground. And at that moment, and as you identify for now with the elk, your body collapses and becomes immobile. And you lay there as though you were dead. There's no pain, no fear. There's just nothing. And feel that nothingness. Know that nothingness. Sense the void. Note how you experience the void in your being at this moment. Whether there's blackness or blankness, whatever the experience is of nothing for you right now, of nothingness, just know it. Just feel the immobility. Feel that death. And as you observe this, looking at it from the outside, it almost seems like at that moment when the mountain lion locks its jaw on the neck of the elk and throws it to the ground, it's like it collapses into the earth. And as you're in that state that's like death, it's not really death, it's immobility, that you can't move, that your body is unable to do anything except to just lie there and just to know that experience. And even though there's no movement at all, You may still be aware of certain sensations. For example, your heart beating and even your breath. And feel both of that as part of the immobility, as part of the death-like state. Continuing now, I ask you to imagine at the moment that the elk surrenders to death, that its spirit rises up and diffuses into the sky, so that its body is laying there, but its spirit has been freed. Its spirit has been released to wander and soar. And as you think of that image, as you think of its spirit disconnecting and soaring, again, just notice what your internal experience is like. Whatever sensations, movements, feelings, pictures, thoughts, and even if it's mundane, just notice it. Just notice whatever is in your field of awareness, of consciousness. And take the time that you need to do that. So, in the last scenario, we left all the parts of the spirit dissipated out into the cosmos. Now, I want you to now imagine that two of those pieces in some way recognize each other and come back towards the body and find a place to be in the body of that elk, and then another, and then another. And that with each breath that you take, more and more pieces come together. 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, about 250, 500, 1,000, 2,000. With each breath, the particles come together. 4,000. The particles come together more and more. 8,000. 16,000. 32,000. 64,000. With each breath, the particles come together, recognizing where they belong in a new and in a perfect relationship. With each breath, the particles come back and find their rightful place in the body. And as if by magic, the older, more sickly elk rises on its knees, onto its legs, begins to shake and tremble gently, and then feels itself reborn and young and new and vital. As you hold this image of all of these parts coming back into the body, bringing the body back into vitality and into health, into wholeness, what is your experience right now? Again, please, without any judgment, whatever the experience is, feel it fully. Notice the sensations, the feelings, the emotions, pictures, thoughts, whatever comes into your consciousness. Just accept it, allow it to be there. And the mountain lion is no longer there as the herd graze restfully, peacefully, the young playing and jumping, suckling for their mother's milk, together again as a herd, safe, grounded. And all around you are the strong, dominant males and females that protect the herd. And just let this experience settle and be. Take all the time you need. Now, to some people, this may have been a very challenging exercise. To others, there may have been very little effect. It doesn't really matter, because as you do these exercises again and again, different experiences will emerge. Now, obviously, something like this may have happened to you. You may have been attacked by a person. You may have been overpowered, molested, or raped. In those kinds of situations, as well as the more mundane trauma that we've talked about before throughout this series, we do experience a death. Trauma is like a death. Now, in many Eastern and Buddhist traditions, 4 gateways to awakening and enlightenment are seen. The first one is years of very structured, disciplined meditation. The second is death. When you actually die physically, we have the opportunity to surrender to death. The third is through deep sexual ecstasy. Unfortunately, in our culture, most of what people think about as sex has more to do with titillation and release of tension rather than true deepening of emotions and feelings and sensations through a deep, enduring, creative sexual relationship with a partner. And the fourth portal, seen towards awakening, is trauma. And the reason is because when we've been traumatized, and we have in some ways contacted death, experience of death. Now, in being able to complete that experience and to feel the death and to allow the death to move through into the rebirth, we experience that opening afforded by death without actually having to die. And many people I know who work with the dying report that even as they do surrender, it's mixed with a deep sense of regret that they weren't able to have the surrender earlier in their lives. So in this way, trauma really gives us an opportunity to experience that deep dimension of being, the surrender to death, and in moving through that, transforming it, awakening into a birth. So trauma, in a way, kicks us out of the birth canal of a confined consciousness and allows us this much more expanded experience of ourselves as biological, psychological, social, and spiritual beings. So, while I am not suggesting that anybody go out and get traumatized, know that in working with trauma, this potentiality for transformation exists in all of us. In all of these scenarios, in all of these parts of the exercise, leading up to the near-death experience, the NDE, you learn to pendulate between 2 aspects of the experience. One that was positive and expansive, the other which was darkening, contracting, fearful, death-like. These are very powerful forces. They're like vortexes that stand in a relationship, in a dynamical relationship to each other. Sometimes I call the darkening, contracting vortex the Kali vortex. It's the vortex of death and destruction. And the other one, the vortex of Dionysius, of expansion, of dancing energy. Now, we call sometime the expanding one the positive experience, and the other the negative. But it's like in electricity when you say a positive and a negative pole, it's not a value judgment in any way. It's just a way of differentiating 2 polarities. And in being able to move between them, to pendulate without attachment or judgment, is a very liberating capacity. And that's one of the reasons that trauma affords this glimpse of awakening and enlightenment. Now, In the near-death experience, when you experience death in the immobility response, I mean, obviously nobody knows what death really feels like, because the closest we can get is the NDE, the near-death experience. But most of the people who have had near-death experiences, NDEs, report profound things happening in their lives, often for the better, but not always. People report having the experience of going through a tunnel and being taken into the light, guided often by relatives. Other people experience quite an opposite thing. They experience going to hell, and it's sometimes the most graphically horrifying experience they could barely even imagine. The trick in working with the near-death experience is to not get identified with either one, to treat them just as polarities, that when you move into the light, into expansion, accept that, but know that you're going to be drawn back into contraction, into constriction, into the dark, death-like experience. But then only to move back again into expansion and opening and unfoldment and back into the darkening, contracting, constricting. And it's this rhythm between constriction and expansion, the ability to pendulate between them, to flow between them, that restores to us the true self. And in this rebirth, we experience this energy, the energy not only of survival, but of life itself, the energy that knows who we are and constantly recreates us as evolving human beings. So when we experience the light, visions, and feel beautiful states of expansion and peace, it's important not to try to hold on to that, because the experience is still incomplete. It's being able to move between the experience of light, of expansion, of archetypal images, and the experience of death and nothingness. So we are constantly, in every cycle, being destroyed and being reborn. We move between Kali and Dionysius. And in moving between these two masters of polarity, we find the center, which is the self. And this is what transformation is about. It's not about just removing symptoms. It's about transforming the polarities that trauma forces us to confront. In doing this probably fairly unusual exercise, you may have had different images, pictures, feelings, associations. They may have seemed dreamlike, or they may have seemed like memories of things that have actually happened to you. And at this point, I think it might be helpful to talk a little bit about trauma and memory. Now, there are two opposing views about memory. One is that when we have a traumatic memory, it's like a flashbulb memory. Everything that's in that picture is what actually happened. It's a veridical recording, a true recording of the traumatic experience. Another side says that there's no such thing as an accurate memory of trauma, in the sense, for example, that we remember things consciously about friends and who we know and what we've done, that such memories don't exist as far as trauma goes. And there's been a lot of discussion, I would say very unproductive controversy, about whether traumatic memories are real or false. What's important is that we heal the effect that trauma has had on us. And it's not as important in most instances. Of course, some cases, for legal reasons, it may be important. But generally, The key is in being able to move through the freezing immobility reaction. I've made that point several times, maybe even dozens of times throughout this series. So sometimes you'll get images that seem very much like memories. And other times, the images that come up really make no sense. And the reason for this is that when we're healing trauma, we're pendulating, we're moving between these two vortexes, the dark, constricting, contracting vortex, and the expanding, light, Dionysian vortex. And when we're in each vortex, certain images will likely come to us that are characteristic of the vortex and not necessarily just about the trauma that led to this splitting of the vortexes. So while trauma causes these vortexes to separate and to polarize, the key in healing the trauma is in integrating the two polarities. So images may come from one or the other, and some images are probably very accurate representations of what happened to a person, and others don't make any sense until we see it in terms of the movement between the two vortexes. So we may be mixing pieces from separate events. We may be mixing certain symbols of transformation that are associated with the different vortexes. We may be bringing in resources that we've had in different times of our lives. I mean, all of these things come together and interweave and synergize in the process of transformation. So the organism is bringing to bear all of the resources and all the polarities that it takes for that healing process to be initiated. And logical reality isn't its first concern. Healing at the mythical, poetic level is its mode of action. So it really doesn't matter if these memories are real or not. Sometimes, as traumatized people, we try to hold on to the memory. It's sort of like an identification for us. This is what happened to me. This is what I got through. And that's an important, necessary first step towards empowerment and being able to work with it. But then the next step is to be able to surrender, to trust to this creative renegotiation process that employs very different parameters and rules. Let me give you an example. Margaret was a client who had a close enough natural connection with the felt sense that she was able to not censor or interfere with the healing process once it began. She was a middle-aged physician who had had years of recurring symptoms such as neck pain and lower abdominal cramping. She had many, many tests and various unsuccessful treatments. In the first session, Margaret told me that she felt a unsymmetrical tension in her neck. It was much tighter on one side than the other. And I encouraged her to observe that sensation. As she focused on the tension, her head started very subtle turning movements. Remember the orienting response? That's what it was. It was an orienting response towards the left. After a few minutes, her legs began to tremble gently, the discharge. And in this, she felt first some apprehension, but then basically pleasure in the release. However, she was suddenly startled by an intrusive image of a man's face. And then after moving through a series of uncomfortable body sensations and different waves of emotion, other images began to unfold. She remembers, in quotation, that at the age of 5, she had been tied to a tree by a man who had ripped off her clothes and then hit her, and then put a broomstick into her vagina. And with this recollection, Margaret went through a swell of emotions, but she remained connected with her physical sensations, feeling tingling and vibration and feelings of space inside her belly. She then has the sense of lying on a bed of raked leaves, and she feels, to her surprise, excited yet calm in a certain way. And then suddenly she saw a vivid, detailed image of a man's face. It was red and contorted and angry, hateful. Beads of sweat were dripping from his forehead. Then, almost in the same breath, Margaret shifted again and described the autumn leaves on the ground. They were all around her. She reported that she was frolicking in the leaves as a child and feeling a crisp sensation all throughout her body, kind of a tingling on the surface of her skin. She feels delighted. But then in her next image, she is once again being tied to the tree. She sees the man with his fly open and his penis hanging out. He cuts a rabbit open with a knife and screams at her that he'll kill her if she tells anybody. And she has then the sensation, as I bring her back into her body, of her head going crazy inside, like it's getting ready to explode. I encourage her to sit with those sensations, to contain them, to just try to hold them and to feel them. And then the picture shifts to being in the arms of her grandmother, who she loved very, very much as a child. And she tells the grandmother in broken 5-year-old sentences what happened. Tears begin to flow from Margaret's eyes as she reports feeling deeply comforted by the grandmother. And in the next scene, again, she's rolling in the pile of leaves. She laughs and rolls from side to side, her arms swinging and then wrapping around her chest. After the session, the tension that Margaret had experienced disappeared, and we worked together a few more times, and she was able to eliminate the abdominal pain. Most important is what she described as her new symptom: joy. Let's look and see what really happened. Now, in Margaret's case, there were independent reports confirming the basic story. That is to say, there was medical evidence of injury to her vagina, and there was police involvement. So some of these memories are clearly factual, and even though something like that might seem extreme, especially if the person reported these other images of the leaves and rollicking and the grandmother and so forth, somebody might think, well, they're just totally making this up. It's a sheer fantasy. That's a tragic thing in many, many cases, to have something like this come up and to be judged as the person making it up. The startling truth is in helping some thousands of clients track their internal felt experience, I can say with no hesitation whatsoever, that whether Margaret's story was completely accurate or completely fabricated, if you like, it doesn't really matter at all in terms of healing her traumatic symptoms. Okay, now, did Margaret move through her traumatic symptoms because she returned to the past and relived a literal account of the experience she had as a child? Or did she have an experience as an adult in which her organism creatively brought forth fragments of several different events from different points in time and space to support the healing process? I say clearly the second. In order that the first explanation be accurate, the man must have untied her, let her play for a while in the leaves, and then bound her to the tree again. Twice. This is, of course, I guess possible, but would she have really frolicked in such a situation? That doesn't really seem likely at all. It's more likely that she played in the leaves at a different time, and that was a powerful resource for her, perhaps even when she was with her grandmother, and it brought that image as a resource to help strengthen that inner vortex, that vortex of expansion, of pleasure, the Dionysian vortex. What about the image of the man with his penis hanging out, which was followed immediately by his cutting a rabbit open and screaming at her? Does this seem to be a literal account? If so, where did the man get the rabbit? Again, it's possible that the account is an accurate report of what happened. However, several other interpretations are also possible. Possibly, the man could have told her that he would cut her up like a rabbit, or at some other time she could have been frightened by seeing or even reading about a rabbit being cut open. Her felt sense may have suggested that image as a metaphor for how she felt. The image certainly does convey the sense of horror a child would have experienced in such a situation. But what really happened is that Margaret, as an adult, with a child part inside of herself, was able to follow the creative dictates of her own organism. Her consciousness shifted between images that evoke the horror that she experienced as a child, call it the trauma vortex, the death, the constricting vortex, and other images that allowed her to expand and heal the expanding vortex. By staying in touch with the sensations that accompanied these images, Margaret allowed her organism to experience a rhythmical pulsation between these vortices, between these polarities, that helped her synthesize a new reality while at the same time discharging and healing her traumatic reaction. Through the guiding language of felt sensation, Margaret was able to renegotiate the terror that had persisted in her neck and abdomen as symptoms for decades following that event. The healing was orchestrated by the transformative relationship between the two polarities, between the two vortexes. You have experienced in these preceding exercises, in different ways, with different aspects of resourcing, the possibility of moving between these two vortexes. What I want to leave you with is the idea that you can trust in this rhythm, and that you know that even as you move into darkness, you are moving into light. And within the brightest light is the darkness, because one cannot exist without the other. The beautiful stars that we see in a clear mountain night, sparkling, pulsing, radiating, cannot exist without the darkness of the galaxies, the darkness of the universe. And darkness and light can only exist in pairs. And it is an opportunity offered by the transforming of trauma that brings us to this new, greater understanding and depth of experience of life. In having the courage to face our trauma and to trust the inner dictates of our organism, of its innate biological, psychospiritual capacity to move between polarities, to be able to move between contraction and death, and expansion and light. Therein lies the dance that is life. So what happens now when we're unable to transform our traumas? What happens is a phenomenon called reenactment. And reenactment is quite astonishing. We've already talked about one kind of reenactment, and that's the physical and emotional symptoms that trauma leaves embedded in us. But there's another form of unresolved trauma that is very disturbing and can actually be quite dangerous. And that's what happens when people reenact their traumas by putting themselves in situations over and over again that are reminiscent of the original trauma. And generally what happens is they get re-traumatized. Ultimately, traumatized people are victims of overwhelm. And this was originally brought about through an external event that was so overwhelming they were unable to discharge the survival energy through completing defensive fight or flight actions. So, following the event, we then become victims of the internal undischarged energy. The key to understanding reenactment is that it's not just a behavior, it's a behavior that's driven by this unresolved energy. So that's why it takes on this life or death survival quality, and why it's so difficult for traumatized people, even though they see themselves getting into dangerous situations over and over again, repetitive automobile accidents or falls, or getting into situations where they experience themselves as being sexually abused. These things are all too common to the traumatized person, and it's compounded by the feeling of helplessness that they can't get out of it. It just keeps happening and happening. It's got a mind of its own. For example, very often, prostitutes who work in very dangerous situations and are often beaten and severely abused were often sexually and emotionally abused as children. And in continuing to recreate these kind of situations, they increase the likelihood of re-traumatizing themselves. So in therapy, it's very difficult when therapists try to help their patients with more behavioral kinds of methods to change these repetitive, self-sabotaging behaviors, because the energy still exists there. You may be trying to change the behavior, but the very powerful, riveting root of the behavior is left unresolved. So when a person is reenacting trauma, they will either experience themselves as the victim and always finding themselves in the victim role in different situations and different relationships, or they will victimize other people, almost always believing that the other person is victimizing them. So why would people reenact things? What's going on here? It doesn't help. It makes things worse. As a result of incomplete discharge, in other words, of being stuck in the arousal cycle, we attempt to discharge energy and complete the cycle, or in some way control or manage the energy internally. And this takes two forms in general. One, acting out. The other I call acting in. And in acting out, we attempt to discharge or complete by recreating an event in some way. So the person attempts to discharge the event by recreating similar situations. For example, a person in an automobile accident may drive in a reckless way, increasing the likelihood of another accident. Or they may be driving so slowly and fearfully that they're more likely to be hit. In either case, they're doing nothing to help resolve the original event. Anything here that will happen is going to make things worse. Now, since trauma is involved with such high energies, when the person begins to come out of immobility, there can be a tendency towards violence. A lot of times, traumatic reenactment takes the form of violence towards others. And it can be emotional violence. It's more likely than physical violence, although very often you see people who have been traumatized, who live together in a couple relationship, having violent interactions with each other. And the sadness about such a situation is that these people are in this unconscious way trying to heal some of their earlier traumas, but of course they just create more trauma, more distrust, less connection. The question now is, why don't people naturally get over the trauma by recreating it? And the answer to that is in some ways fairly simple, in others a little bit more complex. Basically, The reason they don't is because they don't discharge the energy and complete the cycle and come back to the orientation and the peaceful, balanced feeling inside of themselves. They stay activated, and generally, when people expose themselves to threatening situations or project them onto other people, they stay aroused. They don't get settled and then end the reenacting behaviors. One of the reasons we don't do that is because of the many fears that we talked about earlier of coming out of the traumatic reaction. You have to experience feelings of vulnerability, feelings of energy, of shaking, of trembling, of helplessness, of death. And so when we get aroused in the reenactment situation, we just keep getting more aroused to stay away from the frightening, vulnerable situations. And of course, if we're in a dangerous situation, it's even less safe to feel vulnerable. The other way that people commonly deal with this unresolved energy is by acting in. And what they do is they try to control or manage by somehow containing or binding that energy inside of themselves. One form, of course, that it can take are the symptoms of trauma that we've talked about before. The problems in the body, neck problems, back problems, intestinal problems, migraine headaches, and so forth. In a way, those are forms of acting in. Other forms are trying to control the environment in every way. I'm sure you know of people that it's very hard to be with because they have to control everything that's going around them. And you very often feel controlled by them, but in reality, they're trying to control their internal state of chaotic, undischarged energy. Acting in is when you take those strong, traumatic energies that want to express themselves as outer aggression, and you turn that aggression inside towards oneself. One of the most common symptoms of that is depression. Also, there's what's called obsessive-compulsive disorder. People constantly have to check to make sure if their house is locked or if they turned the oven off. In acting out, people may get some emotional discharge, such as when couples are fighting all the time, but they still don't get that biological, instinctive discharge that they need for completion. In acting in, there's generally less chance even of getting any discharge because the symptoms are just locked in this kind of repetitive, obsessive, or depressed stance. Let me give you an example of healthy reenactment going towards renegotiation. You probably realize by now that I'm always looking for some kind of a biological underpinning for our behaviors, not that it's exclusively biological. So I was wondering what in the animal world would be similar to reenactment in the human. And as a biologist, whenever I look at a strong behavior in a human being, I think, okay, what might that behavior serve in a more natural situation? Recalling the image of the cheetah cubs that played out the scenario where they were chased by the lion that I mentioned earlier, we see a logic, a sense in reenactment. What the animals are doing is that they are reenacting the situation so that they can practice other possible ways of escape, other strategies, and to discharge any of the excess energy that was left there so that they're not limited by it in a later situation. So it's about learning. Unfortunately, traumatized people rarely learn from going through these things over and over again. And that's because they don't have the consciousness when they do it. In other words, they don't have the skills that we've just been developing of renegotiation. So to the degree that a person renegotiates a trauma, the less they reenact it. the more they reenacted, the less they renegotiated. So the energy is there when a person's been traumatized. In fact, I define reenactment as a recreating of an event that is an unsuccessful attempt to discharge the intense survival energy mobilized for defense against a perceived life-threatening experience. In other words, reenactment is a kind of unconscious renegotiation. So if we find ourselves reenacting something, we hopefully then see the possibility to begin to bring those behaviors and feelings into consciousness so that we can begin to renegotiate them. So healthy reenactment can work, and that's renegotiation. You saw it with Marius. In this play, if you like, I know it's maybe not the word that most people would attach to reworking a trauma, but often people experience at least parts of it as a play, as a dancing of the energy. They're able to discharge the energy and have the trauma transformed through the process of the creative self-regulation. So reenactment is driven by the energies in an unconscious way. As we gradually learn to become conscious of these patterns and these energies, we then move from reenactment to renegotiation.
This concludes Session 5. Our program continues with Session 6. Sounds True presents Healing Trauma, Session 6 with Peter Levin.
A few months ago, I was giving a lecture in San Francisco, and it was at a hotel downtown. Before my lecture, I was standing around the hotel lobby looking for a place to get something to eat. As I was sitting there, a very tall, very handsome-looking European man with leg braces was walking across the floor, and apparently he didn't see that there was a drop in the level of the floor, and he fell down fairly hard onto the ground. Within a few seconds, there were teams of people running to try to pull him up. And I put my hand out and said, "No, stop it. Just wait." And I sat down with the man and I said, "I'm going to just sit here with you for a minute and just let the shock wear off. I'm sure you'll be fine, but we'll just wait here for a moment." And we did. His eyes were kind of glassy, and he looked at me and then looked down at the floor, and I had my hand gently on his forearm, and he started to shake and tremble a little bit, took a deep breath. Some tears flowed out from the corner of his eyes. He turned around and looked at me, and he said, "I'm okay now." And I said, "Yes, that's right." And I gently helped him up to his feet, and he walked away just fine. Let me talk about a couple of things that happened in this situation as a way of introducing you to administering emotional first aid after a person has some kind of an accident, so the likelihood of a traumatic reaction would be diminished. A lot of the need to treat trauma and a lot of the suffering that traumatized people have gone through is unnecessary. That is, if we're able to help support them at the time when an incident occurs to more immediately discharge the energy and return to equilibrium. And this process I divide into 3 phases. The immediate situation where the person has been injured or stunned or overwhelmed, and it could even be from a piece of information as well as an accident. Then at home or in the hospital where they may be recovering. And the third phase is beginning to renegotiate the more complete process of resolution. First of all, it's interesting that when the man fell, immediately people were trying to get him up. That's exactly the worst thing to do. There's no reason to do that unless the person is in danger. If they're in the road and they might be hit by an oncoming car, then of course you have to get them out of that kind of immediate danger. But generally what happens is I think people become so involved with their fear of their own helplessness that they reach and just try to grab the person up well before they should. First of all, of course, if a person has been injured, you need to check and see if there are any broken parts before moving them. But really what people need after a fall, even above that, is to let the shock reaction dissipate, to allow that shaking and trembling that we've talked about as the way that all animals resolve the activation of threatening situations, and falling down is threatening. In that moment of a second, the man didn't know how badly he would be hurt, and so he was overwhelmed with the sensations of falling and overwhelmed with the fear that he might be hurt. But again, most people will just get up. It's really kind of a denial. It's a shock denial reaction mixed up with a lot of adrenaline where you're feeling buzzy and ready to go, and so you get up and start doing things. In a situation like this, the main function of that shock reaction is to keep the person from feeling any pain if there is injury. So even if there is injury, a person may get up and not be aware of it. So the first thing you want to do is keep the person quiet. I mean, obviously, if there are life-saving medical procedures that are required, of course, those must take precedence. If that's not the case, of course, you try to keep the person still, keep them warm, laying down, unless they have to be moved because of possible danger. A blanket can be very, very helpful. It also gives a sense of security. But more important than anything is your presence, is that we stay there with the person and say, I'm here. And that presence, and perhaps more than anything else, is what allows the person to discharge the shock energy. And if we give the person some encouragement to be able to say, hey, I'm here, we'll just sit for a little bit to let this shock wear off, and that's right, that shaking is okay. Just let that shaking happen. That's the way that we come out of shock, and giving that little bit of education. Obviously, if the person is seriously injured and needs medical attention, you're not going to encourage them to go through the shaking reaction. What they need first is to stop the blood, to splint the neck, or whatever has to happen there. And if there is a lot of medical attention, you're not going to want to say that much about the shaking and trembling, except if they do have some shaking in their arms and legs or things like that, just to say, it's okay, that's okay, this is a normal reaction, it's a natural reaction. So just by doing that, you've really done a lot. And the other thing that I hope that people can do for other people is to stay with them until help arrives, even after help arrives, because there is very often an immediate connection, kind of like a bonding that's made, particularly from the person who's been injured to you, that if you stay with them and help them make the transition to where they may be going to get treated, that also can be very helpful. You're still with the person, and if the accident isn't too serious, then you can encourage the person to experience their body sensations. And this might include the feeling of the adrenaline rush, numbness, shaking and trembling, feeling hot or cold, chilled. So if you stay present with the person and just offer that little bit of support, it's very likely that they'll discharge the shock and then come back. And again, you can let them know that it's not only okay that they're shaking, but that it's a good thing, that it's going to help them release the shock. And almost all the people I've seen, when this happens, they know what the word shock is and they know what it means to release the shock. So very little has to be said. It's your presence. That's what's important, the presence and the contact. Now, this initial phase could take 5, 10, 15, or even 20 minutes. And some extra time, half an hour, it would be good too. It's always better to err on the side of keeping the person still for a little bit of a longer time until this completes. And sometimes it will happen in waves. The person will get cold, they'll shake and tremble, and then they'll start to get warm and then things will settle. And then some minutes later or some moments later, again, there's another wave of the shaking and the trembling. And then it goes to rest. And that may happen in several cycles, which is good. So again, you want to be present and just get the maximum benefit that you can get in the time that you're there. Now, just because the person's not moving doesn't mean they're immobilizing themselves. The coming out of the immobility experiences, I think you've gleaned from these sessions, is an internal process. There can be movement from that into the external. So when the person gets up and they start to move, then they're kind of taking that shaky, trembly feeling back into movement and continuing to discharge the excess energy. You see, because of the adrenaline and the biological reaction to fight or to flee, they want to get up and do something. And the important thing, again, is to allow the energy to move through in this internal way. Okay, phase 2 in helping assisting a person to recover from a shock reaction from a potentially traumatic situation. So we want to continue to encourage the person to be relatively quiet and resting. And again, most people, after they've been injured or had some kind of horrendous reaction, if they're still somewhat shocked, they often will be in somewhat of a denial relationship to the event. And so they just figure they want to get on with their lives and get back to work right away. The function of the denial originally is because if you're in a situation that's a life or death situation for you or people with you, you want to go on and do things as though you hadn't been injured or shocked. You want to operate almost like a robot. You just do what needs to be done. You accomplish it. And then, in the normal sequence, you can discharge that energy after you're out of the actual critical situation. But since we don't discharge the energy, we still hold on to this kind of denial reaction. And that denial reaction can last for minutes, can last for hours, can last for days, can last for months, and with some people it lasts for years. The mechanism of denial is really quite amazing. And personally myself, at times when I've been in an accident or injured, I've been embarrassed afterwards, even with my knowledge of working with this for my entire adult life, that the same thing happens to me as does to anyone else. I think that everything's okay. I go back to finishing the work I was doing that afternoon, thinking later I'll take some time and just, process through it. And then something comes up and I don't do it. And then I realize, oh my goodness, I'm starting to get some symptoms. But many people don't even recognize that. And they go on and on and on. I'll give you an example that may seem pretty amazing, but in many ways it's not that unusual. I was referred a woman by an endocrinologist because she was having some kind of thyroid problems. And even the doctor recognized that her bulging eyes had something to do with fear. So we talked for a while, and she had mentioned that she was kidnapped several years ago, but that it really wasn't that frightening. And I said to her, Gladys, not even a little? And she responded, no, not really. And I said, well, what happened? And she answered, I was skiing in Colorado with some friends, and we were supposed to go out for dinner. A man drove up, opened his door, and I got in with him. But he didn't go to the restaurant. And I said, well, weren't you scared then? And she said, no, it was a ski weekend. Okay, well, where did he go? I asked her. Well, he took me to his house. And I said again, weren't you scared when he didn't go to the restaurant and took you to his house instead? No, she said, I didn't know really why he was taking me there. Oh, okay, well, what happened then? I said. He tied me up to his bed. I said, well, was that scary? No, nothing really happened. He just threatened me. Well, maybe I was scared a little bit, she added. He had all kinds of knives and guns hanging on the wall. And trying to keep a straight face, I said to her, but you weren't really scared. And she replied, expectedly, no, nothing really happened. Gladys left that office that day with an outward calm, just that she had come in, except that her eyes were still bulging. She never returned. Even though that story is extreme, it's really also very typical of denial. It's such a strong mechanism, it still continues to amaze me, again after my many, many, many years as a clinician and as a scientist. Can you imagine going through what that woman went through and not feeling scared and never feeling terrified? But of course she was. It was in her eyes. It was in her thyroid gland. But really, as far as she knew, in all honesty, nothing really happened. So in any given situation, when we bring somebody home from an accident or visit them the next day, don't be surprised if there's going to be some level of denial, that the person's going to say, look, I'm fine, you don't need to come over. I'm just going to go out. I've got a lot of things to do. I have to go shopping and I have to go back to work. If you can, in some way, get them to take at least a little bit more time, and then to sit with them and to help them focus on the sensations again. And by just focusing in their body in the similar way that you've been doing in many of these different exercises, you can help them to continue to move out of the shock reaction. Now, during this second phase, the person is more likely to have emotions come up. Because remember, no matter what happened, the person has brushed with death. And that's scary when you come to realize that. Oh my God, I could have been killed. Oh my God, that was horrible. And that's the time often when people just need to have their hand held so that they can allow the emotions to be felt, and to be felt without judgment. They might experience fear, anger, grief, sadness, guilt, anxiety. These are all common emotions that are associated with a traumatic event. Regardless of what the person's life history has been, these reactions will occur quite frequently with almost everyone. And if we're the person who's been injured or had the near injury, if we will take some time to remember that these emotions may come up, that they remind us that there's still some excess energy, but they also tell us that the freezing is starting to thaw, and in that thaw come these feelings. So it's hopefully to be looked at in a positive way, in an accepting way. Oh, this is part of the process. So remember, you may continue to have body sensations like shaking and chills and the emotions, and that's fine. Just allow the time for it to happen. The third phase here is in beginning to access and renegotiate some of the undischarged elements that remain in the traumatic or that potentially traumatic situation. In this phase, you can't talk to yourself. This has to be told to somebody else. We need somebody to hear us and reflect back. It's just something that we're not able to do as social animals. We're meant to have another person, particularly in this phase. And in this phase, it may be important for the person to talk a bit about their experience. But remember, the point of this is not to graphically recreate or relive the experience. It's just to see if there's any more residual energy and to begin to get a narrative, a closure, kind of like the personal meaning that this has to you or the person that you're being with. But here's the thing, when the person or when you start to talk about the event, it's likely to bring up activation. In other words, the heart rate may go up, the person may appear to be agitated, the breathing may become more rapid, the person may break into a sweat, may feel cold or hot. And if that happens, stop talking about the event and then just focus the attention back to the inner experience and allow the sensations, the feelings, the shaking and trembling to complete. And if it's several waves, then allow those waves to complete. And then again, the person will more than likely naturally want to talk about some other part of the experience. And probably there'll be less press or less sense of maybe desperation almost, or a compulsive need to talk about the event. And they have a little bit more distance from that. But again, as you talk about it, there may be another activation, and then allow that activation to discharge and complete. And also, of course, when they talk about part of the situation, they may have physical symptoms like a pain in the neck. So again, have them focus on the pain, and if they feel the tension, they may notice the head and neck and eyes wanting to turn, as in the orientation exercises that we practiced previously. And that's a very important indication that the process is coming further again towards resolution. So again, whether it's a pain in the neck or nausea, just have them focus on it and move back and forth, right, between those uncomfortable sensations and the places in their body where they're able to feel more comfortable, more open. And it's this continued pendulation and discharge, pendulation and discharge that takes the person gently through the slight shaking and trembling into a full resolution. And then you can feel really quite confident that it's very likely that the person really is done with this. And more than that, you have helped them or helped yourself gain a better resiliency so that the next time some kind of a threatening event occurs, and it will, this is life, this is planet Earth, then you will be more resourced and more resilient to meet that stress, and also more available and more helpful for another human being who needs and can benefit by your support. And just a little postscript. Remember, these arousal cycles may occur in a series, and it's important to allow time for the whole series to develop and to complete. Now, at the end, the person may want to, and it can be helpful to talk about the whole experience. And as they do that, you'll get a good idea that things are pretty complete because there will be very little activation. But the point to remember is not to let them just keep talking about it and then very often getting stuck in some very strong emotions or clamming up, going back into immobility. Remember, the important thing is to help them complete the arousal cycles, not to somehow get through talking about the event. So these are the basic things that you can do to help another human being and to help yourself prevent traumatic reactions from occurring. Now remember, depending on the nature of the trauma and the person's history and many other things, they may need still to see a therapist to get further help. And it's important to realize that if the symptoms continue or the person feels disoriented or anxious, then it is important to make an appointment and have a consultation with a therapist trained to work with trauma. Because one of the reasons is if a person has had previous trauma, any single trauma can reactivate a lot of the person's entire history, and you're not trained as a therapist. You can help give first aid, but then the person may need therapy for what else is evoked. But remember, whatever the situation, by being able to give simple first aid, you will help that individual heal, and if he or she needs further help, to be in a better state to receive that help. In this next section, I'm going to talk about trauma first aid for children. Now, in one way, children are much more easily traumatized because they have much less strength and resources, and particularly very young children or infants. But at the same time, children have an incredible naturalness towards resiliency, rebounding from overwhelming events. So what I'm going to do first is describe a little bit of the simple kinds of first aids that are more relevant to children. The basic principles are quite similar to the ones that we just discussed with adults. But there are some important differences. Children, first of all, are more easily overwhelmed, so something that would be unlikely to be traumatizing to an adult could very easily be traumatizing to a child. Being left alone in a cold situation, for example, could be traumatizing to a child. Loud noises, yelling and screaming, without a safe adult there, can be overwhelming. Separation is so common in divorce, and a lot of times, even though the kids put on a front of being very brave and reasonable, underneath there can be a real shakiness, because even up to the age of about 5 years, life depends on having the connection with the parent. And so if there's a splitting with the parents, in some ways the survival energy is activated in the child. Now, some common sources of events that can overwhelm a child would be accidents, falls off bicycles or falling down some stairs. Now again, with most kids, they're going to be fine after something like that. But it never hurts to give them a little bit of extra support so that if there is some undischarged energy, they'll move through it. And kids will naturally feel the emotions that they need to move through this. There was a study done in an osteopathic hospital where they found that children, after they fell, if they were able to cry right afterwards, have fewer complications in the time afterwards. Now, not every childhood accident produces a traumatic reaction or a delayed traumatic reaction. Some things have no residual effect at all. And others, which are kind of viewed at the time as minor and forgotten incidents of childhood, can have significant after effects, such as later development of anxiety, depression, certain fears, physical symptoms. So most of the time we don't think about a fall off a bicycle, something like that, as being traumatizing or potentially traumatizing for a child. It can. The loss of a parent through death or divorce, as I mentioned, severe illness, even circumcision and other routine medical procedures can all cause traumatic reactions later in life, depending on how the child experiences it at the time. Of all of these potential traumatic antecedents, medical procedures are by far among the most common and potentially the most impacting. Many clinics, hospitals, and doctors' offices unintentionally amplify the fear of an already frightened child. In preparation for some medical routines, infants are strapped into papooses. These are basically boards they're tied down to with straps. And a child that struggles so much that they need to be tied down in that way, or that they're tied down when they're frightened and struggling, is a child that's too frightened to be restrained without suffering consequences. And sometimes these consequences can be severe. Likewise, a child who is severely frightened is not a good candidate for anesthesia until a sense of tranquility is restored. And it's so important to take that time, because a child induced into an anesthetic state, in a frightened state, will almost certainly be traumatized, and often severely. Children can even be traumatized by insensitively administered enemas or thermometers because it's experienced as an invasion into their bodies. So what can we do to prevent some of these things from happening? First of all, I encourage parents to stay with their children when the children are having medical procedures as much as they possibly can. And of course, to explain as much as possible in advance to the child without giving them details that they don't need or could be unduly upsetting, to know what's going to happen in advance. In some hospitals, they meet the doctors, they meet the surgeons in their normal everyday clothing and in the surgical gowns so that they can recognize them both ways. This is a tremendously important advance. Some years ago, things like that almost never occurred. Delaying procedures until the child is calm. And the problem here is that very few professionals neither understand trauma nor the potential lasting and pervasive effects that these procedures can have. And so they may not see the need to take these precautions. But remember, as far as your children's welfare goes, you are the consumer, and they need that additional information. So let's talk a little bit about first aid for accidents and falls with children. I said before, accident and falls are a normal and often benign, in some ways necessary part of growing up. However, occasionally a child may experience a traumatic reaction from one of these everyday occurrences, and I will give you symptoms also that can indicate when this might be happening. Just seeing the mishap won't necessarily give you a clue to its severity. For example, the child may not cry at all, or it may cry a whole lot but still be locked up. So I'm going to give you some specific things that you look for, because again, children often will cover up the hurt because they don't want to upset the parents, or they want to seem like they're more grown up. So the first thing that you may have to do when you see your kid take a spill off the bike is attend to your own response first. You know, when you see the kid go down, you're going to go, oh, you know, your stomach is in your throat and you're tensed and paralyzed for a moment. So take a deep breath, exhale slowly, sense the feelings in your own body. Okay, that's so important. And if you feel upset, do it again. The time it takes to establish a sense of calm is time well spent. That will increase your capacity to attend fully to the child. And that will also help minimize the child's reaction to your own fear or confusion. Remember, children are very sensitive to the emotional states of all adults, but particularly those of their parents. Now, the first principle is the same thing as with an adult, is to keep the child quiet and still. And again, if the injury requires immediate movement, support, or carry the child, even if he or she appears to be capable of moving on their own. And just like adults, children have denial, and they make great efforts to show you their strength and to deny what they're really feeling. And if you sense that the child is cold, gently drape a sweater or a blanket over his or her shoulders and trunk. And so encourage, and if necessary, insist that the child take sufficient time to rest in a safe place. And this is real important if you notice some of the signs of shock. And let me just enumerate some of those that are fairly easy to notice. You may notice glazed or staring eyes, a pale complexion. There may be rapid or shallow breathing, trembling, and a sense of disorientation. Sort of with a child, it may be more like a sense of being somewhere else. And they may even say something like, "Where am I? I don't know where I am." And if the child's demeanor is excessively emotional or overly calm, the rest is even more important. And you can help the child settle down by being relaxed, quiet, and still yourself. If hugging or holding seems appropriate, do it in a gentle and non-restrictive way, in a supportive way, with your hands maybe gently supporting the upper part or the back and the lower part of their back. Often just at the center of the back behind the heart communicates to the child a great deal of support and reassurance without interfering with their natural bodily responses to discharge. Now, excessive patting or rocking or telling the child it's going to be okay, that can interrupt the recovery process. Just be there present, a few words, that's all that's usually needed. Now, as the day's look begins to wear off, carefully guide the child's attention to his or her sensations. In a soft voice, you can ask, "What do you feel in your body?" Slowly and quietly repeat the questions and point. "And what do you feel here in your chest, sweetheart? And what do you feel here in your tummy and in your head?" And wait for a response. And sometimes you might say something like, "Looks like you feel bad in your body." And then they may give you a little nod, and you can say, "And where do you feel that? Show me the part of your body where you feel the bad." And when the child tells you something like he has a lump in his tummy, the thing that's generally best to do is to just say back, "Oh, and you have a lump in your tummy. And what does that lump feel like?" And you can ask them to point, to ask them if it has a size or a shape or a color. And you can ask if it's heavy or light or, all these kind of questions. And sometimes you can ask them, if they say they have a lump or a owie or a scrape, you can say something like, "And how does the lump, owie, scrape, burn, so forth, feel now?" And again, just repeat back what they say. And you'll be just amazed at how children navigate through these experiences with the images and the sensations and feelings that come up. It's important to allow a moment or two of silence between questions, and this allows the completion of the cycle that the child is moving through without being distracted by another question. And if you're uncertain whether the cycle has been completed, wait for the child to give you cues: a deep, relaxed breath, the cessation of crying or trembling, a stretch, a smile, the making or breaking of eye contact. Remember, each child has its own rhythm, and some children, they have the shaking and the crying and the trembling, and they're done, and they're complete and fine to go off. Other children need more time and a little bit more guidance and support. The completion of the cycle may not mean that the recovery process is over. Another cycle may follow. So keep the child secure, focused on the sensations for a few more minutes just to make sure the process is complete. Generally, when that happens, the kids will give you a look, maybe even a squeeze on your arm, and just kind of jump down from your lap if they're on your lap and go off on their way. At this time, I don't think it's such a good idea generally to stir up discussion of the accident. There'll be time later for telling stories about it or playing it out or drawing pictures of it. Just let them go and just notice what happens. Now is the time just for discharge and for rest. And you want to monitor their activity to see if they seem to engage or if they're getting a little bit hyperactive or overly aggressive, those kind of things. Again, if the child is crying or trembling as they come out of a shock, you may have a desire to stop this natural process because you don't want your children to have that kind of distress. But the physical expression of the distress does need to continue until it stops or levels out on its own. The completion of this process usually only takes a few minutes. Your task is to just let the child know that crying and trembling or anger, whatever, are okay. They're normal, healthy reactions. A reassuring hand on the back or shoulder, along with a few gently spoken words such as, "That's okay," or "That's good," or "Just let the scary stuff shake right out of you," can really help immensely. As the adult, your primary function is to create a safe environment for the child to complete his or her natural responses to being hurt or overwhelmed. Trust the child's innate ability to heal, and trust your own ability to allow this to happen. It will. Children are amazing. They teach us so much about recovering from being overwhelmed. These tools are primarily emotional first aid. After some kind of an overwhelming event, it is possible that the child will begin to develop symptoms indicating that it may have been traumatized. The symptoms that children exhibit are different in many ways than those of adults. So I'm going to go over with you the possible kinds of symptoms that can indicate that the child may need some kind of further professional help, particularly if these symptoms don't abate over time. Any unusual behavior that begins shortly after a potentially traumatizing event, such as a fall or a medical procedure, particularly with anesthesia, may indicate that your child is traumatized. Compulsive repetitive mannerisms, such as repeatedly smashing a toy car into a doll, those are almost sure signs of an unresolved reaction to a traumatic event. The quality of repetition, and when you see it, it's not like the children are playing, it's really dead serious. The activity itself may or may not be a literal replay of the trauma, but again, it has that repetitive, driven quality to it. So, what are some of the other signs of traumatic stress in children? Well, persistent and controlling behaviors. The kids just have to control everything. Second is regression to earlier behavior patterns, such as thumb sucking, needing to cuddle by the breast. Sometimes children will lose their toilet training ability after a trauma. You've got to be patient with that. And the absolutely worst thing to do is to put pressure on the child to regain those skills quickly. The child may exhibit tantrums or uncontrollable rage attacks. They may be overly aggressive to their kids in school or in the playground. Hyperactivity is another very common symptom of trauma. And I'm afraid that many, many kids who are diagnosed with hyperactivity, ADD, attention deficit disorder, are misdiagnosed, and that these kids need help in resolving the trauma, not being put on drugs. Another common reaction with kids and adults is a tendency to startle easily. They hear a sound and they're startled or maybe crying. Recurrent nightmares or night terrors, thrashing while asleep in bed, or bedwetting, that's also part of the regressive type of behaviors, are again very common symptoms that you see with kids after they've been traumatized. The inability to concentrate in school and forgetfulness. Again, sometimes this is lumped in with the ADD. Excessive belligerence or shyness, withdrawal or fearfulness, an extreme need to cling. Often the kids will develop school phobias. They'll be afraid to go to school, and they'll give you some reason, but it's something they make up to try to explain to themselves and to you what's happening. Stomach aches and headaches and other ailments that seem like maybe the child has the flu are also very common in kids after they've been traumatized. And of course, it can be due to something else. It could be to something that they ate. But again, if they're occurring along in clusters, if these things occur in more than one or two or three, then you have a really pretty good idea that the kid has been traumatized, and you want to really keep an eye on the child. Because if this doesn't resolve fairly quickly, then professional help is often very, very valuable. Although it may be difficult to find a child therapist who also knows about trauma. Sometimes children who have these symptoms appear to outgrow them over time. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they've discharged the energy that gave rise to them. The reason that traumatic reactions can hide for years is that the maturing nervous system is able to control in some way the excess energy. Sometimes by reminding your child of a frightening incident that precipitated the behaviors in years past, you may well stir up signs of a traumatic residue. So if the symptoms don't resolve relatively quickly, an evaluation by a competent professional would be a very sensible thing to do. I'm going to now give you a little bit of a case history of a young fellow named Sammy. Sammy is the story of a little boy that I work with, a 2.5-year-old, who is exhibiting some of these behaviors that I just described. I'm going to tell you a little bit of how I work with him because I believe that parents can use some of this information to help children resolve these events in their play. And of course, if the symptoms continue to persist, please seek professional evaluation. Sammy has been spending the weekend with his grandmother and step-grandfather, and I'm their guest at the cottage on their property. Sammy is being impossible. He's a tyrant, he's aggressive, and relentless in trying to control his new environment. Nothing pleases him. He's in a foul temper every waking moment, and when he's asleep, he tosses and turns as if wrestling with his bedclothes. Now, this is not behavior entirely unexpected from a 2.5-year-old whose parents have gone away for the weekend. Children with separation anxiety often acted out like that. Sammy, however, has always enjoyed visiting his grandparents, and his behavior seems extreme to them. His grandparents told me that 6 months earlier, Sammy had fallen off of his high chair and split his chin open. Bleeding profusely, he was taken to the local emergency room. When the nurse came to take his temperature and blood pressure, he was so frightened that she was unable to record his vital signs. The 2-year-old child was subsequently strapped down in a pediatric papoose, which I described before. It's a board with flaps and Velcro straps. And Sammy was tied down, his torso and his legs and arms immobilized. The only part of his body that he could move was his head and neck, which he naturally did as energetically and forcefully as he could. The doctors responded by tightening the restraint in order to suture his chin. After this upsetting experience, Mom and Dad took Sammy out for a hamburger and then to the playground. His mom was very attentive and carefully validated his experience of being scared and hurt, and all seemed forgotten. However, 6 months later after this event, Sammy was exhibiting these over-controlling behaviors. Could these behaviors, I asked myself, be related to his perceived helplessness from the trauma? We all assembled in the cabin where I was staying. Sammy wouldn't have anything to do with talking about the fall or the hospital experience. With parents who had returned, because I wouldn't have done this without, of course, permission from his parents, grandparents and Sammy watching, I precariously placed the stuffed Pooh Bear on a chair where it fell off and had to be taken to the hospital. Sammy shrieked. He bolted for the door and ran across a footbridge and down a narrow path to the creek. Our suspicions were confirmed. His most recent visit to the hospital was neither benign nor forgotten. Sammy's behavior indicated that this game was potentially overwhelming for him. Sammy's parents brought him back from the creek. He was clinging to his mother. As we readied for another game, I reassured him that we would all be there to help protect Pooh Bear. Again, he ran, but this time he ran into my bedroom. We followed him into the bedroom and waited to see what would happen next. Sammy ran to the bed and hit it hard with both arms while looking at me expectantly. Interpreting this show of aggression as a go-ahead sign, I put Pooh Bear back under a blanket and placed Sammy on the bed next to him. "Sammy, let's help Pooh Bear." I held Pooh Bear under the blanket and asked everyone to help. Sammy watched with interest, but soon got up and ran to his mother. Clinging to her, he said, "Mommy, I'm scared." Without pressuring him, we waited until Sammy was ready and willing to play the game again. The next time, Grandma and Pooh Bear were held down together under the covers. Sammy actively participated in their rescue. When Pooh Bear was freed, Sammy ran to his mother, clinging even more acutely in fear, but also with a growing sense of excitement, triumph, and pride. His chest opened and held high. The next time he held on to Mommy, there was less clinging and more excited jumping up and down. We waited until Sammy was ready to play again. Everyone except Sammy took a turn being rescued with poo. With each rescue, Sammy became more vigorous as he pulled off the blanket, grabbed poo, and then escaped to the safety of his mother's arms. When it was Sammy's turn to be held under the blanket with Pooh Bear, he became quite agitated and fearful and ran back again to his mother's arms several times before he was able to accept the ultimate challenge. Bravely, he climbed under the blanket with Pooh while I held the blanket gently down. I watched his eyes grow wide with fear, but only momentarily. Then he grabbed Pooh Bear, shoved the blanket away, and flung himself into his mother's arms. Sobbing and trembling, he screamed, "Mommy, get me out of here! Mommy, get this thing off me!" His startled father told me that these were the same words Sammy screamed while imprisoned in the papoose at the hospital. He remembered this clearly because he had been quite surprised by his son's ability to make such a direct, articulate demand at a little bit over 2 years of age. We went through the escape several more times. Each time Sammy exhibited more power and more triumph. Instead of running fearfully to his mother, he jumped excitedly up and down. With every successful escape, we all clapped and danced together, cheering, "Yay for Sammy! Sammy saved Pooh Bear." 2.5-year-old Sammy had mastered the experience that shattered him a few months ago. This is renegotiation, but renegotiation through play. At the beginning, Sammy was reenacting his fear of being trapped and being helpless. But gradually, as he became resourced through the play, he was able to master the experience that left him overwhelmed that half year before. This story illustrates how children, through their normal play after a traumatic experience, will actually set up the potentiality for their own healing, but they do it through play. And in using the principles of charging and discharging, the arousal cycle, and in understanding the importance of timing, many parents, I think, could help their children by interacting with them while they were playing in the aftermath of a traumatic event, in a way that helps them move out of reenactment and trauma into renegotiation. Many parents are perplexed, concerned, alarmed when their children may be having symptoms like Sammy's. One of the reasons I presented this story is so that parents will know that children don't have to live with these symptoms, that there are things that can be done relatively simply. Now, the work I did with Sammy took a fair amount of skills and knowledge, and I'm not sure if it's something that many parents can do. I do believe that some of the ideas can be helpful when a child is playing and you can be with the child and help direct some of their awareness to their inner sensations and help move some of that energy through. But it's most important to realize that these symptoms may not go away on their own, and even if they appear to, the trauma may not be resolved, and that with relatively simple kinds of play therapy, a child therapist experienced with helping children move through trauma could help your child resolve their traumatic symptoms. In the case of 2.5-year-old Sammy, you saw an example of traumatic play. With adults, traumatic play takes the form of traumatic reenactment. Now, just as reenactment forms a dangerous aspect of individual trauma, I believe that reenactment is a major cause of violence in society today. And this is a premise that's been studied quite extensively by Dr. Bessel van der Kolk, probably the foremost researcher in the psychiatric field of trauma. So now I want to talk a little bit about societal trauma. Many of us live in a violent world where not only individuals act out violently, but cultures and nations do it as well. Part of this violence is due to traumatic reenactment that spans generations. And trauma disconnects us not only from ourselves, but from the world around us. And when we feel disconnected and perceive other people to be dangerous, we're more apt to be dangerous and violent ourselves. In the United States, we suffer from one of the highest rates of domestic peacetime violence anywhere in the world. There are other areas throughout the globe that are in perpetual states of war. Is there anything we can learn about individual trauma, about reenactment, that can be applied to help heal the roots of violence throughout the world? I believe we can. We see that with the individual, one form of reenacting trauma is through violence. If you imagine an entire group of traumatized people living in close proximity to another group with a different language, a different religion, that also lives in a state of unresolved trauma, then the reenactment has almost got to be violence and further war. So just as violence is part of trauma for the individual, violence, I believe, is a major component in the repetitive acting of wars over generations. So, is there anything that can be done about this? Can we adapt the healing renegotiation ideas from the individual trauma work to diverse communities, cultures, and nations? I believe that we can. The problem is an awesome one. So, where would we begin? Because the roots of trauma are so deep and they pervade every aspect of the society, and particularly because they affect in such a profound way the basic level at which people connect. One possible avenue that we've been exploring in my foundation is of mother-infant bonding. And we know that this bond is the key to our future healing of ancient wounds. A brief description of this project with my Norwegian colleague, Elbjørg Veda, is described in the workbook. In this project, we see the possibility of reconnecting at a fundamental level the bonds that were broken, the bonds that were fractured in the wake of trauma. As we learn more about trauma, we must realize also that it exacts tremendous cost on society. And it makes sense to look at prevention, because the cost of trauma to human suffering is incalculable. But the cost of trauma on society is calculable and is very high. The symptoms, anxiety, depression, and so-called psychosomatic symptoms that plague millions of people due to unresolved trauma have a tremendous weight on the healthcare system. These people are often those who go from one doctor to another trying to trace these elusive symptoms. My friend Angwin calls it chasing the white rabbit down the hole. The 75 to 85 or 90 or even 95% of the people who seek help from a general practitioner for symptoms that have no cause, no apparent cause, are very often people suffering from the effects of unresolved trauma and stress. The cost of treating anxiety and depression and pain and insomnia in terms of medications are billions and billions of dollars, not to mention the lost productivity of work and diminished potential for creativity. So the cost of trauma to society is very significant, is very large. And if we can find ways to know about trauma first aid, a vast amount of this suffering and cost could be eliminated. Unfortunately, when most people are traumatized, they're just left to deal with it on their own. And if they don't develop apparent symptoms, well, then they're considered to have no effect. And if they do develop symptoms, then the likelihood is they'll go through many, many years in their lives and not get the help that they need. So if we were able to get into the societal consciousness the idea of being able to help each other with trauma first aid, we would be able to limit a tremendous amount of suffering and dramatically alter the cost and the effectiveness of healthcare in this country. There's so much discussion now on, can we afford healthcare? If we were able to really be preventative in our approach to trauma, we would be getting a windfall of unimaginable benefit. Obviously, there are many levels that we'll have to work with in societal trauma. We have to work with the soldiers who have been traumatized, and we have to work in an effective, culturally appropriate way with the entire society that has been traumatized. Now, when I worked at the Hopi Reservation in Second Mesa, Kikosmivi, Arizona, I learned from them how important it was, if anybody was traumatized, to take that on as the shared responsibility of the entire community. So in the older times, when warriors came back from battle or when warriors had to defend themselves, the society knew to do certain kind of rituals, purification rituals involving the entire community that would help the warriors purge themselves of basically post-traumatic symptoms. And they got tremendous support from the entire community for this to happen. Compare and contrast to what happened to the Vietnam War or even the Gulf War here. The soldiers came back utterly traumatized. They weren't welcomed, really. They weren't reintegrated in society. No help for them to heal their traumatic wounds. There was no other choice but to bring that terror and the horror back into the family. There was tremendous increase of sexual abuse during that time, as there is after all wars. There's breakup of the family. There's tremendous physical, emotional, psychological suffering affecting the family and affecting the entire society. But we go on oblivious to this. Now, trauma, though causing tremendous amounts of suffering and dysfunctions, brings us back to this choice, because to heal trauma, we have to evoke our instinctive capacity to resolve the traumatic energies and to discharge those energies. That's a way of awakening those instincts that have been mothballed in the abandoned crannies of our individual and collective minds. They lie dormant, but alive, awaiting our attentions. So, has the suppression of our instincts made us less violent? We only have to open our eyes to answer this question, particularly when we see both external violence and internal violence to oneself. Perhaps the only change from prehistoric times is that our highly developed intellects have helped us to become capable of both killing more efficiently and of fabricating increasingly complicated reasons to support violent action and suppression of one group over another. It certainly hasn't helped our health. It is again ironic to admit that despite our best intentions, we are as violent as most species we consider wholly instinctual, like the wolf and even the shark, particularly when we consider the violence of acting in. This acting in, this relatively new form of violence, has resulted from our decision to abandon our instincts. In order to maintain civility, a large percentage of us choose to act out our violent feelings not on others, but on ourselves. Let's take a look at the ways that we're suffering from this way of managing the powerful energies of trauma. Studies have shown that 10 to 20% of the boys and 25 to 35% of the girls in the United States are sexually abused. These numbers point to the horrifying fact that approximately 1/5, 1 out of every 5 people have been traumatized by sexual abuse alone. And remember, a lot of this is unreported. And particularly with men, sexual abuse is often underreported. So this is probably a very conservative estimate. But as we've seen, sexual abuse is only one significant, but only one relatively small part of the ways in which people get traumatized. Automobile accidents, surgical and medical procedures, natural disasters, abandonments and loss, all of these things can traumatize us. And tens of millions of Americans suffer from chronic pain, anxiety, panic attacks, and depression, all of which are generally trauma-related. In 1994, the Conservative Archives of General Psychiatry published a study showing that at some time in their lives, over 50% of the American population was suffering from psychiatric symptoms severe enough to be considered clinical. And I am thoroughly convinced that a large part of that pathology comes from unresolved, untreated trauma over time. In 1997, apparently, we spent over $30 billion on insomnia and pain medications alone. Add to that the billions and billions spent each year on medications for depression and anxiety. Then throw in, for good luck, the billions spent on alcohol and illegal drugs, which are used very commonly as a form of self-medication for traumatized people. We find that a significant portion of our economy is invested in largely unsuccessful attempts to cope with the pervasive effects of stress and trauma. And added to this is the astronomical loss in productivity, in law enforcement costs, in hospital and medical care, and not to mention the cost in human suffering that we all experience in loss of creativity and feeling of connection and feeling of relative safety. We must allocate resources to do this, and I don't just mean financial ones. We need to bring together and kind of form a Manhattan Project of people working in healing trauma, in people working in Aboriginal cultures, to teach the psychologists and scientists about their healing methods. When we thought we needed to develop the atomic bomb, we brought together the people who knew how to do it, and they did it. Americans are great at that. What we need to do is focus the same kind of vital attention and team building involving healers of different kind of modalities to come together and to make these kind of healing methods available in a wider social, national, and international context. If we don't develop protocols that are appropriate in different kind of situations and help people help themselves at a grassroots level, then we've missed the mark. We are and we will continue to be paying for this in violence and in physical and psychological ill health. So the beginning is to really learn how to heal trauma. And of course, that starts with the individual. You know the expression, the way to clean up the world is for everybody to clean up the mat in front of their house first. But then we also have to see how we are connected in an interdependent, inextricably interwoven web with all other people in our communities and ultimately in the world. So we can talk about trauma, or we can talk about what trauma illuminates and how it transforms. The experiment of trying to control and suppress our instincts with our rational brains and drugs has failed. Rather than taming our instincts, we've subverted these vital functions into becoming destructive demons. And trauma, I think, really makes this absolutely clear. It's been a trend in human development for many, many, many generations and some centuries of relying solely on the rational mind to try to solve our problems. So the would-be master has become an unwitting slave. As a society, we are becoming progressively hypnotized into unfeeling automatons capable of rational atrocities. Equally alarming is that the loss of much of our instinctual vitality has left us more susceptible to disease, as well as inhibiting our natural immunity to stress and our natural ability to play and to be joyful and creatively expressive. As a result of this, we find ourselves caught in an ever-increasing spiral of stress, violence, and disease. So while in the last centuries, in the age of reason, building our mental muscles, our rational brains, which has been beneficial to us in many, many ways, the suppression of our instincts, however, is somewhat akin to the old saying about stepping over a dollar to pick up a nickel. So in all fairness, our instincts are no more or less valuable than our emotions and our intellects. Being newer, our rational capacity is like the shiny new nickel, while our instincts are more like an old buffalo head nickel found buried in the backyard. If given both coins, a child would be instantly drawn to the shiny new nickel and abandon the dull old one. We humans are a young species, and all things considered, the childlike act of going for the glitter of our intellects over the crusty old instincts is an understandable mistake. The question is, as we mature, as we evolve, will we realize the value of those old buffalo head instincts? Or have we become so blinded by the brilliant computer glitz newness of our own thinking that we can no longer see? There is no question, in my mind at least, that for our continued survival, we require equal access to both of these coins. Neither one is capable of replacing the other. Healing gets us in contact with our instinctual nature. And this is what's needed to take our next evolutionary step in uniting our rational abilities, our emotions, and our instincts with our God-given natural spirituality. I believe we can propel ourselves towards the creation of a world that is both personally fulfilling and relatively peaceful. We do have the natural capacity not only to heal trauma, but to use it to transform, to reconnect to our instincts, and to reconnect to other members of society. So while trauma is a fact of life, and it's not something any of us want to have happen, It has happened to all of us. So by learning to heal your own trauma, you are beginning to create a world that is more peaceful and less dangerous, less threatening. In being able to share this with other people, with your partners in the exercises, with your families, you're creating a bigger field of resource and peace. It's my hope that this series is a beginning towards your personal transformation and your desire to share and to help serve other beings suffering from trauma.
This concludes Healing Trauma with Peter Levin. Music by Nwang Ketchog, available through Sounds True. For more information on the work of Peter Levin, please contact the Foundation for Human Enrichment, P.O. Box 1872, Lyons, Colorado 80540, or call 303-823-9524. Or visit the Foundation for Human Enrichment online at www.healingtrauma.com. If you would like additional copies of this audio learning program, or to receive a free copy of Wisdom Teachings for the Inner Life, please contact Sounds True at www.soundstrue.com or call us toll-free 800-333-9185. Or write the Sounds True catalog, P.O. Box 8010, Boulder, Colorado 80306. Thank you for listening.